Chapter 61. Today the boys were all in the lab watching Tony and Urahara input some data into a pair of computers. In front of them, standing up was a giant metal skeleton with a big arc reactor on its chest. Harry was floating up to the chest. Suddenly Tony called out to him, "Harry! As soon as the chest opens up, I want you to charge the arc reactor with spiritual energy. If Urahara's calculations are correct, it should give a semi-sentience to the mecha, sort of like those Zanpakuta the Shinigami carry around." Harry nodded and Urahara finished his part and nodded to Tony, who nodded back and then pressed a couple of buttons opening the chest of the uncompleted mecha. Harry immediately began to charge the arc reactor, which was modified to take and then recreate an endless supply of spiritual energy once it fully charged. As Harry was doing that, both Tony and Urahara were paying attention to the screen which showed the arc reactor's energy percentage. During these few days, the boys as the girls had amusedly called the group of grown men building a super expensive toy they want to use to just destroy things have been working almost non-stop to create this mecha. Of course, none of the men involved in this denied the accusation, but they have been busy trying to make it work. Building the parts and wiring was easy enough. Harry's metal manipulation and Tony's expertise in metallurgy came in handy here. Sirius and Remus were in charge of charming the parts to be flexible and very durable, plus using runes to allow all kinds of summonable weapons and add-ons to be added later on, plus some of those runes functioned as a cooling and energy guiding system. With the addition of Urahara, they now had a way to bond the mecha to someone's soul and allow it to grow and learn the longer it stays bonded to its pilot. Harry was the best test subject for this, since he was powerful enough to not only sustain the entire system, but all of his experience and abilities will allow both the mecha and system to evolve, which they could later use to build and improve other mecha, because a lot of people are going to want one. Tony and Harry wanted to make one for Morgan and Hope, but they're keeping that a secret from their mothers for now. Suddenly the screen indicated that the arc reactor was now fully charged and Tony looked up towards Harry. "That's enough, Harry. You can stop now." Harry stopped and then floated back down towards Urahara and Tony. "Well? How does it look?" Urahara, who was doing diagnostics, nodded yes. "The system along with the charms and runes are running at 100%. It's extraordinary. Your energy seems to adapt and work with just about everything in the system." Tony nodded. "It seems like your universal energy skill is working its magic, pun fully intended." Everyone chuckled as Harry rolled his eyes. "Funny, how long for the systems to adapt?" Urahara looked at his computer screens and read the diagnostic page. It should take about a few months for everything to fully adapt to your spiritual pressure. In the meantime, we should start thinking about what sort of metals we want to use for the outer shell and armor." Everyone looked up to think a bit. Harry hummed, "Well, the inner skeleton is made out of adamantium to protect the arc reactor and inner machinery, but that metal doesn't let itself for flexibility." Tony nodded. "That's true, it's only because of Sirius and Remus's charm and rune work that we can make the mecha move." Everyone nodded while Urahara scratched his chin. "And we don't want to add runes and charms on the outside since they might get destroyed or damaged." Sirius then spoke. "Why don't we use vibranium for armor? It should protect the mecha quite well and should allow for a lot of flexibility." "Tony, you still have those plans that Ultron wanted to use to create a body with, right?" Tony nodded. Among the many things Ultron seemed to want to get his digital hands on, plans on how to manipulate vibranium to create a perfect body for itself were later found by Tony and Jarvis. "Oh, we can use that to weave the vibranium to create actual muscles for the mecha." "Great idea, Sirius." Sirius grinned while Harry then spoke next. "For the armor, I think we can use URU, it is a great conductor of energy, especially mana." Everyone nodded in agreement, while Remus spoke up. "Looks like we're going to be dungeon diving for a while to get all that metal." Everyone nodded, willing to work hard for this project. Afterwards, everyone turned off everything and headed upstairs while speaking amongst each other. Tony was the one speaking with Harry. "So you're really letting the three factions gather here?" Harry nodded. "I'm curious about how Azazel is going to work this, plus according to Office, some members of the Cows Brigade will more than likely show themselves, might as well keep killing them off." Tony nodded. "I see, more than likely that's what Azazel wants too. He might want to see who exactly would dare to attack the meeting place of this many powerhouses." Harry grinned. "I wouldn't doubt that that's what that crow is planning. Also, I'm pretty sure the Cows Brigade doesn't even know I live here. Boy, are they going to be surprised to see me in that meeting." Tony couldn't help but laugh in amusement. "Ha ha ha, so you're going too, huh? You're evil, Harry." Harry shrugged and chuckled. "Well, I am a demon lord too, you know." Tony continued laughing, and once everyone reached the first floor, everyone went their own way to do whatever they were still working on or just relax after so many hours of working on the mecha. Harry went to the kitchen to get something to eat, but then he was surprised to see Masaki, Hinata, and Hanabi happily sitting around the kitchen table and drinking tea. Each one had an adorable companion in their lap. Masaki had Himawari on her lap while Hanabi had Morgan on her lap and Hinata had Hope in hers. Masaki noticed Harry and smiled. Harry. This little one is my granddaughter now. Harry smiled when she saw Masaki point at Himawari, who smiled and cheerfully waved at him. Sure mom, I'm sure Hima is happy to have a granny to spoil her now. Himawari vigorously nodded while Hinata sighed and Hanabi giggled. I wished you wouldn't spoil her so much, Harry. Harry laughed and sat beside Hanabi. That wouldn't be fair, Hina. I spoiled you and Hanabi quite a lot when you were her age. Hinata blushed because that was true. Harry always did spoil her a lot while Hanabi grinned and smiled. Well, you still spoil us a lot, big bro, so nothing has changed. Harry nodded and patted Hanabi's head, causing her to giggle while Hinata huffed. Hope then spoke up. Well, Daddy can be strict too, but since Morgan and I know to behave, he hardly ever has any reason to scold us. Harry once again nodded. That's right, all of my sisters are very well behaved, they're very kind and gentle girls, so why shouldn't I spoil them, especially now that I have the means to do so, and Morgan and Hope are very good girls as well. Everyone smiled at Harry. Morgan then spoke up. Next, Uncle Harry, Drake has been acting strange lately, can you talk to him? Harry rose an eyebrow and nodded to Morgan, who wasted no time to summon the Red Emperor in his chibi form. What's wrong with you, Drake? Drake sighed and decided to explain himself. During the whole Kokabeel debacle, I sensed Albion closed by. I don't want Morgan to ever get involved in my old conflicts, so I'm worried that Albion's wielder will come after her. I want her to have a happy and peaceful life. Harry smiled. I see, you're a great friend, Drake, but you don't have to worry about Morgan. You can't sense it because of the necklace she has on, but she's very powerful. She can bitch slap a planet out of existence if she wanted. Drake turned towards Morgan, who tilted her head. Everyone then noticed her necklace and immediately recognized Harry's scale. The girls narrowed their eyes in suspicion, but Harry, noticing those looks, immediately changed the subject. You know, if Albion's wielder appears to cause trouble, then we'll deal with him. I'll take Albion away as well. I'm going to stop this stupid rivalry of yours. Drake nodded. Thank you, Harry. Morgan has become a good friend and I want her to be safe, so knowing that you are always protecting her in some way or another puts me at ease. Morgan grabbed Drake and hugged him tightly to her. Hearing that he considers her a friend made her very happy. A few days passed by, and during those days both Sarada and Burrito began to come over to get training from Harry, who was more than happy to train them. Burrito wanted to learn ice style and improve in all of his other shinobi skills, while Sarada wanted to improve her Sharingan and her other skills as well. Unlike Sasuke, Harry had no problem explaining to Sarada about the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan as a whole. He believed that the past shouldn't be hidden if the same mistakes were not to be made again, and so he told Sarada everything. Sarada was of course disturbed about the Uchiha clan and how the Sharingan worked, but she vowed to never succumb to the curse of hatred of the Uchihas. Harry shook his head and patted her head, causing her to blush a bit. It's not a curse, Sarada. When an Uchiha loves someone or something so much, losing it awakens their full power. I believe that the reason for this is because deep inside their hearts they desire the power to protect their loved ones, but the Uchiha were humans beings, and as humans they're flawed. Some succumb to that pain, others wanted the world to feel their pain, and others, like your uncle Atake, wanted to shield the others. So they never had to feel the same pain as he did. Sarada looked up to Harry and listened intently. Mistakes were made along the way, sure, but that's normal. Right now Sasuke is working to make up for his entire clan's sins. Honestly, I believe he already did enough, but your father is a stubborn man. Sarada giggled at Harry's comment. Harry then grinned at her. Want to know a secret? Sarada excitedly nodded. Harry told her a secret. When I went to your world, I took advantage and changed the way the Sharingan works with my powers over reality. Now to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan you need not a desire or loss but a need instead. No Uchiha will ever have to lose someone to awaken their powers, plus I made it so it would be perfect from the get-go. No more blindness, and it all starts with you. Sarada widened her eyes but then widely smiled, happy that her clan no longer needed to suffer to awaken their true powers. Harry continued on. I choose to trust the future of the Uchiha clan to you and your future children. Please do pass on a legacy made of love and loyalty, Sarada. After that Harry began to train the young genin hard in order to make them stronger. It didn't take long for them to master whatever Harry was teaching. In all honesty, Harry wasn't surprised. Both of these children were talented and geniuses. After that Harry spent his time being a teacher to a big group of children and going into Kyoto's natural dungeon to mine for metal. The dungeon was now giving out all sorts of minerals. Among them you can find even adamantium, vibranium, and even URU now. Though it was confusing to both Tony and Harry, since as far as they knew adamantium is a man-made metal, but they definitely weren't going to complain about it. However, today Harry pushed that aside in order for him and pretty much everyone in the Potter household to go visit Asia at school. Today is Kyoah Academy's open house day and everyone wanted to go and show Asia that she wasn't alone. Everyone got ready, and even though some would be going later since they still have some things to do, Harry and the girls were all heading there now, along with Hope and Morgan, who wanted to be there for Asia as well, and so this big group of powerful beings headed to Kua Academy. However, on the way they received an annoying and rather unwanted visit. This visitor, however, was going to regret ever getting in the way of this group. Harry was walking ahead of everyone while carrying Morgan on his shoulders and Hope floating beside them, while both young girls told Harry about the new anime they were watching. Suddenly Harry and the girls sensed an energy signature unknown to them, so they all looked ahead and watched as a silver-haired devil began to approach everyone with a grin on his face. Harry immediately didn't like this guy. Something about him just made Harry just know that he was a very bothersome guy. He then turned his gaze to Hope, who nodded and floated behind him. The young devil stopped before Harry and began to speak. So you really do live here in Kua? Azazel mentioned it, but I didn't want to believe it. I mean, why would a dragon god want to live here of all places? Harry stared into the eyes of this cocky young devil. Look, kid, I don't have time to speak to a stranger, and I definitely don't feel like explaining myself to you, so step aside. We have far more important things to do today. The young devil frowned, not expecting to be so casually dismissed. Don't be like that. As a fellow dragon, the least you can do is hear me out, right? Harry raised an eyebrow towards this young devil. Sigh, you're not a dragon, you're a child wielding one, plus you're a devil. Do not think you can just claim yourself to be of my race and try to convince me to speak with you. The silver-haired devil flinched upon hearing Harry's harsh words, but then sighed and tried one more time. So you know what I am? Well, I can't say I wasn't expecting the undisputed #1 most powerful being in the world. Harry, however, cut him off, not wanting to waste his time with this guy. Listen. We're here to be with a friend, not speak to you. Stop wasting my time with your banter and just say what you want already. The young devil once again frowned but nodded. My name is Volley. I was informed that my rival the Red Dragon Emperor was here in this town, but I can't sense him anywhere. I tried asking the devil heirs living here, but they told me that they aren't allowed to speak of it and to go ask a representative of the yokai faction. Since you are here, I was hoping you would tell me where I can find him. Harry and the girls frowned while trying to think who would have informed this guy about Issei. Harry then answered, Issei Haidu, the boy who used to have the boosted gear, was arrested and sent to a correctional facility. However, the yokai faction decided to take the boosted gear from him in order to keep it away from the hands of the other factions and away from the White Dragon Emperor and their ridiculous feud. Vala glared upon hearing Harry's words. What? The yokai faction would dare interfere in the affairs of the two heavenly dragons? How dare they? I won't stand for this. I won. Harry once again cut off Vala. You're not going to do shit, kid, and I would watch your mouth if I were you. You're not up to the level where you can make threats like that. Now I answered your questions, move aside now. But Vala, despite the fact that Albion was screaming in his head to leave, didn't move aside. He just grabbed Harry by the arm and began to speak. You know where the boosted gear is? Tell me where it is. I'll make sure to find a worthy rival to give it to. Now Harry was pissed and was about to blast this persistent guy to smithereens, but all that instantly vanished when Morgan suddenly spoke. You're not taking Drake anywhere. He's my friend and I won't let you take him away from me, meanie. Everyone present turned towards Morgan, who was frowning. She then suddenly jumped down from Harry's shoulders and stepped forward. Harry could have sworn he saw the silhouette of all the Avengers behind her, standing proud and strong, while the girls stared flabbergasted at Morgan. Hope just giggled at her best friend. Vala stared in disbelief at this tiny girl who stood before him. Morgan looked up at him and then summoned the boosted gear on her arm and Drake beside her. The boosted gauntlet, which once used to be big and bulky, now looked different. It looked exactly like an Iron Man gauntlet and armor, and Harry stared in disbelief at how much the sacred gear had evolved in such a short amount of time by Morgan's imagination and potential. Drake, upon being summoned, couldn't believe Morgan had stepped up to his rival like that. Morgan, what are you doing? I told you that you didn't need to do this. I told you that I didn't want you to get involved with any of this. Morgan turned towards Drake and gave him a big smile. Friends have each other's back. I learned that from Uncle Harry. I also learned from Uncle Steve to stand up to bullies. From Uncle Bruce and Uncle Hulk I learned to be kind, smart, and how to beat up bad guys. From Daddy, I learned how to be the right kind of nerd. Aunt Natasha and Uncle Clint taught me how to defend myself and how to hide. I learned a lot from my family, but one thing I learned from everyone is that we don't let bad guys go. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed very hard, confusing everyone except Few, Milim, Jessica, Hope, and Jean, who just fondly smiled at Morgan in pride. Harry then stopped laughing and spoke. Sigh. It's easy to forget because Morgan is adorable, but she is a Stark. She's perhaps one of the smartest people in the world, and she was raised by the Avengers. Each and every one of us taught her all kinds of things. What a strange feeling. I'm proud and at the same time sad. Is it because she's growing up? Everyone smiled at Harry, but Vala had enough of all of this nonsense. Enough. Are you making fun of me? A child, you gave the boosted gear to a child. Fine, then I'll just take it from her and give it to someone worth it. Everyone glared, but before anyone could do anything, Morgan raised a fist and her red gauntlet grew its size in a second, and then she roared Hulk smash. With a little hop she punched Vala so hard that she sent him flying and crashing through the school gate. Harry then jumped in surprise and quickly created a barrier around everyone to prevent further damage to the school and to keep regular humans away from the fight. Morgan then stooped up straight and struck a pose that reminded Harry of Sierra Fall, and then she roared one more time, balance breaker. Let's go, Drake. Little Morgan then disappears engulfed in crimson dragonic energy as Drake suddenly turned into energy and merged into Morgan. After the light show, Morgan reappeared wearing a crimson Iron Man armor, but obviously it had a dragonic theme going. Everyone just stared in shock while watching Morgan take off towards where Vala had landed at high speed. Harry then just shook his head by Irish giggle. What have we created? In Kuah Academy, the devils were busy since Sierra Fall. Sertsks and Grafia were already here visiting their sisters along with Zidicus and Venelana, who wanted to visit their daughter. Azazel was also here. He was curious about some of the sacred gears that some of the devils had. He was however very disappointed by Kybas and was now on his way to visit Sana, who had a few members of her peerage with sacred gears. However, everyone was cut off from what they were doing when a barrier suddenly surrounded the entire school, froze the students in time, and surrounded them in barriers. Sana and Sierra Fall knew who had raised this barrier and went to immediately investigate, but had to duck when they noticed something flying towards their direction. They stood up to watch the thing that almost hit them crash against a wall in the school and bounce off it, where it then fell down to the ground. They were about to go see who that was, but a small crimson figure came flying towards whoever had crashed against the school, forcing them to duck once again while Morgan flew past the excuse me. Both Sierra Fall and Sana raised an eyebrow as they stood up again. Then Sana turned towards her sister Air. Was that Morgan? That definitely sounded like her. Sierra Fall nodded. I think so. That armor certainly looks like it was made by Tony. You remember he showed us all of his designs. Sana nodded. How could she forget? For a human, Tony Stark was a true genius, and she was completely amazed at everything he showed off. That one time they sparred with him, she and her peerage horrendously lost that match, but she did learn that creativity was a must in battle. Harry and the others arrived and flew past them. Sana and Sierra Fall grew curious at what was going on, and after nodding to each other they took off flying after the rest of the group. Rias, her peerage, and her family jumped in surprise when they heard a very loud crash after watching a massive barrier being raised. Sertsks frowned in attack. But the peace conference hasn't even started yet. His father and mother looked at their son in worry, but Konako suddenly spoke. Harry raised this barrier. Rias turned towards Konako. Harry? But why would he raise a barrier here so suddenly? And today of all days? Konako then walked up to the window and pointed at a group of frozen-in-time students who were surrounded by barriers. This particular barrier is only raised when Harry or the girls don't want to cause damage or causalities. Sertsks walked up to the window and stared at what Konako was pointing at. She's right. Time has been frozen within the barrier and all the students are being protected by barriers too. How impressive. Rias then turned towards Konako. How do you know all of this, Konako? Konako just shrugged. A friend of Harry's is training me, and on her request Harry gave me a bunch of skills and abilities. Making a barrier like this is just a basic move. The devils turned towards Konako in surprise that Harry is actually helping her. Rias, however, frowned. Your training? Who is training you? I want to meet this teacher of yours. Konako shrugged and then turned towards the coffee table close by where a black cat was lazily watching everyone. Konako then pointed at the black cat. Sure, that's her sitting on the coffee table. Her name is Yoryuki. Everyone's sweat dropped as they watched as the black cat gave them quite the impressive deadpan. Venelana suddenly spoke up. Konako. Sweetie, that's just a cat. Konako just shook her head. Yoryuki then surprised everyone by suddenly speaking. So these are the so-called pure-blood devils. Can't say I'm impressed. I've been here from the very beginning and no one suspected a thing. Even the so-called Mu didn't detect me. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Harry was right. You devils are a disappointment. The devils frowned, not liking being criticized by a cat of all things. Akeno was the most upset, especially at Harry being mentioned. And you're just a cat. What would you know? Konako just sighed and shook her head. Suddenly an ungodly pressure pushed everyone in the room except Konako down to their knees. Yoryuki stared into a shocked and scared Akeno's eyes. I know plenty, brat. Do not speak to me in that tone of voice. Suddenly the pressure let up and Yoryuki stood up. Come on, Konako. Let's go find out what fun things are Harry doing. Konako nodded and walked up to Yoryuki. she then picked her up in her arms and walked out of the room to where she could feel Harry and the girls are more than likely watching what was going on. Everyone shakily stood up and Venelana spoke up to Akeno Sai, "We really have to teach you, kids, to keep your mouth shut, Sai, otherwise someone one day is just going to kill you just for running your mouths like that." Akeno looked down in anger while Yuato turned his head towards a wall not really wanting to listen. Rias just sighed. She was glad Konako found someone to teach her but she was still worried about the people she was hanging out with now. Harry and their friends were beings that had no normal common sense, but at least Konako seemed a bit happier lately and that is always a good thing. Now, if only Akeno and Yuato would just mellow out and try to be a little polite towards who obviously is very powerful, they should have guessed the black cat wasn't normal if it was a friend of Harry's. After everyone recovered from being forced to their knees by a cat, they all then decide to follow Konako's example and everyone left to see just what was going on. Azazel was on his way to the main school building to head towards the student council room to meet with the devils who have a sacred gear. However, he stopped when he noticed a barrier being raised, and soon after a loud crash was heard throughout the area. What's going? And why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? Having that bad feeling, Azazel then decided to go ahead and go check out what is happening right now. He only hopes that Vala wasn't causing any trouble. Asia, who was already in her class and waiting for her family to come and visit her today, was suddenly startled when a barrier was raised and time froze. She looked around and saw her classmates frozen in time while being surrounded by barriers. She then jumped when she heard a loud crash suddenly echo throughout the school. Worried about what was going, she stood up and immediately ran out of her classroom to go outside and see exactly what was happening. Along the way, she found her friends from the student council also running through the hallways and on their way outside to find out what was going on. Back in the Potter household, Tony, who was getting dressed along with Pepper, and just like everyone they were planning to go to Asia's school to show their support for her. But they were interrupted when Tony's cell phone began to ring. Jarvis, can you get that for me? My hands are busy with this damn tie right now. Jarvis immediately responded, "Of course sir, give me a second." Tony was finally able to tie his tie when Jarvis spoke up, "Sir, it's Lord Harry on the phone, he seems very excited to speak with you, do you want to speak with him?" Tony grinned. "Well, of course Jarvis, pass his call through." Jarvis immediately opened a hard light screen hologram that showed Harry's face. "Oh Tony. You're not going to believe what I'm watching right now." Tony rose an eyebrow. "All right, hit me. Living with you has made me quite resistant to surprises, not a lot can surprise me now, so let's see what has your scales all rattled." Harry grinned and then flipped his phone to show Morgan in her boosted Iron Man suit flying in the sky with dragon wings and propulsion nodes flaring. Tony stared in surprise and suddenly spoke. "I don't believe it." Harry chuckled while Pepper stepped into the room and stared into the screen as she watched the chibi Iron Man raised a hand and gather a lot of crimson lighting. "Oh? What's this? A new cartoon or something?" Harry's voice suddenly resounded through the room. "That's Morgan. Who is about to beat the living shit out of an arrogant devil." Both Tony and Pepper turned towards each other and stared into each other's eyes in shock. Tony then turned towards the screen. "Harry, that's an Iron Man suit." "That's right." Tony then rubbed his eyes. "And you're saying that Morgan is inside of it?" "Yup." Tony then stared into the screen again. "But I have never built an Iron Man suit that small, Harry, where did she get that?" Harry hummed. "That's her sacred gears balance breaker, it just took the form of your Iron Man suit. I'm not surprised though, she did grow up watching you building them and showing them off all the time." Tony stayed silent for a second. "You know what? That's badass." Harry laughed as the crimson lightning in Morgan's little hand then shaped itself into an exact copy of Mjolnir. Pepper then spoke up. "Ah. You said that a sacred gear is only limited to a wielder's imagination, right?" "That's right, and that's especially true for Morgan's sacred gear since I removed all the limiters that God placed on the boosted gear, giving her access to all of its functions to Morgan." Pepper nodded. "And Morgan was raised by the Avengers and grew up watching them train and fight to protect the world, plus she would always want to watch your fights, Harry, so of course, she was going to do this and her sacred gear just reacted to her desires. Sigh, she is her father's daughter and that includes you, Harry. We might be her parents but to Morgan, you're her second daddy and her favorite person in the world." Harry stayed silent for a few seconds but both Tony and Pepper could see Harry softly smile. "I see, we have unleashed something mighty dangerous to the world, but I'm still feeling pretty proud though." Both Tony and Pepper laughed upon hearing Harry's words but they couldn't agree more. Their daughter was growing up into a kind and sweet girl with a great sense of justice and they couldn't be any happier. Tony then spoke. "All right Harry, we'll be there in a second." "Okay, we're all waiting here for you guys." With that said, Harry hung up while Pepper opened a portal right beside her. Tony smiled and grabbed his wife's hand. and then both stepped through the portal to go watch their daughter's debut as a superhero. A few minutes before Harry called Tony to let him know what Morgan was doing, Vala found himself on the ground in a lot of pain. Albion, did a little girl just punched me away? Albion grunted in pain, surprising Vala. That's not the worst thing, Vala, that punch caused spiritual damage, I felt that. Vala widened his eyes in shock upon hearing that. However, he wasn't allowed to think about what he just learned when Morgan suddenly appeared in the sky above them and spread a pair of crimson dragon wings to stay adrift in the sky. She then raised her little hand towards the sky, which seemed to respond to her call, and darkened as black clouds began to gather above her. Suddenly lightning surged out of the sky and gathered in her hand, turning crimson red and shaping itself into a hammer with a small handle, something that Vala hasn't ever seen before. What is that? Albion panicked. Vala, don't let that touch you. That thing, whatever it is, has dragon slaying and god slaying properties. We can't absorb that, it would kill us. You have to dodge. Vala panicked upon hearing Albion's warning and barely had time to roll and jump out of the way when Morgan suddenly launched herself towards him and hit the ground with her lightning hammer, which then exploded upon colliding against the ground, causing a maelstrom of crimson lightning to be released all around her. Vala, who even though was able to dodge Morgan's attack, was still sent flying by the force of the explosion until he crashed against a tree close by. By now everyone had arrived to watch Morgan's impressive attack and Vala being sent flying. The devils, Asia and Azazel, were shocked. Asia saw Harry and rushed towards him. Harry noticed her and smiled at her, causing Asia to relax. Once she arrived at Harry's side, she grabbed his hand. What's going on? Harry noticed that Asia was worried, so he rubbed the back of her hand. It's just Morgan's debut to the world. She's going to show everyone what she can do and who she is. Asia gaped a bit and then looked over where Morgan had collided against the ground. Like everyone else, Asia loves Morgan, and if she was doing something important, she wanted to be there to support her. Tony and Pepper suddenly arrived through a portal. Tony smiled at Harry and then spoke up. Well, where is the new member of the Avengers? Harry grinned. It was Morgan's turn to shine and to let the world know the name of Morgan Stark. Chapter 62. Tony and Pepper suddenly arrived through a portal and Tony smiled at everyone. He then cheerfully spoke up. Well, where is the new member of the Avengers? Harry grinned and pointed a thumb towards where Morgan slowly stood up and stared at where Vala had crashed against a tree. Tony and Pepper watched their daughter stand proudly in her boosted Iron Man suit. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Morgan is cooler than me and I'm feeling oddly proud of that. Harry snorted and then chuckled upon hearing Tony's words, while Pepper just playfully rolled her eyes. Harry then spoke up. So far she has used a Hulk smash and it was hilarious, and somehow created a spell that mimics Mjolnir. She seems to be using everything she has seen the Avengers do. Tony and Pepper smiled and then turned towards Morgan to continue to watch her first ever fight as an Avenger. Morgan stood up and stared at where Vala had crashed against a tree. Drake then suddenly spoke in a bit of a panic. Morgan, what was that? I've never seen an attack like that before. Morgan then telepathically began to speak to Drake. It's just a spell I created, it's based on my Uncle Thor's hammer, pretty cool right? Drake's sweat dropped upon hearing Morgan casually say that she had created a spell of such magnitude. Did you just say, Thor? Thor, the Asgardian god of thunder and lightning? Morgan, how can he be your uncle? Morgan giggled. Uncle Thor isn't a god, he's a magical alien. Uncle Harry and Daddy are members of the Avengers with Uncle Thor. Drake suddenly got who Morgan was referring to. Oh. You mean back in your world? Wow, that spell was impressive. Just how did you create that, Star? Morgan hummed on to Jessica and Uncle Harry explained to me how magic works. It's like creating a program but with mana, so I used how Daddy would program his awesome suits. Now I can do everything my uncles and aunties can do. Do you want to help Drake? Drake was completely impressed and awed by Morgan. She was so young, but she was a genius, though he really should have known. Drake then chuckled and then spoke up. You're a scary kid, Morgan, but yeah, I'll help you. Tell me what you need. Morgan cheered. Okay, I'm going to hand control over all my programs to you, activate them as I need them, and call them out. A superhero always calls out his or her moves. Peter told me so. Drake didn't know who Peter was, but he completely agrees with him. Suddenly he received a bunch of information about all the kinds of weapons, spells, and techniques that Morgan had programmed into the boosted gear. In all his years he has never been so impressed before. Morgan, you're the best wielder I have ever gotten, thank you for being my friend. Let's do this, partner. Morgan smiled and nodded. Let's do this, Drake. Vala suddenly burst out from under the tree that had landed on top of him after he crashed against it. That's it. Balance BR. However, Vala was caught off when a glowing red spiderweb hit his face and was suddenly pulled forwards by Morgan, who then jumped over him and stomped on his back with both of her legs, causing Vala to crash against the ground hard enough to crack it. The devils, Azazel, and everyone else gaped except Harry and whoever was with him during his trip to the Marvel Universe upon watching such a small girl stomp an older boy so hard into the ground. Azazel was completely speechless. For one, Vala was getting his ass kicked by what he believes is a child, and then that child is wielding what he believes is the boosted gear, which seems to have become a mutated gear. He was so curious and wanted to go over there immediately to inspect the sacred gear, but stopped himself since Harry Potter and Kyoto's elite squad were present and watching the fight. How is the boosted gear so different? Surtsks frowned and went to ask Sirafal what was going. Sirafal, who are those two? And why are they fighting? Sirafal turned to look at Surtsks. The small one is Morgan, Harry's niece, and the new Red Dragon Empress. I'm not sure who the other one is, but I would like to know what he did to piss off Morgan. She's usually a very sweet and caring girl. Sana, her peerage, and Konako nodded since all of them had spent time with Morgan before and they all love her, even Konako, who just started to spend time with her. Morgan does give the best ear scratches after all, and both Konako and Yuryuki were suckers for a good ear scratch. Harry, who had heard Surtsks and Sirafal speak, decided to answer Serafal's question. That devil seems to be the White Dragon Emperor, and when he found out that I took away the boosted gear from its previous wielder, he became angry and began to demand I give him the boosted gear so he could find a worthy rival. Azazel literally facepalmed so hard that everyone heard it, but they just ignored him while Harry continued to explain. And well, Morgan didn't like that, so she jumped down from my shoulders and, as you can see, proceeded to begin to beat the living shit out of that devil. Sirafal just nodded in understanding, but Surtsks frowned. A devil? No other devil should be up here in the human world. Who is he? Harry shrugged. I'm not sure, but he was quite the cocky little shit and just continued to talk and talk. Honestly, I was about to blast him off the face of the earth, but Morgan beat me to it. Azazel began to sweat as he heard everything Harry just said. He's with me. Everyone turned to stare at Azazel until Harry just tiredly sighed and he rubbed his eyes, causing Azazel to flinch. At this point, I'm not even surprised. I was expecting someone from the Grigori to do something stupid, but before even the peace talks began. Wow, Azazel, great job. Just to let you know, that kid is dead. Even if Morgan doesn't do it, I will. Azazel looked down and dared not say anything. In hindsight, it really was a stupid idea to bring the battle-hungry kid with him, but he was so persistent. Now he can't do anything but watch on as Vala gets killed. Morgan then activated the propulsion units at the bottom of the solace of her armored feet and blasted off Vala's back, causing him to scream in pain since she had begun to use dragon-slaying and god-slaying properties on all her attacks. Once high into the air, Morgan spread her dragon wings and from her back grew giant missile launchers made out of crimson-red energy. Tony jumped a bit in panic the moment he saw what his daughter was planning to do. Oh no! Harry! Morgan is going to bring the rain! Harry actually jumped because that was code for when the Hulkbuster armor was about to rain down Jericho missiles on the Hulk. What the hell? Where did she even see that? Tony awkwardly laughed and scratched his head. Well, Bruce and I might have shown it off to her when it was built. Harry then gave him what Tony can only describe as the most impressive deadpan he has ever seen Harry ever give to anyone, and he was somewhat proud that it was him that had made him do it. Harry then spoke. God damn it, Tony! Harry then snapped his fingers and the barriers protecting the normal humans were reinforced while the girls raised barriers to protect everyone else. Suddenly Morgan pointed a hand towards where Vala was now trying to get up, only for the missiles launcher to fire a continuous barrage of Jericho missiles. As soon as they collided against Vala, who could only watch on at the attack with widened eyes, they exploded with an amazing force, causing the devils and Azazel to scream in fear, while Harry and everyone who either lives, trains or knows them unflinchingly watched the amazing attack Morgan had just released upon the White Dragon Emperor. Harry stared into the blast hum. I see, Morgan used chakra to recreate a bunch-tail beast balls and then reshaped them with mana so it would look like missiles. Dang, even I wouldn't have thought of doing that. Harry grinned in amusement while Ellie, Faye, Jessica, and Hermione took notes because Morgan had just combined two different methods of using specific energy types and combined it to create a whole new spell. The explosion itself was impressive and everyone could still feel the vibrations even while being protected by barriers. Soon the explosion subsided and Morgan looked down so she could see if Vala was still standing. After that, maybe that was a bit too much. Drake's sweat dropped since he was the one that had told Morgan to give that attack a try since he was curious about it. He just didn't think it would be so powerful. Thank Harry and Ereshkigal that you decide to not boost like I told you to, that could have destroyed the country. Morgan giggled. Well, Daddy did say that it's always a good idea to test things before you decide to use full power, and Uncle Harry told me that using bad guys to test new spells and skills is a safe way to know exactly how much damage you can cause. after that it's only a matter of lowering or upping the amount of energy in your attacks. Everyone was able to hear Morgan since they all had supernatural hearing, and they all turned to stare at both Tony and Harry. Both of them raised an eyebrow, and Harry then spoke, "Well, we're right, what else are bad guys for?" Tony nodded in agreement while Pepper huffed, "Boys, I swear." Meanwhile, suddenly a white armored figure shot out of the crater and then stopped as soon as it was at the same height as Morgan. It was Vala in his balance breaker, but the bulky armor was heavily damaged. Vala then spoke up, "Ha ha ha. Yes. This is what I was way." But he was once again cut off when Morgan suddenly created a round shield out of energy and threw it at Vala's face so hard and so fast that he didn't even notice it until it hit him in the face and shattered his helmet. Morgan disappeared in a blur and reappeared on top of Vala's shoulder with her hands holding his unprotected head. "You talk too much, Mr. Bully." With that said, Morgan then proceeded to unleash an enormous amount of electricity from her hands, electrocuting Vala's head with crimson red lightning that lashed out aggressively, making both Albion and Vala scream in pain. Morgan then used all her strength and wings to suddenly twirl her body and twist Vala's body with her legs to the side. She then threw him towards the ground at full speed, where he crashed down into the crater he had left a few minutes ago. The smallest red dragon empress then created a bow out of her crimson red energy and then pull on its string, creating an energy arrow. Harry continued to watch on and then chuckled. So far we have seen her mimic the Hulk, Thor, Peter, Tony, Steve, then she threw him to the ground like Natasha would have, along with that shock attack which had Black Widow written all over it too, and that bow and arrow are all Clint. She really is copying all of us. Tony grinned and Pepper giggled. Well, she grew up with heroes, so, of course, she was going to imitate all of them, especially since they're family to her, so this isn't a surprise at all. Millum, Phew, Jessica, and Jean giggled since it made sense. Morgan is and will always be the Avengers' sweetheart. Asia then spoke, but she's not imitating Harry though. Tony chuckled. Oh, she is, everything she says, how she's planning all of those attacks while not giving her enemy any time to breathe, and the way she moves is all Harry. Everyone who personally knew Harry nodded in agreement, while Asia softly smiled when she noticed Harry blush and scratch his cheek in embarrassment. As soon as Vala crashed against the ground, he was instantly hit by an energy arrow that completely ignored his armor and impaled him in the shoulder. Vala grunted in pain and was about to pull it out, but then she saw Morgan pull the bowstring back and get ready to fire at him again, so he instead rolled on the ground and jumped to his feet to dodge, but he still was hit by another arrow on his back, causing him to grunt in pain once again. He tried to move around at high speed, but no matter what he did, Morgan was still able to hit him with arrow after arrow until he almost looked like a hedgehog. Morgan was finally tired of using him as a target dummy and then suddenly snapped her fingers, causing the arrows to explode and sent him flying out of the blast. Vala flew through the air for a bit until he hit the ground and rolled aggressively for some time. His momentum finally slowed down as he crashed against a tree where he lay bleeding and severely injured. Even Albion was severely hurting since all of Morgan's attacks not only had dragon and god-slaying properties but also caused spiritual damage. Vala then rolled over on his belly and then used the tree he crashed against to get up. He stayed on one knee as he began to cough up blood. Albion, what's the damage? Albion grunted and groaned in pain. The armor is completely destroyed, we won't be able to use it for a while. Those attacks not only physically damaged it but spiritually too. Sigh. We also can't use divide. If we were to absorb the energy of those attacks we will die slowly and painfully. Vala growled, to think a small child would hurt me and you this much. I wanted a good fight, but this is too much even for me. Albion, can we use that? Albion stayed silent for a good while and then spoke up. You can use it, but I don't think she'll let you. She doesn't seem to be the type to let her enemies waste time. Honestly, I'm envious of Drake. She hasn't even used boost yet. Vala frowned, but then he coughed up blood. Damn it. She's just playing with us, that little kid isn't taking us seriously. Suddenly a voice made Vala look up. Of course I'm not, I've seen my daddy and Uncle Harry fight way stronger bad guys than you and they still won. Drake told me that all of Albion's wielders were strong and scary, so I was ready for an epic and cool battle too, but this is just sad. Morgan shrugged and shook her head. Vala then growled and roared as he began to let out all of his energy. Morgan, being cautious, jumped back and watched on, ready for anything. Vala began to chant, I, who am about to awaken, I'm the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God. I envy the infinite and I pursue the dream. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy and I shall take you to the Limga. Vala flinched upon feeling something hit his chest, causing him a sort of strange sensation of pain. Shakily he looked down and saw that Harry had his arm inside his chest. He then looked up and stared up into Harry's eyes. You would dare interrupt our long-awaited fight? Why? Morgan watched her uncle finish the fight, then went back to her basic form and pouted at her uncle. You uncle, I had it. MGRRR. Harry chuckled at how adorable Morgan looked, growling at him, like a tiny little dragon growling at a fully grown one. Sorry sweetie, but I couldn't let this idiot unleash that here. He might have killed the people in town with his pressure alone, and he doesn't seem to be one to care about civilians. Morgan stopped pouting and nodded in understanding. Oh. You're right, I guess I was having too much fun. Okay. Then I'm going to go and play with Hope. With that said, Morgan ran out and immediately went to hug her parents and play with Hope, who smiled at her best friend. Harry smiled watching her being her usual self. He then turned towards Vala and glared, "You sure are an idiot, kid. It's too bad. Today is the day that this ridiculous rivalry between two heavenly dragons ends." Vala growled but then began to scream in agonizing pain as Harry began to harshly rip out dividing out of Vala's soul. Azazel closed his eyes and shook his head. "Damn it, Vala, I told you that attitude of yours was going to get you killed someday, you foolish boy." Harry then pulled his arm out while holding a glowing white orb out of Vala's chest, while Vala himself fell to his knees and began to heavily breathe and cough up blood. He then looked up to Harry with wide and shocked eyes. "This wasn't the way it's supposed to go, Ack." Vala then dropped face first into the ground, and Harry then incinerated his body with white holy fire, making sure no one can get his body and mess with it. "You should have stepped away the first time I told you to do so, maybe you would have lived longer." Harry shook his head and then turned to look at the orb containing Albion and dividing. "I really should destroy you, Albion. I've heard how you like to push your wielders to go into insanity, plus that ridiculous rivalry between you and Drake has been nothing but a disaster upon this world." Harry then began to squeeze the white orb, causing Albion to actually roar in pain, but then he stopped and closed his eyes. "Humph. I'll decide what to do with you later." Harry then chucked dividing into his inventory and then proceeded to fix all the damage caused by Morgan's and Vala's battle. Once he was done, he walked up to his family and friends. Morgan saw him walk towards them and she then ran up to him, where Harry picked her up in his arms with a big smile on his face. Morgan cheered, "Did you see my fight, Uncle Harry? Did I look cool?" Harry chuckled as he walked up to the group. "Yes, you were very cool, Morgan. I wouldn't want to fight you though, you're scary." Everyone smiled as they watched Morgan giggle and then pat Harry's head. "Don't worry, Uncle. I would never fight you, I'm on your side." Harry grinned and nodded. "Boy, does that make me feel very safe." "Thank you, Morgan, you're the best." Tony and Pepper smiled as they watched their daughter tame the scary and super powerful dragon god all over again. Their daughter was a very scary little girl, that's for sure. The Gremory, Surtsks, Grafia, Rias, and her peerage were speechless as they watched the same little girl that just beat the White Dragon Emperor happily hug and giggle at Harry. Azazel just shook his head, and even though he wanted to ask about Morgan's boosted gear, he knew that no one would answer his questions, even less let him approach her, so he opted to quietly leave for now. He still had to prepare for the peace talks, and even though he was hurting because of Vala's death, deep down in his heart he already knew that this was bound to happen at some point. Vala was just too arrogant and battle-hungry. He had told him plenty of time to rein in his attitude, but in the end, he wasn't able to help him, and his decisions finally brought him to the worst possible individual to piss off. He was still somewhat shocked that in the end, it was a very small child and the new Red Dragon Empress who ultimately beat him and led to his death. So for now he will mourn and prepare for the peace talks. Maybe if he succeeds he will be able to prevent more kids from ever dying. After that whole ordeal, the open house finally began, and Harry and the entire Potter clan had gone to support Asia during class. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at how the students and parents looked so shocked upon seeing a big group of people gushing and cheering for Asia. Asia herself was blushing crimson red in embarrassment because this is the first time she has ever experienced this. Everyone was being too loud, but she also had a big smile on her face, telling everyone that she was really happy to have all of her family there for her. Harry, however, also made time to visit all his devil students to show he was also there for them. They all smiled and waved at him when they saw him with the parents watching them study. He even visited Konako along with Yoryuki, who also wanted to be there for her student who didn't have anyone to go for her during events like these. Konako was a little shocked to see Harry there for her, but she then smiled. She had seen how much Harry cared about his students, and it seemed that she was on that list as well. She couldn't help but smile in happiness. After the whole event and day was over, everyone got ready to go home. However, the Potter clan and friends decided to get together at the Potter household and have a little party celebrating the kids and Morgan's first battle. Sana asked Harry if she could bring Rias and her peerage with her, and after thinking about it for a while, Harry decided to let Sana invite her. Rias was surprised but excited about finally being allowed into Harry's home. Unfortunately, Kaiba and Akeno wanted nothing to do with this and quietly went home. Venelana and Zedicus Gremory went home as well after saying goodbye to everyone. Surtsks actually asked Harry if he could come to the party, but Harry actually laughed and told him to go fuck himself. After that, Grafia took the severely depressed Surtsks home, and everyone else went to the Potter's household to celebrate and have a great dinner. It was complete and utter chaos. Pranks were made, games were played and magically shenanigans were the norm tonight, but overall everyone had a great night. The next day the peace talks would finally begin, and after waking up and healing anyone hurt, curing hangovers and magical pranks plus fixing the house, everyone that was involved in the peace talks left to go to Kyoha Academy. Yasaka and Harry would be mediating the proceedings to make sure everyone behaved. Sirafal and Surtsks along with Grafia had decided to represent the devil faction, while Michael represented the church and heaven faction. Azazel was representing the Grigori alone as well, since the one who was supposed to be there with him had gotten himself killed yesterday. Gabriel would also be there, but her role in all of this is as a witness to what had happened when Kokabeel was killed along with an army of fallen angels and mages. Gabriel no longer wanted anything to do with both heaven and the church. Instead, she had decided to create a new occupational branch for Neo Kyoto. This new branch is now being called Little Heaven, and its main purpose is to teach the healing arts and create a new race of angels. These new angels will not be shackled to any system, allowing them to be able to help anyone or anything that seeks healing. However, this branch will also specialize in battle, creating the first angel battle healers of New Kyoto. Tsunade's teaching and philosophy on what role a medic should play on the battlefield made way to this new type of kind but fearsome angels. Sana, her peerage, along with Rias and her peerage, would be watching the proceedings from the Occult Research Club building, since they have nothing to do with what was happening. Once everyone arrived, they quickly took their seats. Upon entering the prepared room for this one occasion, almost everyone present was tense and quite nervous. But if you were to look at their faces, you wouldn't notice that at all. Sirafal, Gabriel, Yasaka, and Harry, however, were cool as cucumbers and were softly speaking amongst themselves until Yasaka suddenly opened a small fan and spoke up. "All right, I declared these peace talks between the three Judeo-Christian factions to begin." Harry closed his eyes. He really wasn't interested in all of this, but he knew that it was important to Sirafal right now, so he decided to quietly listen to everything for now. Gabriel then began to speak about what had happened during Kokabile's failed attempt to restart the Great War. When Gabriel got to the part in which Harry snapped and brought the entire supernatural world to its knees, Michael looked down, feeling ashamed, since it was his faction who caused such travesty to happen to those children. Azazel frowned. He knew Kokabeel was unhappy with his decision to retreat from the war after God had died, but he was tired of watching his sisters and brothers kill each other. It was something that Kokabeel never understood. What's the point of victory if almost all of them would have died if they had continued with that horrendous war? Then Gabriel revealed what Harry had done for the children who have lost their lives. Michael smiled and nodded at Harry in thanks for giving those poor children a second chance. Surtsks was curious about how he could have done that, since the children had been dead for a long time, and so he asked. Harry opened his eyes and answered his question. "I sacrifice both Kokabile's and Valper's souls in exchange for the complete souls of the children. Luckily Death accepted the sacrifice and I was able to fully restore the body and souls of the children along with was taken from them by Valper." Michael, Azazel, Grafia, and Surtsks stared in shock at Harry, who shrugged and continued to explain. "I'm the master of death, but even I have some limits of who I can and can't bring back to life. Unfortunately, the children's souls were horribly mangled, not only because of what Valper did but the way they died left what was left shattered, so I couldn't bring them back to life with any of the spells or techniques I had." Everyone frowned. Listening to what those children went through was hard enough, but to hear about the damage made to their souls was something else, something very sad and disturbing. Harry continued on. "Because I couldn't bring them back like that, I decided to sacrifice those two souls to death itself. The end result was me able to restore those poor souls and bringing them back to life, while Kokabile's and Valper's souls were consumed by the void, ceasing to exist." Harry once again closed his eyes, signaling that he was done speaking, and Gabriel continued on by explaining that the children were moved to Kyoto and that their memories were altered so they never remember what they went through, in hopes that they can live a peaceful life from now on under the care of Harry, who's paying for their education and needs. Everyone smiled at Harry, who just ignored them. Yasaka, Sirafal, and Gabriel giggled watching Harry act like that. Azazel then took a chance to speak, since Gabriel seemed to have finished with her report. "Thank you, sister. How about it, guys? Shall we agree to peace?" Michael and Surtsks looked at each other, while Sirafal grunted. "You sure are shameless, Azazel. You speak about peace when it's your faction who has been causing the most problems out of the other two. Honestly, it's only because Japan and the yokai faction got tired of their actions that the fallen angels have been somewhat behaving, otherwise they would be running around all over the place still thinking they can do whatever they want." Michael and Surtsks nodded in agreement, while Azazel sighed. "Come on, I sent Vala to take Kokabeel back to the Grigori. He just arrived too late, plus my faction members have been killed left and right." Everyone frowned, but it was Harry who spoke. "This is exactly why I dislike you, Azazel." Harry then once again opened his eyes and stared into Azazel's eyes. "You never take responsibility for the actions of your faction. As a leader, it's your job to control them, but you seem more than happy to just let them do what they want, and when something bad happens you just push it aside. it's your job to stop things from happening before they happen. Kokabeel should have been stopped before he even left Grigori to steal the Excalibur swords, not after he already had 3 and had already trespassed into Japan and yokai faction territory. Azazel just stared back into Harry's eyes. Look, I'm sorry but I can't control them all, it's impossible for a race like ours to all behave. Harry then closed his eyes again and shrugged. Then don't complain and whine about how many of your people get sent back to you in pieces. Azazel just rubbed his eyes. Sigh. I know I haven't been the best leader but we are trying the best we can. No one here wants war, right? Especially with everything going on with your factions, right? Both Sertskis and Michael nodded. In all honesty, not worrying about if they would get attacked while they were dealing with their own factions' problems would be a boon. Azazel smiled. Then let's sign a peace treaty. That way we can all work together and not make the mistakes of the past. Sertskis then spoke up again. Wait for a second, Azazel, I still have a question for you. Why exactly are you collecting so many sacred gear users? At first I thought you were preparing for war, but you never did anything. It did leave us very nervous. Michael nodded. That's right. In heaven we were certainly nervous about the Grigori having so many of our father's gifts under their command, but you just seemed content with studying them. Azazel sighed. I was just trying to research sacred gears. I might not have the best opinion on the old man, but even I can admit his work is an art. If you want, I can hand copies of my research to both the Devil and Heaven factions. Both Sertskis and Michael thought about it for a while, but then they nodded. Azazel then continued on. Plus we have also been investigating this new terrorist group that has emerged and has been doing some very suspicious things lately. I have my suspicions about who's the leader, but I have no proof yet. The most concerning thing about all of this is that group seems to have members of all factions. Who knows what they're planning? Both factions' leaders frowned, but Yasaka then snapped her little fan open and covered her mouth with it. Phew. For the infinite dragon god Offis was the leader of the Cows Brigade, but since she chose Harry as her mate she has abandoned them. We the yokai faction have been hunting them down for some time and had slowly taken their numbers down. The hero faction was devastated by Kyoto's elite squad, while some ultimate class devils were taken down by Harry during the time we helped our allies in the vampire faction. You don't have to worry about them, we will take care of them. They did dare to attack Kyoto so openly and we still haven't forgotten or forgave them. Azazel, Michael, and Sertskis gaped at the information Yasaka just dropped on them and stared at her in disbelief. Suddenly Harry's phone began to ring and he answered it, not caring about where he was. Hello? Oh, Sana. What's going? Turns out it was Sana who had called Harry, which was strange because she wasn't the kind of girl to do this sort of thing in the middle of an important event like this. Oh sensei, just letting you know that a bunch of mages broke into the occult research club building and my peerage and I along with Rias and hers dealt with them. They mentioned something about using Gasper to attack you guys. Harry chuckled while everyone else frowned in concern since they were able to hear Sana. Too bad for them that Gasper lives in Kyoto now. Anyways, more than likely there are even more intruders outside. You're allowed to go all out and deal with them, Sana. Sana then took a moment to tell her peerage Harry's orders and then continued to speak with Harry. Order acknowledged, sensei. Sana then hung up and Harry's left eye twitch in annoyance, causing Sirafal, Gabriel, and Yasaka to giggle. I swear those kids are calling me that just to piss me off. Yasaka grabbed Harry's hand. Phew, they just respect you a lot, Harry. Remember when Kunu used to run around while calling sensei all the time? Harry huffed but nodded and then stood while still holding Yasaka's hand. He then snapped his fingers with his unoccupied hand and raised a barrier trapping all the intruders inside. He then waved his hands and a big opening was then made on one of the walls of the room, revealing a female devil who froze upon being discovered and put on the spot. Sirafal then stood up as she recognized the female devil. Kateria. Sigh, it just had to be you. Sirafal shook her head while Harry grinned. Well, speak of the devil and she shall appear. What does the Cows Brigade want in yokai faction territory? Kateria Leviathan began to sweat, not expecting Harry Potter to be present here. She now knew that mistakes have been made and so had only one thing to say about all of this shit. Chapter 63. Kateria Leviathan began to nervously sweat, not expecting Harry Potter to be present here. She now knew that mistakes have been made and so had only one thing to say about this horrible situation she found herself in. Shit. Harry grinned and nodded to Kateria. Yup, that's about right. I guess the Cows Brigade didn't know I live in Kuahu now, hey. Kateria gulped and looked around. She could see the representatives of the factions were here, but Yasaka and Harry Potter were for some reason present as well, something no one in the Cows Brigade knew about. Facing off against Sirafal was risky enough as it is because she's allied to the yokai faction and her current level of power was in quite honesty ridiculous, but she had Offiz's snake to help her with that. But facing against both Harry Potter and Yasaka? That was way beyond her and she knew it. So she narrowed her eyes and immediately took out her snake and tried to eat it, but to her surprise, the infinity snake suddenly vanished. Suddenly Off-Eyes walked out from behind Harry while holding the infinity snake in her hand. She then grinned at the now shocked Kateria and made the snake merge back into her body. Michael, Sertskz, Azazel, and Grafia stared at Off-Eyes in surprise since they didn't expect her to show up so suddenly. Off-Eyes just smiled and floated up to Harry's back and wrapped her arms around him. She then hung there while she hugged Harry with a happy smile on her face. See, I told you that the old Satan faction was going to make a move here. Harry smiled and rubbed his cheek against Off-Eyes'. Yes, thank you, Off-Eyes. I kinda guessed that they weren't going to be able to ignore such a big chance to heavily hit the factions. Off-Eyes nodded and Harry turned his gaze towards Kateria, who only watched in terror how two of the most powerful beings in the world were acting so caring to each other in front of her. How? This was just planned not so long ago, so how did you know we were going to attack today? Harry shrugged, making Off-Eyes shake a bit and causing her to giggle as Harry explained it isn't too hard to imagine what a bunch of self-entitled idiots would do with a good opportunity like this one. All of the members of the Cows Brigade I have ever met have been so arrogant and full of themselves that I would honestly be surprised if any of you guys wouldn't show up today with a big speech about how you were going to take what was taken from you or declare how you will conquer the world and so on and on. Kateria actually sweat dropped because that was exactly what she was planning of doing. She had been practicing her speech all morning before she came to interrupt the peace talks. Harry just continued on. It really is funny how generic and repetitive evil villains are sometimes. It's all the same with you guys. Harry closed his eyes and shook his head. Suddenly explosions and screams began to resound around the Ares and Harry smiled. It looks like my students are taking care of your minions too. That's a lot of mages you have working with you. I wonder, what exactly were you hoping to accomplish here today? Kateria frowned. She was just hoping to take down a leader of two from the factions, but now there was no way she'll be able to pull that off, especially with Harry Potter involved, much less with Off-Eyes here as well. She can't even try to escape and let her comrades know about all of this. The connection to her transportation circle has been completely cut off. Harry opened his eyes and then pointed an open hand towards Kateria, who, knowing her end was close, she tried to at least take someone down with her. But Harry's attack came so fast that she didn't even have time to gather her mana to do anything before she was engulfed in a white beam of pure holy light, and then she knew no more. Sertskz and Grafia grunted in pain from the sheer intensity of Harry's holy light beam, and they could even see that their skin was even steaming a bit from it. Michael was impressed by such a technique and how pure and white Harry's light was. Harry then walked up to the hole he had created in the wall and looked down. He then saw Sana and her peerage easily taking down the many mages that had come to help Kateria. He smiled when he saw them use the spells, techniques, and tactics he and the girls were teaching them, and he was extra proud of Tomo, who was literally dancing from foe to foe with her sword skills. Tomo has progressed so much. I think it's time to get her a weapon, one worthy of her current skill. Off-Eyes looked down and watched as Tomo took enemies down so fast and skillfully. She looks like you when you fight. Harry turned his head a bit and gazed at Off-Eyes' eyes. Well, I am her teacher in Kenjutsu. She and Tsubaki the Genin have an affinity towards swords. They learn so fast anything I teach them that it's honestly a bit ridiculous. Harry chuckled and continued to watch his students take care of their opponents. Sirafal, Yasaka, and Gabriel walked up to him to watch as well. Sirafal smiled proudly towards Sana and her peerage. They all have improved so much. What level do you think they are right now, Harry? Harry hummed and looked up in though for a minute before he answered Serafal's question. Right now they're at least ultimate level, but if they were to take off their gravity and energy draining seals, any of them would be strong enough to smack around the three stooges gathered here today. Michael, Azazel, and Sertskz flinched and held their chest upon receiving emotional damage from Harry's words. Grafia huffed, watching the leaders of the Judeo-Christian factions act like children. Gabriel, Yasaka, and Sirafal giggled upon watching the men in charge of what once was the strongest factions act like they got slapped. To them it was funny. Azazel recovered and then spoke up. Sigh, in any case, since Harry took care of our intruders, how about we just sign the peace treaty? I don't want war, and honestly, I'm tired of all this conflict. Sertskz frowned and looked down. Yes, let's sign it. The devils are also tired of this conflict, plus with our plans to clean house we can't afford to stay hostile towards the fallen and heaven factions. Michael closed his eyes and nodded. Yes, heaven can no longer afford war nor conflict. We all know that heaven was the most affected by the Great War. With our father's death we can't even replenish our numbers, so yes, let's sign this peace treaty. The three factions leaders nodded to each other and then turned to look at Yasaka, who then grinned and hid her smile behind her little fan mai. Whatever are those looks for? Azazel then spoke up. How about it, Yasaka? Would the yokai faction be interested in joining this alliance? We can all help each other. I'm sure your faction wouldn't want any more conflict, right? Yasaka hummed and then turned to look at Harry, who just smiled at her and patted her head. he then turned towards the faction leaders and gave them a sweet smile. Fuck no. The 3 faction leaders sputtered in shock at Harry's harsh no. Azazel then stood up. But why? We can all help each other and walk towards peace. Why would you not want to work together with us? Harry stopped smiling and then stared into Azazel's eyes. I don't trust any one of you, and whoever said that we the yokai faction wanted peace with you. Michael, Sertsk's and Azazel's eyes widened and stared in disbelief towards Harry as he continued to speak. I wished any one of you would do something, anything to give us a reason to go to war, a war you know you would lose, that's why you want peace with us. All 3 faction leaders frowned and Harry grinned. Besides, there's nothing any of your factions can offer us. I can create and get any sacred gear I want from God's system, I can create my own angels, and we have all kinds of technology and resources available to us. Honestly, you are all useless to us, and an alliance between the yokai faction and the 3 Judeo-Christian factions would only be beneficial to you 3, so no, the devils, fallen angels, and angels can all just kill each other. As far as I care. Harry shrugged while the 3 faction leaders looked lost in thought. Yasaka smiled behind her fan. To her this was the moment she had been waiting for so long. Before Harry came into her life, the yokai faction was not taken seriously by these 3 factions, and now they were desperate to ally themselves with them, and she was loving every second of it. Suddenly Offis spoke up. Harry, a yokai is trying to break through your barrier, he's using senjutsu as well. Harry and Yasaka actually raised an eyebrow in curiosity, and Harry used his Rinnegan to see outside the barrier. He then saw a monkey yokai trying to break his barrier with his staff. What in the hell? That's a monkey yokai. Yasaka looked down. A monkey yokai? This doesn't make any sense, who could it be? Harry turned his gaze towards Offis, who deadpanned at him. It's by Cow, he's the only monkey yokai in the Cow's brigade. I don't know what he's doing here though. Harry nodded to Offis and then nodded to himself. Well, let's go ask him what he wants, and I am curious as to what he's doing here. With that said, Harry walked up and then jumped down the hole he had made until he softly landed on the ground below. Yasaka then closed her fan and walked up to the hole as well. Sirafal, Gabriel, make sure these 3 behave and get their treaty signed up so they can leave soon. With that said, the Nine-Tails Kitsune jumped down the hole made by Harry as well to join him in asking this mysterious monkey yokai, what was he doing here? Meanwhile, the 3 faction leaders looked down in embarrassment and disappointment. It seems that the yokai faction is never going to make peace with them. Sirafal then spoke up, bringing their attention towards her. You heard Yasaka, hurry up, sign your treaty and quickly leave. Azazel, Michael, and Sertsk's sweat dropped, not expecting for them to be dismissed like that, but they still nodded and went about finalizing the treaty. They now knew they weren't welcome in Kua anymore, so they hurried in order to leave before Harry really gets tired of them. Harry walked up towards the perimeter of his barrier while also quickly taking down mages that thought it was a great idea to get in his way. Offis was still happily hanging from Harry's neck while Yasaka followed him close behind. Sana saw Harry approach as she clenched her hand, and the many big water orbs that had mages trapped inside them exploded all around her. All of those mages died instantly. Sana then smiled at her. Sensei. Did you come to help? I think we're almost done, so you're kinda late. Harry huffed at being called sensei but then chuckled. No, you guys did a great job taking care of all the enemies. I came here because there's a yokai trying to break through my barrier and I was curious as to why. Sana nodded and then suddenly turned around while waving an arm, releasing a highly pressurized water blade that flew at high speed and cut in half a group of mages that were trying to sneak up behind her. I see. That's curious. Well, don't stop in my account, sensei. My peerage and I are almost finished cleaning up here, so go ahead. Harry smiled and patted Sana's head, causing her to blush but smile a bit as well. She then pushed her glasses up and ran towards where the rest of her peerage was taking down a few more mages. Yasaka then giggled, making Harry turn to look at her. Phew, it seems that you have stolen the heart of another girl, Harry. Looks like our family will just continue to grow and grow. Harry groaned. Sigh, I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm just going to ignore this and just go meet this monkey. Yasaka giggled one more time while Harry continued walking. He then waved a hand, opening his barrier, causing Baikao to then trip and fall on his face inside the barrier, which was then immediately closed up again by Harry. Baikao groaned in pain and slowly stood up but instantly froze when he looked up and saw both Harry Potter and Yasaka, the leaders of his faction, standings before them. Lord Potter, Lady Yasaka, what a coincidence finding you here. Yasaka sweetly smiled while Harry raised an eyebrow and spoke. Yes, coincidence, let's leave it at that for now. What are you doing here? Why were you trying so hard to break into one of my barriers? Baikao gulped because he knew he couldn't lie to his leaders. He was handsome and brave, his words actually, but not stupid. I came to get Vala, the White Dragon Emperor, so we could go and attack Asgard together. Yasaka frowned while Harry huffed. So you went and joined the Cow's brigade, hey? Wow, you're a special kind of stupid, hey? You do know that the Cows Brigade is the enemy of the yokai faction, why would you join them? And Vala is dead, I killed him yesterday after the idiot pissed off the wrong person and was soundly beaten. Bai Kao began to sweat in fear as soon as he heard that Vala got himself killed. He had warned him plenty of times to not bother Harry Potter or any of his family and friends, but no. The idiot just had to do it. Well, they have the Ouroboros dragon on their side, so I thought it would be fun to mess with the other factions. Harry rolled his eyes while Yasaka shook her head. Harry then pointed at Off-Eyes with his thumb. Off-Eyes is no longer siding with the Cows Brigade. Bai Kao turned to look at Off-Eyes, who gave him a deadpan, causing the descendant of Son Goku to sweat drop. Off-Eyes then spoke, Harry is my mate, and I promised Mother Masaki to give her at least 10 grandchildren. Both Harry and Yasaka turned their heads towards Off-Eyes so fast they actually cracked. Upon hearing Off-Eyes' declaration, Harry began sweating hard. Whoa! Hey Off-Eyes, don't go promising things like that to Mom. She's crazy. Don't listen to her. Off-Eyes tilted her head in confusion while Yasaka awkwardly laughed. Masaki is a terrifying woman, she was able to make a dragon god panic and she isn't even here. Yasaka then shook her head and turned towards Bai Kao. You are to go back home, Bai Kao, and report to your grandfather. I'm sure that old monkey must be worried about you. Do I make myself clear? Bai Kao looked down and looked like I chastised kid. Yes ma'am. With that said, Harry sighed and took down the barrier since he could feel that his students were done taking care of the mages. Bai Kao immediately summoned his flying nimbus and took off to go home. He had no intention of disobeying his leaders, not even for the fun of a fight. Harry however fondly smiled upon seeing the flying nimbus. I wonder what Goku and the rest are doing? I'm going to have to go visit them after my next trip to another world. Yasaka then sighed and grabbed Harry's hand and together they walked back towards the school. Along the way Sana and her peerage followed them back. All of them received high praises from Harry, which embarrassed them a bit but still made them feel very proud as well. After a few hours and a couple of attempts to have the yokai faction join the treaty until Harry got tired and flexed his energy, causing the 3 leaders of the Judeo-Christian factions to instantly shut up, the peace treaty was signed. Harry immediately kicked everyone not allied to the yokai faction out of Kyohan, Japan, but not before reminding them to keep their people in control or he would do it for them. The next few days were busy for Azazel, Surtsks, and Michael. There were many things to take care of, not just internationally but domestically as well. Not everyone was happy with the peace treaty and many spoke against it. In the Devil faction, it was the Great King faction who publicly complained and spoke against peace. However, thanks to Sirafal and the Anbio Corps, the Great King faction began to lose its leaders and more influential members. Zekram Bale wasn't stupid and he knew that there was something going on and confronted the miss about it. Sirafal just grinned and told him that their days of ruling behind them were over and that it was the next generation's turn to rule. Zekram Bale's body was later found frozen solid and without his head. Everyone in the Devil faction knew who had done it and why, but no one said anything about it. Sirafal was already recognized as the strongest devil and a member of the yokai faction. Speaking ill or confronting her about Zekram's death would be the same as committing suicide. Things, however, were still chaotic and the Great King faction still continued to fight for control. It might take a while, but the Miss had already taken big steps towards a future, free from the control of egotistical and arrogant high members of their faction. Michael continued his cleanse of the church. Heaven just kept finding more and more shady projects and orders perpetuated by the church. It truly saddened the angels how far the church had fallen, how much pain and darkness they had brought. This cleanse will take a while and Michael knew that, but he still had faith that he will be able to turn the church back to what his father wanted to be. Azazel went back to the Grigori and began to work on sharing their research and resources with the other 2 factions. He truly wanted to help them move forward. His entire life has been full of regrets and failures, so he's hoping to do something right for once, not just for the factions but also for the next generations. He failed Vali. His death was his fault for not doing anything about his arrogance and allowing him to run rampant with his battle lust. He should have taught him better, or at least taught him to keep his mouth shut. He still couldn't believe Vala just walked up to Harry and annoyed him. He had told the young devil that Harry Potter was someone not to bother, but Vala just took that as a challenge. Vala's death will forever be a mark upon Azazel, a mark that will push him to at least try to help the new generation do better and not be so stupid, starting with his faction. Azazel and the rest of the leaders of the Grigori moved out and immediately took down any member of their faction that had any inclinations towards causing trouble. The Grigori would not be making the same mistakes again. It was a matter of life and death now, and Azazel wasn't going to take Harry's threat as a joke anymore. He had seen and witnessed that it was not only Harry they should fear but the entire yokai faction, and watching a little girl easily defeat the strongest white dragon emperor in generations has proven the fact that the rest of the world was ridiculously unprepared to mess with such a powerful faction. The worst thing about all of this is that the people of Neo Kyoto seemed to be getting stronger and stronger every day. They were just better trained, better prepared, and had better equipment as well. Not to mention their healing temples. He was able to watch the one in Kyoto for a little bit, before a busted blonde kicked his ass and threw him out, but what little he saw was amazing. The yokai faction no longer had to worry about death with medical practices, magical or otherwise, like what he saw in there. Overall, these past few days were incredibly busy and stressful for the Judeo-Christian factions, but they were still hopeful for the future. Meanwhile, things in the Potter's household were as busy and chaotic as usual. Harry trained and even taught his students far more advanced spells and techniques after having witnessed how much they had improved. This made the young devils and genin very excited but also a bit afraid. Harry's methods of training were always insane, and the fact that he always made them fight powerful creatures or members of the Potter household was horrible for them. But they couldn't argue with the results of this type of extreme training, so they continued on. They also received permission to finally go into the natural dungeon and use it for battle experience. Harry had also given them what he called fetch quests. He told them to go deep into the dungeon and grind or harvest for materials that he would use to create new weapons for everyone. This excited everyone, and even though it would take a while for everyone to reach the deeper levels of the dungeon, they were still willing to do so. Obtaining a weapon crafted and enchanted by Harry Potter himself was big in Neo Kyoto, and so far only a few had one, so the young devils and genin were happy and excited to have a chance of getting one of their own. Harry was also now training both Himawari and Morgan separately. To Himawari he was passing down everything new about magic and spell crafting. The young Uzumaki had a very rare talent for magic, and as promised, Harry was more than happy to help her nurture it. Morgan was being taught everything about being a dragon by both Harry and Drake. This included spells, techniques, and abilities, though both dragons were taking it easy since to them Morgan was still a hatchling and they wanted her to enjoy her childhood. Morgan, however, showed her inherent high intellect and was able to learn and modify everything she learned from Harry and Drake quite easily. She can even take on a dragon form now. Though her dragon form was as small as her human form and thus was deemed adorable by everyone, this made her sulk a bit because she wanted to be big and cool like her uncle. Harry just chuckled and told her that she will get bigger as she gets older and that to enjoy her small size now while she can, because once she gets bigger she won't be fitting anywhere anymore. Besides training the kids, Harry and the rest of the men continue to dungeon dive for medals and even magical monster drops. It became a fun activity for the men in the Potter household, a sort of a hangout, and eventually, even Naruto and Sasuke joined them when they would go to the dungeon. It was quite cathartic to be able to fight for fun instead of having to do so when the world is in danger, plus whatever they don't need they could sell to get extra money or buy new interesting things from New Kyoto. Harry also helped Naruto and Sasuke train and master their new abilities. Both of them gained all of the elemental affinities, so Harry helped them learn how to use them and taught them a lot of elemental jutsu. He also helped Sasuke with his Rinnegan abilities. Something that Sasuke had been struggling with for a long while. For Naruto he taught him how to control the six-path chakra mode and how to use it. He also gave him the adamant sealing chains, which made Naruto extremely happy. Harry then afterward taught them all kinds of skills and techniques to add more variety to their arsenal, something both shinobi were really happy about. That's how the days passed quickly by, and soon summer arrived, and along with it, summer vacation, which meant that Harry, Luna, Susan, Hermione, and Mr. Goop would be leaving soon to another world for vacation. The girls were excited for their trip since this would be their first official world jump. They had gone to Konoha and even Karakura, but this time it would be a whole new and unknown world. Who knows what they would see and experience, and that had them very excited. So they spent some time preparing for their trip. Each girl knew what they wanted to bring and prepare for their world jump. Hermione, ever the responsible one, prepared all kinds of potions and magical medicine just in case they would need it. Susan just trained and made sure to be ready for anything. Luna was just excited and happy to go on vacation with Harry, and the fact that she was bringing Mr. Goop with them just made everything better for her. Harry just made sure his students knew what he was expecting them to do for their training and divided them between Kyoto's elite squad for more specialized training. Other than that, he would make sure to take the girls on dates or just spend a lot of time with them. This now included Gabriel, Sirafal, and Yasaka as well, and he made sure to always drop in on them and kidnap them for a date or two. Of course, these three didn't mind and were more than happy to spend time with him, especially since they officially started dating him, something that made the other members of Harry's harem groan and loudly exclaim finally. Besides that, just a few more changes had happened during the time that passed by. Kyoto's healing temple now had more angels. Now that both Irina and Zenobia had survived Tsunade's training, they have gotten stronger but also very good in the medical arts. Another surprise was when Brunhilde appeared with the first member of Kyoto's Valkyrie unit. Jean, who was once a member of the Cows Brigade and was imprisoned during the failed attack on Kyoto by the hero faction, was recruited by Brunhilde as the first Valkyrie of Kyoto. At first, Harry wasn't sure, but Brunhilde told him to give her a chance, and so Harry decided to allow it. So he then gave Jean a bunch of skills that would help her in her job as a Valkyrie, and thus she began to train with Brunhilde since then. It was later that Yasaka told him that Jean had been slowly letting herself die. She had stopped eating and even sleeping, so she was worried about her, but Brunhilde, seeing a little bit of herself in Jean, talked to her and then chose her for the new Valkyries. Harry sadly sighed but was glad that at least this way Jean would have something positive to work on and hopefully find what she was looking for in life. Ryrika, who was now living in the Potter household, was happier than she has ever felt, not that she would ever admit it though, but she did have a blast with the chaos that was always present in this house. She also got into monster taming. For some reason, she thinks the monsters found in the dungeon were cool and cute, so she joined the monster taming guild in Kyoto and became good friends with Hagrid. This of course made her popular with the children Harry had brought back to life, to the point that she was eventually adopted as an older sister by them. She was still confused as to how that happened, but she accepted nonetheless. Now she can be often seen spending time with the kids, either playing or bringing them candy. Soon the time for Harry's next world jump arrived and everyone got together to say goodbye. Harry was going to be gone for only a month this time, but everyone was still going to miss them. Everyone smiled and hugged Harry and the girls while telling them to have a lot of fun and to bring souvenirs, which made Harry chuckle. Morgan and Hope sadly hugged him tightly, but Harry told them that he would bring them on a world jump trip sometime too and cheered them up. After hugging everyone and saying goodbye, it was time for Harry and the girls going with him to leave, and so with one more smile and a wave, Harry activated his world jump, causing reality to crack like glass until it shattered. Soon after they found themselves inside some kind of giant dome filled with all kinds of environments. Harry and the girls looked around and immediately noticed a black-haired and tired-looking man on the floor, who was heavily injured some long distance away from them. Harry narrowed his eyes and then looked behind the injured man and noticed a bunch of kids in some kind of weird costumes on top of some steps. They all seemed worried for the injured man on the floor. He then turned around and noticed a young man with what seemed to be hands on his face. With him was another man apparently made of darkness and a big monster-like creature. However, it was the darkness in the young man's heart that had Harry on high alert. He has seen a lot of dark-filled hearts in his long journey, but this guy was just too disgusting to him. These people also seemed to not have noticed him, and the girls arrived. They were busy staring down at each other and speaking. However, he then saw the young man take off running towards a trio of kids that were hiding nearby. Two were boys but the other one is a girl. All three looked unique to Harry. One of the boys and the girl had green hair, while the other boy was not only very short but his hair was purple and had some kind of purple orbs growing out of his head. He then saw the young man reach out for the green-haired girl's face and all the kids panicked for some reason. So reacting on instinct, Harry disappeared in a blur and reappeared between the young man with the hands on his face and the green-haired girl. He then caught the young man's wrist, preventing him from touching the green-haired girl, shocking everyone watching all of this unfold. Then the giant creature reacted and launched itself toward him in an attempt to punch Harry, but the dragon god caught the creature's punch with his other hand and hummed, while the green-haired girl gulped and let out a soft and scared crow. Harry raised an eyebrow at her but then decided that he didn't have time to wonder about what he just heard and then threw both the young man and creature away from him and the green-haired girl. The guy, who seemed to be made of darkness, caught his allies and teleported him back on the ground on his feet before he could crash against anything, while the creature continued to fly and then crashed against some trash. "Tomura, are you okay?" The now revealed Tomura rubbed his wrist and growled while glaring at Harry. "Yes, I'm okay, Kurogiri, but who is he?" "Another student." Kurogiri shook his head. "No, he isn't on the student roster, I don't know who he is." Tomura once again growled and then began to aggressively scratch the back of his neck. "Damn it. Is he a hero then?" Kurogiri shook his head. "No, I don't think so. I have never seen him or heard of a hero with his description, not only that, he's wearing regular civilian clothes as well." Tomura glared towards Harry, who was just watching them and listening into their conversation. Suddenly the creature reappeared and launched itself towards Harry. Harry just stared as the creature got close to him and launched a barrage of punches, but to everyone's amazement, Harry began to easily dodge every punch with ease. The girls just stayed standing and watching, waiting for Harry's orders. They didn't know what was going on or who was the bad guy, so they opted to just do what Harry decided to do. Harry, having grown tired of this creature, suddenly pointed an open hand and said one word: "Shinra Tensei." The creature was stopped dead in its tracks, and for a second he seemed to resist whatever force was being afflicted on him, but he then shot backward at high speed, almost hitting Tomura and Kurogiri with its enormous body. The young students stared in shock at Harry and how easily he sent flying the same monster who brought down their teacher with ease. Tomura, however, wasn't happy and began to growl and scratch his neck again. "Erg. Just who are you? Some kind of NPC? A boss? No one should be able to do that to my Nomu. Harry chuckled upon hearing the game terms Tomura just yelled at him and decided to humor him. Boss, hey? Well, if you want to classify me with those terms, then I would be that one secret boss that you can only find after beating the game, that one boss you have to get the best equipment and the best teammates to even have a chance of taking him down. Harry began to walk up to Tomura and Kurogiri. The real question you should be asking yourself right now is, am I high enough level for this boss? Harry grinned and his emerald green eyes began to glow as he stared down at both Tomura and Kurogiri, who took a step back upon feeling an odd pressure begin to come down on them. Harry Potter has arrived in the world of heroes and villains, and none of these people will be ready for the sort of chaos that is about to befall them. Chapter 64. Harry grinned as his emerald green eyes began to glow as he stared down at both Tomura and Kurogiri, who took a step back upon feeling an odd pressure begin to come down on them. Both villains didn't know why, but there was a sudden feeling of dread that was slowly overcoming them. Whoever this stranger was, he wasn't someone to mess with. Tomura then growled, not liking the emotions that he was currently feeling. Nomu. Kill this guy. Nomu suddenly reappeared in front of Harry, surprising him a bit, but he still stopped the punch that was sent his way with one hand. Harry then stared at the creature before him and noticed how it was healing its wounds quite rapidly. I see, so you have a healing factor and some sort of resistance to force. The creature didn't respond to what Harry just said. It just roared and tried to punch Harry with its other fist, but Harry moved his head out of the way and then used the fist he was holding to lift the creature above his head and then slammed it down to the ground, where he then grabs hold of his neck, preventing it from moving. The young inspiring heroes stared in confusion and awe at the ease this strange and new person was dealing with such a terrifying creature, the same creature that had taken down their teacher with ease. Tomura was throwing a fit and scratching his neck non-stop. How is this guy able to stop Nomu? How is he overpowering our weapon against All Might so easily? Sensei never told me of someone this strong existing. Kurogiri narrowed his eyes as he stared at how their creation was being manhandled so easily. Tomura, I think we should leave immediately. This newcomer seems to be trouble. But Harry heard their conversation and then suddenly snapped his fingers, creating an anti-teleportation ward around the entire area. Kurogiri suddenly grunted in pain as he felt his quirk no longer working. Tomura noticed Kurogiri's discomfort and got worried, since he was his mean of escaping. Kurogiri? What's wrong? Kurogiri grabbed hold of his chest and let out a strained breath. He did something. He somehow is stopping my quirk from activating. Tomura growled and then turned towards Harry, who had his gaze towards them, and he held down Nomu, preventing it from moving. Izuku Midoriya was completely amazed at this new person that appeared out of nowhere. He's moving so fast. Super speed? Increased reflexes. But not only that, he's strong too, so super strength? And then he did something when he snapped his fingers. That teleporter seems to be in pain, so he did something that prevents warp-type quirks. Tsuyu Azui was still in a bit of shock. She was well aware that she had almost died, that villain had her dead to rights and she couldn't even do anything to stop it, but then this strange and quite terrifying, her animalistic instincts were telling her that Harry is extremely dangerous person, saved her life and was now playing around with what the villain had claimed to be the weapon to kill All Might. The only thing she could do right now is let out a soft kuro. Shota Izawa was in a lot of pain. Not only was he severely injured by the strange and powerful creature that had appeared with the villains, but he had also been affected by the quirk of who he believes is the ringleader of this unexpected attack on the USJ. But that wasn't all. Now they had a new stranger, a very powerful one. If how easily he was dealing with the same creature that hurt him so badly was any indication of his power and skill. Even from his position on the floor, he can easily see the ease with which this new stranger was dodging all of the super fast punches sent his way. That spoke of experience and skill. The confusing thing about all of this is the fact that the stranger seemed young, around 17 to 20 years old, and he already had that creature pinned down on the ground. Harry stopped staring at Tomura and Kurogiri and turned back his gaze towards Nomu and inspected him with his Rinnegan and observe skill. You used to be human, what kind of monster would do this to a person? Harry frowned and turned to glare at Tomura and Kurogiri, who took an involuntary step back. Not you two, you don't look smart enough to do this. He then turned towards Nomu, who was struggling to escape from Harry's grip. Harry thought about it for a while, but in the end, he decided to do something about this creature. He then took both of Nomu's superpowers and created skill orbs out of them and then placed them inside his inventory. Nomu screamed in pain, but Harry then reversed time on its body, returning it to who he was before. He was still dead, but now his body wouldn't be used for evil. This made the villains gasp in utter shock. This even shocked everyone watching Harry deal with the creature, not once expecting it to be a human. Finding out that the creature was a person left everyone speechless. Tomura and Kurogiri could only stare in disbelief at what had happened to their weapon. Harry stood up and then turned towards both flabbergasted villains and then points a finger towards Tamura. I don't know what sort of situation I stumbled upon, but I know this: you have a disgusting amount of darkness in your heart, you're too dangerous to keep alive. The young inspiring heroes and their teacher widened their eyes in shock upon hearing Harry's declaration. To some of the students the idea of killing someone seemed too extreme and unethical. Shota, however, could understand what Harry meant, and he definitely agreed that this guy seemed too dangerous and unhinged to let him run around freely, even though he should stop this, though he didn't want to. He couldn't, he was too injured to move. Tamura glared at Harry. You want to kill me? What sort of hero would kill? You aren't making any sense. Harry chuckled coldly. Hero? I think you're confusing me with someone else. I'm not a hero, nor will I ever be one. No, I'm just a guy who does things his way and doesn't care if anyone doesn't like it. Right now my instincts are telling me that it would be a grave mistake to let you live, and I always listen to my instincts. Tamura actually gulped from the seriousness in Harry's voice. He really is planning to kill me. TCH, I can't let myself get killed here. Tamura began to nervously sweat and once again scratch his neck to the point where he began to bleed. Harry was about to spring into action when suddenly a double steel door was busted wide open and a big, tall, and muscular man slowly walked inside. I am here. The young students began to smile and cheer upon watching their teacher and hero All Might finally arrive. The villains actually gulped while Harry's sweat dropped. What sort of dramatic entrance is that? However, All Might, the moment he saw Harry standing by what seemed to be a dead body, jumped to conclusions. That fact that he had rushed over to save his students from a villain attack meant that he himself wasn't in the mood to wait to be told of the situation. This is why All Might immediately jumped into action and attacked Harry, confusing him as another villain, and before anyone could even try to say anything he was already in front of Harry with his fist up in the air and ready to punch him. Harry, however, just raised an eyebrow and stopped All Might's punch with one hand, which caused a massive shockwave that caused all the students to drop on their butts. Toshinori Yagi aka All Might's eyes widened in utter shock at the fact that this villain to him at least was able to stop his punch with ease. Harry grabbed hold of All Might's fist and then stared into his eyes. I don't know who you are, but you are making a big mistake. All Might narrowed his eyes and then launched his other fist to try and hit Harry in the face. Harry, however, was getting tired of people trying to punch him since he got to this world, and so then moved his head to the side and dodged the punch. Using the momentum from his maneuver, he spun on his heel and then lashed out a kick into All Might's chest, causing him to cough up blood and then get sent flying a bit backward. Meanwhile, Tamura and Kurogiri took advantage of the situation and silently tried to escape. Harry noticed and tried to catch them, but All Might suddenly appeared in front of him, causing Harry to huff in annoyance. TCH. You're annoying. Harry without hesitating waved an arm and released an energy wave that hit All Might, but he put up his arms to protect himself from Harry's attack. Harry then watched as Tamura and Kurogiri ran out of the door this new guy just busted in, and then a moment later he felt them disappear from his senses, causing Harry to grow even more annoyed. This was the first time in a long while since an enemy had escaped him, and he was very upset about it. Damn. I should have extended the ward wider. I just didn't expect an idiot to get in my way so suddenly. Harry then turned towards where All Might was standing and shaking a bit from the pain caused by Harry's energy wave. Harry frowned and used his Rinnegan to analyze All Might. What the hell? This guy is literally half dead already. How is he able to move so fast and hit that hard with his condition? All Might recovered and stared at Harry. He could tell that this young man was frustrated with him and perhaps angry with him for getting in his way, but he knew he was dangerous. Something told him that this young man was a threat, a big one, and he couldn't ignore it. Young man, I don't know why you decided to attack this facility. But you won't get away with whatever you're planning. I never let villains win. Harry just raised an eyebrow as he stared at the man before him. A villain? Can't say I have ever been called that before, but honestly, I don't know what you're talking about. Look, just leave me alone. You're in no condition to fight, and if you insist on doing so, I won't show you any mercy. All Might frowned. This person didn't seem interested in him and he somewhat seemed confused. The weirdest thing about all of this, though, is that he didn't seem to recognize him, plus he mentioned his condition, and that's something that not a lot of people know about. Before he could say anything, his student and protege Izuku suddenly spoke out loud. All Might. He's not the bad guy. It was those other two that just escaped. This guy save us. All Might gaped towards Izuku, whose sweat dropped upon watching his teacher realize he messed up. All Might then turned towards Harry, who just shook his head and huffed. All Might then coughed and stood up straight. Well, in any case. Is everyone all right? Everyone gaped towards All Might in shock. The same thought ran through everyone's mind at the same time. He's going to pretend nothing happened. All Might began to nervously sweat as he saw everyone giving him a weird look. Harry just sighed and walked up to his companions, who were all sitting on top of Mr. Goop as if he was a beanbag. Luna waved at him while Hermione and Susan gave him an amused smile. Harry just smiles back at them and shook his head. Sigh, we're always arriving when there's action. Sigh. I blame the cursed Potter luck, damn it, Dad. The girls giggled while All Might went to check on Shota. Isawa, sorry for being late. Shota just sighed and slumped on the floor. Sigh, it's fine, that person over there saved everyone, you missed it, but these villains were here specifically for you and they brought some kind of creature that they claimed was made just to kill you. It certainly seemed so. That thing had quirks that made it too strong. Good thing that guy took it out. That corpse over there is the creature. I don't know what he did, but he turned the creature back to human, one that seems to have died a long time ago by the looks of it. All Might frowned. All the information he just received was very concerning. He turned toward the dead body and then turned his gaze toward the young man who was able to stop his punches. Luna jumped off Mr. Goop and then spoke up to Harry. Harry, why do you think all those kids are wearing costumes? Did we interrupt Halloween party? Harry chuckled and grabbed her hand. I don't really know, but how about we go ask? Plus that guy on the floor looks quite hurt, let's give him a hand. Luna cheerfully smiled and nodded. Harry then turned towards Susan and Hermione, who nodded and jumped down from Mr. Goop, and everyone walked towards Shota and Yagi. The two teachers and heroes stared as Harry along with the girls approached them and waited to see what he wanted to talk about. Harry and company arrived at Shota and Yagi. Harry then began to talk. So can someone explain to me what is going on? We just arrived and we don't know what kind of situation we just got involved with. Both teachers noticed how weird that sentence sounded. This strange young man said that they have just arrived, but from where? Shota grunted and began to speak. Ugh, where did you even come from? You appeared out of nowhere. Harry raised an eyebrow and pointed an open hand toward Shota, causing both him and Yagi to tense up. Kuraga. A soft green light engulfed Shota's body and instantly healed his wounds, surprising both teachers. Shota, feeling better, suddenly stood up and inspected his body. Everything is healed. Harry shrugged. You seem to be in a lot of pain, so I decided to do something about it. Shota frowned and then stared into Harry's eyes. Just who are you? You have an alarming amount of quirks. Yagi narrowed his eyes towards the strange young man upon hearing about him having multiple quirks. Harry, however, tilted his head. Quirks? What do you mean quirks? Both Shota and Yagi stare in disbelief at Harry. Yagi then spoke. Young man, those abilities you showed, those are quirks. Harry looked even more confused, but it was here that Izuku had arrived and spoke up while Tsuya was speaking to Luna and poking Mr. Goop in curiosity. Mineta was on the floor somehow tied up while Susan was glaring at him. They mean your super strength, super speed, enhanced reflexes, quirk absorption, time reversion if that's what you did to that creature, energy blasts, and healing as well. Harry jumped a bit when the green-haired boy suddenly got too close for comfort while speaking so fast. Both teachers sighed and All Might decided to speak. Young Midoriya, slow down and give this young man some breathing room. Izuku froze and then jumped a bit away from Harry while apologizing to him, who just raised an eyebrow to Izuku. No worries, and I caught all of that. The problem is that those aren't quirks. My physical abilities are because I'm not human. The time reversion and healing was magic. The energy wave was key, and quirk absorption was just me using soul and energy manipulation. Izuku was writing furiously in a notebook. No one knew where he got from while Yagi and Shota gaped at Harry. Tsuya, who was now on top of Mr. Goop, just let out a small crow. Shota looked down in thought as he analyzed everything Harry just said, but only one thing seemed to stand out the most from everything he just said. What do you mean you're not human? Harry grinned, but he didn't have a chance to explain when another voice appeared out of nowhere. I would also like to hear this as well. Harry turned around and looked for the person who just spoke, but he didn't see anyone. He then began to look around confused. Suddenly the voice spoke up again. Down here, young man. Harry looked down and stared at the mouse-like creature in a fancy suit who was grinning at him. He was about to speak, but then Luna squealed in delight, and in a blur, she had the strange creature in her arms and hugging it tightly. Everyone's sweat dropped when they saw the strange creature actually melt in Luna's arms and smile content. For some reason Harry chuckled. Ah well. I think I've seen everything now. After a while more teachers appeared and began to help the injured and arrest all of the villains that were defeated. Hermione healed the woman who was very injured and proceeded to ask her why was she wearing a spacesuit. Afterward, Harry, the girls, and Mr. Goop were taken to Nisa's office along with All Might and Shota, where everybody can peacefully speak. Harry then explained most of what was going on to Nisa, who seemed very interested in the fact that Harry and his companions had come from another world, a world where magic and supernatural creatures were the norms. Harry, after explaining their situation, then told them about how they had arrived right in the middle of the whole USJ mess, and seeing that someone was about to die he decided to intervene, and so he dealt with the creature. He was about to deal with the other villains when All Might arrived and started attacking him for some unknown reason. I didn't want to hurt this guy any more than he already is, so I tried to get him out of the way, but he was too stubborn. All Might and Nizu stared at Harry until Nizu spoke up to ask, how do you know about All Might's condition? That's been kept a secret in this world. Harry turned his gaze towards All Might for a second before turning his gaze back to Nizu. All Might, hey? What a stupid name for a superhero. The sad part is that it isn't the worst one I've heard. My eyes are special, they allow me to see all kinds of things, like the physical condition of people to even their souls. Nizu nodded in understanding while All Might's sweat dropped at his name being attacked like that. However, Shota frowned and spoke up. Do you honestly expect us to believe that you came from another world? That you can use magic and whatnot? It's illogical to believe such nonsense. Harry shrugged. I could care less if you believe me or not. I don't know you and I don't care about you. Besides, it doesn't change the fact that if I wanted to I could destroy this entire solar system with a snap of my fingers. Shota growled and stepped forward towards Harry, but Luna waved a hand and turned him into a teddy bear, causing both Nizu and All Might to jump in surprise. There, now stay like that until you calm down. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. If there was someone that anyone should fear, it is Luna Lovegood. She might be a sweet and caring girl, but as the master of darkness, she has a very vindictive mind when she wants to. Nizu stared at the teddy bear Shota was turned into. It had Shota's black long hair and his tired red eyes, but everything else was all teddy bear. All Might walked up to it and picked it up. He stared at it for a good minute and then placed it on top of Nizu's desk. Nizu himself then turned towards Harry. Earlier before, you mentioned something about not being human. What did you mean by that? All Might gaped at the fact that Nizu was ignoring the fact that one of his teachers was turned into a teddy bear, while Harry then grinned at Nizu. I'm a dragon god. Luna, Susan, and Hermione are mages, very powerful and skilled ones at that, though Luna is something else as well, but that's up to her to tell you if she wants to. Nizu rubbed his chin as he began to absorb everything he just heard and seen. What are your plans in this world, Harry? Harry just smiled and shrugged. Honestly, we're only here for a vacation. We don't have any plans other than to spend time together and have fun. Nizu began to chuckle while All Might looked completely stunned upon hearing the reason for Harry to jump into this world. Nizu then spoke up. Then how would you like to help in this school of mine, Harry? Here in UA we train children to become heroes. Harry tilted his head. Heroes? This is a school for superheroes? Why? Being a hero is not something that can be taught, it is something that is sparked in the hearts of people. All Might and Nizu nodded in agreement to Harry's sentiment, but they still had to explain how things work in this world, and they did. Harry listened intently at how the government took control and made laws to control the use of superpowers and tried to avoid children from growing up as villains by creating a school system to inspire them into becoming heroes. Harry didn't exactly like everything he just heard. He could understand some of the reasons, but he just couldn't accept them. So he frowned, something that Nizu noticed, but he waited for Harry to speak up. I'm not a hero and I'll never be one. I have always considered myself a selfish monster that just wants to keep his loved ones safe, but I have met real heroes, people willing to sacrifice everything to protect everything, selfless and kind men and women that faced many dangers and had even died only to get up again and keep fighting to save their world. But this fanaticism of heroes, commercializing heroism, and controlling when and where people should save a life seems utterly stupid to me. All Might frowned, but Nizu nodded. He knew of what Harry meant with his words. Harry then went on. What does the government expect? For someone to just patiently wait for a hero to come by and save them when they need help. For someone to just stand there and watch an injustice happening and not do anything about it because they don't have a piece of paper saying that you have been approved to help? What about some of the students I saw today? Some of them had darkness in their hearts, a darkness that tells me that they don't deserve to be heroes. All Might looked ready to protest, but Nizu raised a hand stopping him from speaking. Nizu then spoke. Yes, everything you just have said is correct. I myself was a victim of a hero not being there to help me in my hour of need, and no doubt there are others like me out there, but this is why I hope that with my school that I'm able to teach the new generation how to be good and kind heroes, but I need all the help I can get, not only to show them the way but prepare them to be just as you had described, true heroes. All Might frowned but didn't say anything. He knew Nizu had suffered a lot at the hands of humans and that no one had bothered to save him until he came along, so he can't blame his old friend for having that kind of mentality. Harry frowned and looked down, but then he felt someone grab his hand and he turned towards who had grabbed it. He smiled when he noticed that it was Luna who had grabbed his hand. Luna gave Harry a soft and kind smile. You have always helped people, Harry. Why not help a couple of young people become real heroes, show the world what real ones look like you did with the Avengers? Harry sighed but softly smiled at Luna. Nizu grinned while All Might then spoke up with a question. The Avengers? Hermione smiled and nodded. The Avengers are a group of superheroes from another world that Harry helped train. He was also a member of this team and together they protected that world against pretty much anything: supervillains, aliens, invasions, gods, demons, magic users and even the government itself. Nizu then laughed excitedly while All Might just looked like he had given up and just accepted the fact that these people weren't normal. Harry just smiled at Hermione and caressed her cheek, causing her to blush and smile at Harry. Susan pouted and jumped on Harry's back. Hey Harry, pamper me too. Harry grinned. Okay, just let me finish speaking with the rat, okay. Susan grinned and nuzzled his neck. Harry then turned towards Nizu. Okay, so what exactly are you asking me to do, Nizu? Nizu maliciously grinned. I would like you to teach and show these young inspiring heroes how dark and hard the path they have chosen is. I want you to use your vast experience to give them a piece of reality. All Might was now very worried about his students and even more so about his protege Izuku, especially since he could see Harry maliciously grin. Ah. You know what, Nizu? You and I are going to get along just fine. Both Nizu and Harry then began to cackle in evil glee, causing All Might and Hermione to sweat drop and Susan to giggle at her boyfriend's antics. Luna and Mr. Goop decided to join in the cackling as it seemed like both Harry and Nizu were having a lot of fun. This is how Nizu's office was filled with the sounds of 4 cackling people, and at the same moment, each and every student in UA had a collective sense of dread that caused a cold shiver to go down their spine. Throughout the rest of the day, everyone who was a student of UA was tense, nervous, or at times downright terrified, almost as if death itself had them by the necks. In Death's domain, Death herself was laughing very hard at the fact that so many souls were fearing her and they didn't even know why. Phew, my beloved master seems like he's about to have a lot of fun soon. Back with Harry and company, after Luna, Mr. Goop, Nizu, and Harry finished cackling, they began to speak about how everything would work out. First, Nizu was going to give them some land so Harry could build a house where he and the girls along with Mr. Goop could live in peace and comfort. However, Harry had told both All Might and Nizu that he had no intention of following this world's idiotic laws in heroism, and if the government tried to do something then he would bring destruction upon them. Nizu agreed, not really caring about what the government had to say, and if they wanted to do something stupid like pissing off a legitimate deity then they deserved to be taught a lesson. All Might began to nervously sweat and inwardly pray that the government never tried to do something stupid. Harry also told him that he would not be allowing anyone with darkness in their heart to continue to pretend to want to be heroes. He would gladly take their powers away and leave them to live the rest of their life without their precious quirk. This was the only thing Nizu didn't like, but he could understand why Harry would want to do this, so he told him that if that's the case, to first come to him to talk about it before he makes a decision. After thinking about it for a while, Harry, in the end, decided to agree with that condition, alleviating the concerns and worries of both Nizu and All Might. And so Harry will now begin to teach the young heroes in training of UA. Shota, upon being turned back to normal, wasn't happy that this had happened, and the fact that he couldn't even protest it just made things worse, but Harry just chuckled. And what makes you think I care about your protest? You do things your way and I'll do mine my way. Shota frowned but didn't say anything else. In some ways he agreed with Harry's way of thinking, but he also thought that he was being too extreme about it, but like Harry just said, he has every right to do things his way, especially since he himself certainly does things his way as well. After that, Nizu took them towards a big empty lot inside the school, and Harry wasted no time in using his mokuton, wood style, to create a wood house just for him, the girls, and Mr. Goop. Shota, All Might, and Nizu gaped at the ease Harry had created such a big house, and then watched in awe and amazement as Luna, Hermione, and Susan began to use magic to ward, expand and add utilities to the house. Nizu was certainly impressed. Amazing, you made this wooded house self-sustained. I think I saw Miss Hermione carve what I believe were runes. Is that how you did all of this? Hermione smiled and nodded yes. I used runes to create clean water, to turn mana into electricity, automatic cooling and heating, runes to keep everything comfortable here, and a few other things. Nizu nodded. I see. What about what you did to make the rooms bigger? You even added more somehow. Susan was the one who answered his question. Oh. Those were standard wand magic expansion spells and space and time manipulation to create more rooms. Nizu was very interested in such useful and exciting abilities that magic seems to provide. How interesting. Who taught you to do all of this, by the way? Luna grinned and then spoke next. Hermione and Susan learned wand magic in a school for witches and wizards. Harry taught us everything else. And even gave us all kinds of abilities too. Nizu turned to Harry, who was taking out furniture from his inventory that he had prepared for when he had decided to world jump with the girls. Is that so, Harry? You can give other people powers. Harry turned towards Nizu and nodded. Yup. I have given all kinds of skills, spells, and techniques to my family and friends. I know that I'm not always going to be there to protect them, so I gave them the means to protect themselves, but that's it. Everyone put in the dedication and hard work to master everything I gave them. The girls smiled and nodded, while Nizu nodded in agreement to Harry. After all, why shouldn't he share his power with those he loves? Shota and All Might were busy looking at everything, but then Shota turned toward Mr. Goop, who was cheerfully smiling and just standing beside Nizu, who didn't seem to mind him. I've been meaning to ask, but what is this thing? Shota pointed at Mr. Goop, who just blinked in surprise. Luna giggled and answered Shota's questions. That's Mr. Goop and he's a good slime. Shota and now All Might stared into Mr. Goop's eyes for a long minute. Shota then commented, this is a slime? Aren't they supposed to be weak and small? This guy seems to be made of metal, and for some reason, he's giving me last boss vibes. Nizu grinned while All Might spoke up next. Well, I got to say he does have quite the impressive mustache. I wish I could grow one like that. Mr. Goop actually wiggled upon hearing All Might's comments about his mustache, while everyone else chuckled or giggled. Harry then spoke. Well, Mr. Goop started as a small blue slime, but since he became Luna's familiar, he has grown and evolved over time. Now he's what he's known as a Kaiser Metal Slime, which is literally some of the most powerful types of slimes there is, and he's not even done evolving yet. Shota's sweat dropped while All Might nodded and spoke. Ah, that makes sense, it must be the mustache. Luna smiled and cheerfully nodded. I know, right? I wonder what he'll evolve into next. Everyone smiled. However, Harry suddenly heard a small and full of pain call for help through what he knew was God's system, which was now connected to this world thanks to him and his domains. Ouch! Someone, anybody, please, save me. Harry looked around and narrowed his eyes. The last time this happened was when Luna needed help, so he wasn't going to ignore this. Someone needs help. Someone is suffering too much right now. Nizu, looks like I'll be causing some chaos. I apologize in advance. Nizu frowned but nodded. Who is it? Who needs help? Harry stared into Nizu's eyes. I don't know, but it sounds like a child, a very young one at that. Nizu nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Go. Harry grinned and then waved a hand, opening a dark corridor. I'll be back soon. Girls, prepare another room please. With that said, Harry stepped into the dark corridor, which disappeared as soon as Harry stepped through. Meanwhile, a little pale girl with bluish-white hair and red eyes, she also had an odd horn on her head. This little girl was strapped into a table as she was being cut into. Just like always, all she could do was cry and pray for someone to save her, to take her away from all this pain. But as always, she didn't think anyone would come. After all, no one ever did, no matter how much she prayed, but she still had a small glimmer of hope that someday someone will come to save her. This little girl had no way of knowing that today was the day that someone will answer her prayers and that someone will change her life for the better. Chapter 65. Pain. Pain was a constant in poor Aries' life, and today it wasn't any different from what she had known all her life. Always locked up, always in pain, and always alone, she still hopes that someday someone will come and save her from this pain-filled life. Maybe one of those heroes will finally arrive and take her away, but as always none showed up to save her. But little Aerie has never lost hope, not even right now when she was once strapped into the icy cold table, not even when Kai started to hurt her again and again. She kept that hope alive inside her, and today as Kai was once again hurting her for his experiments, she once again prayed for someone to come and save her. She didn't care how, all she cared about is that someone would take her away from all the pain. As Kai Chisaki aka Overhaul was once again experimenting with Aries' DNA and blood to create his quirk-killing bullets, he began to think back on everything he has been planning, starting with the creation of his special bullets. His experiments have been a great success, and now he had a way to bring back the Yakuza to power and tear down this sick and false society centered around heroes and villains. But something unexpected happened, something that Kai was not expecting nor was he ready for. In fact, the world wouldn't be ready, and it all began when a pillar of pure darkness erupted in the hospital room where Kai and Harry Kurono aka Chronostasis were working with Eri, who intently watched the pillar of darkness in curiosity and a little spark of hope. From the darkness Harry emerged and looked around. Immediately he noticed a small young girl strapped into a surgery table with tear-filled eyes, looking at him in surprise. He then noticed the two adults in the room who stared at him with stunned looks on their faces. Harry narrowed his eyes the moment he saw a disgusting and disturbing amount of darkness in both of their hearts. He instantly knew that these two guys were monsters. While everyone seemed too stunned to move, Harry took advantage to use his Rinnegan and Observe skill to scan everyone in this building. That's how he found out who Kai and the Shihasai Kai is, what exactly their plans were, and what they had done to the poor girl strapped to table. Kai was finally able to shake himself out of his stunned state and was about to say something, but Harry was in no mood to listen after having found out what has been done to the girl. In fact, he was quite angry, but he didn't want to do anything too graphic while the girl was present in the room. So with a wave of his hand, Harry used his power of destruction and in an instant erased them both from existence. The two villains could only watch in horror as their bodies disintegrated in seconds. He then approached the little girl who kept staring at him with her red eyes wide in shock, but Harry just smiled at her and freed her from her binds. He then gently helped her sit up and softly spoke to her. You were the one who prayed for help, right? Eri, now that she was free and was able to sit up, hugged her knees and nodded to the stranger before her. Why yes. Harry smiled at the small and afraid girl and gave her a pat on her head. He frowned when he saw her flinch at first, but thankfully she accepted the show of affection right away. My name is Harry Potter and I came to save you. Harry looked up and stared at Harry with wide eyes. She couldn't believe someone had finally arrived to save her. Really? You're going to take me from here? Harry nodded and gave her a grin. He then gently lifted her small body in his arms. Yup. I'll take care of you from now on. No one will hurt you ever again, I promise. Harry's eyes began to water and then tears began to fall down her small pale face. She then hugged Harry tightly as if afraid that he was going to somehow disappear. Harry hugged her back. He then opens a dark corridor, and then immediately stepped through it. A dark corridor opened up high above the headquarters of the isekai. Harry stepped out of the dark corridor and stayed floating high above in the sky. He looked down to the headquarters of the monsters that had made the poor girl in his arms suffer for so long. He looked at all the people inside with his Rinnegan and could see only darkness in their hearts. These people really did not deserve any mercy. Now knowing that he didn't need to spare anyone within the headquarters, he decided to get rid of all of them, so he snapped his fingers, creating a barrier around the entire area to make sure there would be no civilian casualties or damages to the surrounding area. Harry watched as Harry did all of this and grew curious as to what he was doing, so she decided to ask, "What are you doing, mister?" Harry turned his gaze toward Harry and gave her a grin. "Well, how about I show you how to make a moon?" Harry tilted her head in confusion. She knew what a moon was, but she didn't know that you could make one, so she was genuinely curious as to how one was made, so she nodded to Harry, letting him know that she did indeed wanted to see how a moon was made. Harry chuckled a bit watching how expressive this little girl was. Her face showed what she was thinking very clearly. "By the way, what is your name, little one?" Harry looked at Harry with her big red eyes and then spoke, "My name is Harry." Harry nodded. "What a pretty name. It is nice to meet you, Harry. Now that you're in my care, you're about to have a big, and I mean a big, family. We're all weird and somewhat noisy, but we all love and protect each other." Harry listened intently. Inwardly she was excited about the idea of having a big family and having people care about her. Harry seemed to be a very kind and nice person, so she nodded at him. Harry gave her one more smile and then turned his gaze back toward the isekai headquarters and then pointed a fist towards it while holding Harry up with her other one. Chibaku Tensei. Planetary devastation. An enormous amount of chakra gathered inside Harry's fist, and after gathering enough for the technique, he then opened his hand and then dropped a small orb of black-colored energy toward the isekai headquarters. Harry stared as the black orb began to drop on the place she had been kept in for so long. She had lost count of how many times she has tried to escape it, and she really didn't want to see it again, but she was very curious about what such pretty black orb is supposed to do. As soon as the black orb got close to the ground, it began to drag everything not protected by the barrier into it. Harry's eyes widened in awe as she saw the building that served as her cage being torn apart and then gather around the pretty black orb. Soon enough the entire area inside the barrier was dragged and torn apart by Harry's Chibaku Tensei, and before the eyes of everyone in the area and Harry, a giant moon-like construct began to slowly form and rise. Harry watched on in amazement as the giant new moon began to float up into the sky, leaving a giant and deep crater where the isekai headquarters once stood. Unknown to Harry, Harry was watching and making sure everyone inside that building died and became part of the moon he just created. Once it was high into the sky, Harry then put the entire moon into his inventory, surprising Harry, who just stared at Harry with wide eyes. Harry chuckled at the face she was making and then poked her nose, causing her to get cross-eyed. "Okay, now let's go, little one. You'll get to meet 3 wonderful girls who I'm sure will love you, and a cool-looking shiny slime." Harry tilted her head in confusion about the last part of what Harry just said to her. She didn't know what a slime was, but if Harry said it was cool, then it must be. With that said, Harry then teleported himself and Harry back to UA, where Luna, Hermione, Susan, and Mr. Goop were waiting for him, leaving a bunch of civilians shocked, scared, and amazed by what they just saw happen. But Harry didn't care about that right now. No, right now he was already imagining how much the girls would love Harry. As promised, he will protect her and make sure she never gets hurt again. He had already discreetly healed all of her scars and injuries. Inwardly though, he was horrified when he used his Rinnegan along with Observe to see her condition. This little girl's history was as bad if not worse than his. That's why he had decided to adopt Harry. He might as well give Hope a little sister. As soon as he got back, he found the girls busy setting everything in order in the house along with an extra room for Harry. It also seemed like All Might, Shota, and Nizu had gone back to the school while the girls were busy with the house. Harry immediately explained everything that he had found out about Harry with his skill Observe to the girls, while Harry was distracted with Mr. Goop, who she was very interested in and was constantly poking him, curious as to how something that seemed to be made of metal can be so squishy. The girls frowned upon listening to everything Harry was telling them about the poor girl he brought back with him. Luna immediately walked up to Harry and hugged her tightly. This of course surprised the girl quite a bit, but she relaxed, feeling safe and cared for by this unknown girl. Harry noticed how relaxed Eri seemed and smiled while proceeding to introduce the girls to Eri. Sorry about Luna, Eri, she just doesn't like to see others suffer, as I just mentioned the girl hugging you in Luna Lovegood. Eri nodded to Harry and hugged Luna back, something that made the Master of Darkness smile at her while Harry continued with the introductions. The very pretty redhead is Susan Bones. Susan gave Eri a soft and kind motherly smile that made Eri feel very happy for some reason. Harry went on with the introduction. Next is the super smart Hermione Granger, and the big ball of metal slime is Mr. Goop. Hermione bent down and gave Eri a big hug that, even though was a bit too tight for Eri, she still liked how full of something warm it felt. Eri then turned to Mr. Goop, who gave her a very cheerful smile and wiggled a bit. Harry then got on one knee. As promised, we'll take care of you from now, Eri, and we promise that nothing or no one will ever hurt you again. I wanted to ask you, since I want you to have a choice. I know we just met, but would you like us to adopt you? I'll be your father while these girls will be your mommies. Of course, there are more family members, but you'll meet them later. What do you say? Eri turned to look at each of the people around her and then turned to look up at Harry. He could see tears form in her eyes as she spoke up. But I'm dangerous, and my power makes people disappear. I don't want that to happen to such nice people as you. Eri then looked down as tears began to drop to the floor from her eyes. The girls frowned, knowing that this was what Kai Chisaki did to the poor girl. He not only abused her physically but psychologically as well, leaving deep mental scars upon Eri's mind. They knew she was terrified of hurting them, who seemed to really care for her. They knew she wanted to say yes, but she was afraid of her power and herself. However, Harry already had a solution to all of this. Eri, your power, even though it is amazing and very strong, would never affect people like us. Eri looked up at Harry and stared at him with confusion evident in her eyes, as tears continued to fall down her face. Harry didn't like to see tears come down Eri's eyes and so gently wiped them away as he began to explain, the girls and I are not from this world and we're not human either. Eri tilted her head and stared into Harry's eyes. Aliens. Harry chuckled and nodded, something like that, but we don't come from space, we come from a completely different dimension. It might be too difficult for you to understand right now, but know that we're immune to your power, which is called rewind. Eri looked down as she thought for a while, but then she decided to ask, then, what are you? Harry smiled. I'm what's known as a dragon god and the girls are mages. Mr. Goop is a type of special slime known as a metal Kaiser slime. Eri's eyes widened as she stared at Harry with an intensity he has never seen before. Suddenly Eri spoke up, you're a dragon. Like in my storybooks. Do you kidnap princesses? Can you breathe fire? Harry and the girls laughed since Eri seemed to get very excited at the end of her question. Yes, I'm a dragon like in your storybooks, just probably bigger and more powerful. Yes, I can breathe fire. But no, I don't kidnap princesses. The girls won't let me keep one. They're kinda stingy about that, blat. Luna giggled while Susan smiled and Hermione rolled her eyes. Eri seemed very excited. Wait, mages. That means magic, right? Is that why my power won't affect you guys? Harry smiled. Not exactly. How can I explain this? Okay, I have the ability to give others powers, and over time I gave everyone I care about a lot of different powers that make them immune or resistant to many things. Eri nodded, seemingly understanding what Harry meant. Harry then went on with his explanation. What I want to do is the same to you, Eri. I'll give you many powers and abilities that will help you control your own power, that way you never have to be afraid of hurting someone ever again. Eri nodded vigorously. To her, having control of her power so she could never hurt anyone ever again was a dream come true. Harry grinned at her and then placed a finger on her forehead and gave Eri the standard "You're a loved one" of Harry Potter skill package. Eri's eyes widened as her mind slowly processed the information she just received and the things she can now do. Harry even gave her what it's called a blessing, making her able to process the information safely. Eri for the first time in a long while smiled as she saw and understood so many amazing things within her mind. Magic, yokai, world jumping, flying, and all sort of fun-looking things. She still had her power, but now she knew how to use it and control it. She was truly happy and felt like a weight was lifted from her. For the first time ever, Eri relaxed and took a big breath in relief. However, soon after she then slumped and fell asleep in Harry's arms. Hermione gently caressed her cheek. Poor thing, she must have been so stressed and worried for so long that now that she knows she no longer has to worry, all of that exhausting stress piling up in her must have left her all at once. Harry nodded and stared at Eri as she slept with a small and soft smile. Sweet dreams, Harry Potter. After that, Harry and the girls took Eri to the extra room they had prepared for her and placed her on the bed. You girls stay with Eri. I have to go and speak with Nizu about all of this. Some of the things I found out were pretty serious and I think it's best I let them know right away. The girls nodded and immediately jumped into the bed to take a nap with Eri while Mr. Goop stayed on the floor to guard them. Meanwhile, Harry smiled at them and then walked out of the room and out of their home towards UA to speak with Nizu about everything that just happened. Harry, as soon as he arrived at Nizu's office, immediately told him what he had found out about the Shihasekai and Eri. Needless to say that the principal of UA was both horrified and shocked was an understatement. He felt for Eri since he himself was a victim of cruel experimentation and was glad that Harry was going to take care of her from now. Even though he just met Harry and only knew him for a few hours, his instincts were telling him that he was trustworthy. This was one of the reasons he chose to offer Harry a chance to teach in UA. He wholeheartedly believed that the students would benefit from his experience, training, and views. Hopefully, this would change things little by little in these inspiring heroes who would then inspire others in the future, and perhaps things can finally change in time. If the deaths of some horrible criminals, some chaos and rebellion are the price for this, then Nizu was more than willing to pay it, all for a brighter future. However, this situation was unique and very worrisome. Quirk killing bullets, what a horrendous plan. Harry nodded yes. When I found that out, I didn't hesitate to kill Kai Chisaki and destroy the headquarters completely. It would be stupid to let such a threat go on. Nizu looked down. Do you think you destroyed everything? How do we know they didn't have another headquarters? Harry nodded. The skill I used allows me to have pretty much all the information available from my targets, but you're right, best we make sure. Give me a second. Nizu watched as Harry closed his eyes and then energy began to dance around him. It took less than 5 minutes for Harry to open his eyes. There are a few saved files in a server on a far-off island. It was left just in case something happened and they had to start all over again. It seems like they were very careful with their plans. Nizu sighed. He sort of expected this since this Shihasekai seemed to be very organized with what Harry told him he found out about them. Sigh, we have to find that server and delete those files. We can't let anyone get a hold of such dangerous information. Harry nodded and pointed an open hand to his side. Realize. Wise man. A robed tall creature standing on a book holding orbs of energy in his hands suddenly appeared in a burst of digital energy. Nizu stared at the creature, intrigued by its appearance, but stayed silent to see what Harry was planning. Harry turned towards Wiseman and smiled at him. Hello my old friend, it's been a while. Hey. Wiseman blinked what Nizu assumes is his eyes and slightly nods. Harry chuckled and patted the Digimon on the back, causing Wiseman to cough a bit. Nizu's sweat dropped at this. Seems it sort looked like a nerd and a jock being good friends in a TV show or something like that. Harry grinned at his Digimon friend. I'm sorry I took you away from your research, but I need a favor. Wiseman nodded, letting Harry know that he doesn't mind the interruption and that he was willing to help him. Harry nodded back to his friend and began to explain. I'm going to telepathically transfer the locations of a couple of servers containing data that I want to be erased. I want you to go ahead and do this for me, and once that's done I want you to search the web for any signs of that data. Can you do that for me? Wiseman nodded and Harry transferred the information he needed telepathically. Wiseman then stood up straight and took a look around, stopped right where Nizu's laptop was placed. He then suddenly turned into data and flew right into the laptop to fulfill Harry's request. Nizu watched all of this happen and finally saw his chance to ask Harry. What was that? Harry grinned at his furry friend. That was Wiseman, a Digimon, short for digital monster. He's a being made entirely of digital data and he's only just one type of Digimon. There's a whole world of them. I'm the only one who has the power to summon and befriend them. Nizu's eyes sparkled in interest and he began to ask all kinds of questions to Harry about such wonderful and interesting beings, something that Harry was more than happy to talk about. That is how Nizu and Harry spent the rest of the day till late into the night, and throughout this entire time, both became good friends, something that when found out by the teachers would bring them a cold shiver to travel down their spines for some. The next morning, the students and teachers of UA were surprised and scared to find a giant dragon sleeping on the school grounds with Principal Nizu sleeping on its head for some unknown reason. Shoto looked at this scene from a window on the 3rd floor of the UA main school building and sighed when he caught all kinds of students taking selfies with the dragon in the background. He really is a dragon god. All Might walked up beside Shota and solemnly nodded. That seems to be the case, but the thing that scares me the most is the fact that Nizu seems to have become good friends with him. Shota felt a sinister and frigid shiver go down his spine. Shit. I just felt like death itself grabbed hold of my spine. All Might's sweat dropped upon hearing Shota's sudden declaration. He didn't think it would be that bad, or at least he hopes so. Eri woke up warm and very comfy. For some reason she felt very safe right now, like nothing could ever hurt her, and that brought a small smile to her face. So she opened her eyes and stared up at an unknown ceiling, which seemed to be made of wood. She then looked around her and then noticed she was engulfed in the arms of the 3 kind girls she met yesterday, her new moms. Eri slowly sat up and looked around once again and noticed Mr. Goop sleeping on the floor. Even sleeping he still had that goofy smile on his face, and that made Eri giggle a bit cause it looked silly. She also noticed that she was in a big room, one that she had never seen before, but for some reason, despite being so big, it felt warm and welcoming. Is this what it feels like, to have a home? Eri looked down and began to think about everything that had happened yesterday. Everything had happened so fast for her. At first, it was the same thing as always, pain and more pain. As always, she prayed for someone to help her, to take her away from this horrible place, but just as she thought that her praise wouldn't get answered again, her new daddy appeared. He didn't waste any time and he made Kai and his friend disappeared. Eri wasn't stupid. She understood that her daddy had killed Kai, but she didn't really feel anything about that. She was just glad that the pain had finally stopped. Then daddy picked her up in his arms and all the pain disappeared. She felt better than ever, and now that she looked herself over, she couldn't see the marks on her arms anymore. Daddy can use magic, so maybe he used some to make her feel better? Well, either way, she was happy that the pain was all gone, but that wasn't everything daddy did. No, daddy then took her flying and then destroyed the place where she had been kept in for so long and made a cool moon with it. It was amazing to see that. Daddy was really strong to do that. After daddy took her to his home and introduced her new moms, who seemed really nice and have such pretty smiles too, and then she met Mr. Goop too. He's very cool, though she really doesn't understand what a slime is. But then daddy gave her a gift that she's slowly starting to understand: skills, perks, techniques, and spells. She didn't know what these words really meant, but she somehow knew how to use them, and now she fully understood her power, rewind, what it can do and its limits. It truly is a scary power, but now she can control it. She now knew, thanks to daddy's gift, that all powers can be both dangerous or helpful. Again, she didn't know how she knew all of this, but she does, and that's what matters. Slowly and carefully, Eri got out of bed so she wouldn't wake up her moms and went to the window to see outside, something she wasn't allowed to do so before, not only because her old room didn't have a window, but because she was rarely allowed outside, so she was a bit excited to get to see out the window. Slowly she approached the window, and when she finally looked out of it, her eyes widened in shock and awe. Just outside the window was a huge gold and silver dragon sleeping peacefully with what seemed a big rat or bear, who knows what it was, but it was sleeping on the dragon's head. Eri continued to watch the dragon sleeping. Somehow she knew that this dragon was her new daddy, and the fact that what he had said was true hit her. Daddy really is a dragon. Suddenly a voice shaped her out of her odd state, and Eri turned around to see who just spoke to her. Luna felt Eri get out of bed and walk to the window, where she stared in amazement towards Harry's dragon form. Luna giggled watching Eri gape as she stared at Harry, and so she got up and approached her. He looks cool, hey? Eri saw Luna standing behind her with a soft smile on her face. Eri nodded and answered Luna's question. Yes, he looks really cool. I like his scales, they're very pretty. Luna smiled and hugged Eri. He Harry's scales are very pretty, and every girl that sees it wants one, but no one can get one unless he wants to. If you ask him for one, I'm sure he'll make you a necklace with it. Just don't tell anyone else, or everyone would want one, and then we would have a pink scaleless dragon running around everywhere. Both Luna and Eri giggled to each other while imagining Dragon Harry pink and without scales sulking in a corner. Luna is the only one that knows that Harry can shed his scales at will, but she keeps it a secret because she thinks it's fun to watch everyone try to get one. Luna then waved her hand over Eri, and suddenly she was engulfed in a soft white light. When the light subsided, Eri looked over herself and saw that she was now wearing a white and red sundress. Luna nodded to herself. That looks nice on you. Now come on, let go, wake up daddy. Luna picked up Eri in her arms and walked out of what is now Eri's bedroom, intent on waking her lazy dragon boyfriend. They still had a few things to do today after all. Harry was peacefully sleeping until he felt a pair of small soft hands caressing his snout, prompting him to open his eyes and see who it was that was trying to wake him up, only to see the odd and wide ruby red eyes of his new daughter bringing a wide smile on his dragonic face. Good morning, Eri. Eri turned her gaze towards Harry's now open eyes and gave him a small smile. Good morning. You're so big and pretty, daddy. Harry chuckled, and every student around him was surprised that not only was the giant dragon able to speak, but it also had a daughter. Harry then stood up and sat on his hunches while not moving his head away from Eri. Pretty, hey? I got to say, the first time someone has called me pretty in this form, most run away or curse out. Thank you, though it's nice to be called pretty. Your moms never do. Everyone except Eri's sweat dropped as they watched the giant dragon pout. Luna, however, giggled herself out of breath, causing Harry to grin at her. Luna then looked up. Well, that's because we think you are a very handsome dragon, Harry, but don't worry, I'll call you pretty once in a while, I promise. Eri just smiled as both Harry and Luna were laughing. She was starting to think that her new family was very fun. Luna then spoke up. Now come on, wake up the principal, while I make some breakfast. There are things we have to buy for Eri, so stop being lazy and get your scaly butt moving, mister. Harry groaned and whined for a bit while Eri patted his snout to cheer him up. Fine, you can be so cruel, Luna, you know that. Luna just sweetly smiled. Yes, Master of Darkness here and all that, now let's go lazy. With that Luna turned around and walked back towards the house while Harry chuckled and used his tail to poke Nizu in his belly to wake him up. Nizu woke up startled. Hey! What? You'll never take me alive, you damn cat alien! Harry froze for a moment and then began to laugh at how Nizu woke up. Harry couldn't help but be infected by Harry's cheer and began to giggle herself. Nizu still looked half asleep and looked around until he noticed where he was sleeping. I need coffee. Harry stopped laughing and then picked up Nizu with his telekinesis and then transformed into his human form while still making Nizu float around him. He then did the same with Harry and began to walk towards his house. Well then, let's go make you some and let's have some breakfast as well. Luna makes a mean cup of coffee, and I mean really mean because it starts insulting you while you drink it for some reason. Nizu deadpanned at Harry, making him awkwardly laugh. Don't give me that look. I know how it sounds, but that's just how she makes coffee. I blame the beans she uses. That was the last thing the students heard as Harry stepped inside the house that had somehow appeared in UA. However, a periwinkle-haired girl suddenly spoke up. I wonder if he's a relative of Ryukyu. Ooh, I'll just call her and ask her if she has a brother or cousin. With that said, this girl with periwinkle hair then ran toward the school's main building to not only call her boss but to also tell her two best friends that she just saw the coolest dragon ever. After having breakfast and getting very insulted by his cup of coffee, Nizu told Harry that tomorrow he was planning to introduce him to Shota's class so he could give them a little test since they were the ones involved in the villain's attack and he wanted to see how they react to someone like him. So Nizu told him to prepare a sort of test for them. Harry nodded, already having an idea of what to do, plus he also wanted to see firsthand their level of skill and powers. Harry enjoyed having a family breakfast for the first time and quite liked Luna's cooking, but after Luna told her that Harry and Susan were the best cooks in the family, she wanted to taste their cooking as well. Susan smiled and told her that she'll cook something for lunch and that Harry will cook dinner, which made Harry very excited. This made all the adults very happy since Harry seemed to be coming out of her shell the more time she spends with Harry and the girls. With everything already being said, Nizu thanked Luna for the breakfast and then left to go to work. Hermione left with him because she wanted to learn a few things from this world and the school itself, and Nizu was the best person to learn from. Nizu, of course, was more than happy to help her with anything she might want to know, and together they went to his office, already speaking about a lot of complicated things. Susan huffed but smiled nonetheless. Nerds, anyways, let's go to the city. We need to buy Ari some clothes and things for her room, maybe some toys as well. Harry and Luna nodded in agreement since it was best Ari chose what she wanted to wear and get for her room. Ari tilted her head and seemed sort of lost since she had never had to choose anything, but she was willing to give it a try. So after finishing their breakfast they all got ready and left for a day of family shopping and some fun as well. There was a lot they wanted to show Ari and today was a good day as any to begin. Chapter 66. The next day, and after eating breakfast, Harry, Luna, and Hermione left for the school building to begin the day. Susan decided that she would be staying home to take care of Ari and keep an eye on things while everyone else went to work. Susan has always been the more motherly and wife-like out of all the girls, something everyone has accepted, though Susan herself feels embarrassed about it most of the time. This is the reason why everyone trusts her to take care of the house. Either way, she was the best out of all four of them to care for Ari, who needed a lot of love and attention while everyone else worked. Of course, Harry had bought her all kinds of toys and coloring books yesterday so she can be entertained. The girls giggled about this because Ari hasn't been Harry's daughter for more than 2 days and Harry was already spoiling her. It was a good thing that Ari is a good girl, otherwise they would be worried. Mr. Goop has taken the role of Ari's protector. The big hunk of metal slime would always follow Ari everywhere she went, something that she didn't mind since she didn't feel lonely with Mr. Goop being with her all the time. Everyone in this family was excited about what today would bring, especially Harry since he had a bunch of kids to meet and test. Hermione had already gone to Nisa's office telling Harry that she will be watching with him and the teachers his lessons, so after a kiss and a hug she went her way. Luna was curious about the students and decided to go with Harry. She had already met Tsuyu and she had really liked her, so she was looking forward to meeting the rest of the class. Shota Izawa aka Eraserhead was in a bad mood. Today he will be bringing his class of troublemakers to one of the training areas around campus so they could meet their new teacher and could be tested. Somehow, someway he just knew that his students were about to get hit with a heavy dose of reality. He knows they needed this, especially after the USJ attack 2 days ago. But he couldn't help but worry about them. After everything he has seen and heard about Harry and his companions, he has every right to be. Even if he refuses to believe that they were supernatural beings, that still doesn't change the fact that they're very powerful and dangerous individuals. He can only hope that his students are ready for today, so while sending a quiet prayer to his students, he got out of his sleeping bag and spoke to his class. All right, today we're having a special test, this was decided by Principal Nizu so everyone has to go, so no complaints. Now everyone quickly get dressed into your hero costumes and then meet me outside by the main doors, I'll then take you to the field chosen for this test. All of Class 1A immediately stood up and left to go change. They were confused and a bit nervous about this surprise test, but they knew that they had no choice about it, so they decided to get ready for it. After everyone got changed, they all met outside the main school building doors and met with their teacher, who nodded at them and immediately began to walk towards training grounds Beta. They soon reached the training grounds after a few minutes of walking. Everyone already knew this place since this is where All Might had them face each other as heroes and villains. However, to their surprise, two individuals were already waiting for them in the training grounds. These two were the man that defeated the creature known as Nomu and the villains. The other person was a very beautiful young lady with pale blonde hair. She was short, but even with the soft and friendly smile on her face, there was this sense of danger around her that made everyone very cautious of her. Shota soon stopped in front of them and nodded. Did we make you wait a lot? Harry shook his head. No, we just got here 5 minutes ago. Nizu told me where I was supposed to teach yesterday, so I took a look around last night before going to sleep. Shota nodded and then turned to his class. Okay, this guy here is Harry Potter. Everyone here should know him or at least recognize him since he was the one to save some of us during the USJ attack. The students shook themselves out of their shock and nodded to their teacher. Harry grinned at them and then began to speak. Well, as you heard Shota here, my name is Harry Potter. How about you introduce yourselves and tell me about your powers? Everyone nodded, and of course, the first ones to introduce themselves was a pink-skinned girl in a pair of floating gloves and boots. Okay. My name is Mina Ashido. And my quirk is acid. It allows me to produce a corrosive liquid. I can control its solubility and viscosity. Though if I use it too much it begins to hurt. The two pairs of floating gloves and boots made a peace sign and a very cheerful voice began to be heard. And my name is Toru Hagakure. As you can see, not really. I'm invisible. That's all. Harry chuckled at the pun and nodded at the girls while the rest of the class continued on. A tall girl with black hair tied into a fan and wearing some very scandalous clothes introduced herself next. Hello, my name is Momo Yaeorazu and my quirk's name is creation. I can create anything non-organic out of the fat cells in my body. A tall man wearing armor introduces himself next. Good morning, Tinya Ida. My quirk is engine and it gives me these car-like engines in my calves. They increase my speed by quite a lot. Next was a slim girl with a short bob haircut and headphones jacks hanging from of her earlobes. Kyokujiro, and my quirk is earphone jack. I can plug these anywhere so I can hear everything in the area and it lets me send the vibrations of my heartbeat through them. I can even attack with them too. Harry nodded at the three of them and then turned to the rest of the class. He did notice the green-haired kid being very nervous and he wondered why, but decided to put it aside for now. Three blonde boys stepped forward to introduce themselves next. Hello. My name is Yuga Aoyama. And my quirks is naval laser and it lets me do just that. Fire a laser from my belly button, though I get cramps if I overuse it. And I'm Denki Kaminari. And my quirk is electrification. With it can generate electricity from my body, though I can't really control it. Harry raised an eyebrow and noticed Kyoka laughing at Denki for some strange reason. There's a story here. The last blonde then introduces himself. It's nice to meet you. My name is Mashirao Ojiro and my quirk is tail, and as its name, it implies it gives me that, a tail. I am good at martial arts though. Harry nodded at the trio of blondes and then the girl he had saved the day he arrived introduced herself next. I'm Tsuyu Ashui, but call me Tsuchan Kuro. My quirk is frog. I can do everything a frog can do. Thank you for saving the other day, Mr. Harry Kuro. Harry smiled at Tsuyu. You're very welcome, Tsuchan, and just call me Harry, no need to be too formal with me. Tsuyu smiled and nodded. Then a brunette with a blush on her face skipped forward. Good morning, Harry. I'm Okako Eureka and my quirk is gravity. It allows me to turn the gravity off on anything I touch with the pads on my fingers, though I have a weight limit, and going over it makes me puke. The way Okako cheerfully mentioned the fact that she was prone to puking disturbed Harry quite a lot, but he still awkwardly smiled at her and nodded. A red-headed tall boy then grinned and introduced himself. Hahaha, my name is Ahiro Kirishima. And my quirk is hardening. It isn't very flashy, but with it, I can harden my skin to be as hard as steel. It was very manly how you took down that creature, Harry. Harry chuckled and nodded to Ajiro. Then a teen with a bird-like head introduced himself. My name is Fumikage Tokoyami and my quirk is Dark Shadow. My quirk is my eternal companion to the abyss that is life. Harry's sweat dropped at Fumikage's dramatic words, while a very short boy introduced himself next. I'm Minoru Mineta. And my quirk is Pop Off. I can use my quirk to pluck these purple orbs from my head and throw them at my enemies. They're super sticky to everything but me. Hey Harry, why don't you introduce me to one of those sexy ladies that were with you that day? Harry then sweetly smiled and an ungodly pressure began to fall down on everyone, but Minoru got the worst of it as he had been forced to the ground face first. Those are my girlfriends you're speaking about, you little shit. Suddenly the pressure disappeared and Harry huffed while Minoru stayed on the floor unconscious and foaming from the mouth. Anyways, ignore the idiot and go on, guys. The class was shocked for a bit after what had happened, but they soon recovered and continued to introduce themselves, but now they knew that Harry wasn't one to mess with at all. While Koji, Rikido, Mizo, and Hanta introduced themselves and explained how their quirks worked to Harry, Izuku was having a panic attack since he still had no idea how to describe his quirk to Harry. Oh no, I should have asked All Might what to say in situations like these. Just what am I going to say? However, his train of thought was interrupted by Kachan's loud and quite frankly too aggressive introduction. As always, he was proclaiming how he'll become the #1 hero. Harry watched on unimpressed as an ash-blonde guy suddenly made a small explosion on his hand and introduced himself and Katsuki Bakugo. The loud blonde was in the middle of his introduction when Harry cut him off. #1 hero? You? No kid, you don't have the right mentality to be a hero, plus there's darkness in your heart, you're an asshole with delusions of being a hero. Katsuki growled and glared at Harry and was about to say something about the fact that he was the top dog here and the one with the best quirk, but Harry spoke up before he could even begin to talk. Just be quiet, I can already tell what you're going to say just by looking at your face. You can prove yourself during the test. For now, I don't want to hear anything else from you. Harry then ignored him and pointed at the young man with red and white hair. You're the only one left, introduce yourself. Shoto nodded. Shoto Todoroki, and my quirk is hot and cold. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's it. Shoto nodded and Harry just sighed. Alright then, I want everyone to rest for 5 minutes while I speak with Professor Shota. The students nodded and began to split up into groups to speak amongst themselves while Harry walked up to Shota and then dragged him away from everyone with Luna following them close behind. Once they were a good distance away from the students, he raised a small barrier around them to prevent anyone from hearing what he was about to say. Izuku was so glad that Harry seemed to have forgotten about him thanks to Kachan and Todoroki. He really needed to speak with All Might later and think about what to say in situations like these. Harry sighed as he stared at Shota, who was waiting patiently to hear what Harry had to say. Harry, after gathering his thoughts for a few seconds, then spoke up. Okay, there are 3 of your students who have a disturbing amount of darkness. So I'm letting you know that if I see something else during the test, I'll be dealing with it. Shota stared into Harry's eyes for a second and then decided to ask who? Who are the ones you're referring to? And what exactly do you mean by darkness in their hearts? Harry then huffed. Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, and Yuga Aoyama are the ones whose darkness is overflowing, and by darkness, I mean the evil things they have done and the evil intentions within their souls. Shota looked down in thought. Luna spoke up next. There are different kinds of darkness and even different levels as well. Darkness isn't evil, but it does get stronger as someone succumbs to evil desires. Everyone has darkness in their hearts, but it's the amount and strength that shows how some of us are more easily prone to dark and evil thoughts. It's hard to explain and even harder to understand. Harry nodded and then continued. Those 3 are a great example of the kinds of negative darkness you can find in someone. That kid Katsuki has a heart full of pride, but his darkness causes him to see everyone and everything below him as unimportant. I can see the taint of aggression and cruelty in that darkness, which means that he has been an aggressor before and he's not afraid to hurt anyone, and I mean anyone he deems as weak. Shota frowned. He had noticed this about Katsuki, but he didn't think it was this bad. Harry went on. Shoto Todoroki's heart is full of pain and the darkness of hate. Someone did something horrible to him or someone he cares about, and since he apparently can't do anything to them in return, instead he filled his heart with vengeance and indifference. This will make him prone to ignoring his teammates and to sudden urges of aggression. I think that scar on his face is evidence that something really bad happened to him. Shota moved his gaze towards Shoto. He had noticed this about him as well, but again he didn't think it was this bad or this serious and was hoping that he would get better over time. Harry then sighed and turned his look over Yuga with a frown on his face. Shota stared at him, and then he decided to speak. By the way, your face looks like whatever you saw in Yuga's heart seems particularly bad. I was half expecting for you to say Minoru was the one with darkness. I never expected you to point out Yuga. Harry turned his gaze towards Shota. Minoru? Oh, you mean the little pervert? He's an annoyance, but his heart doesn't have the kind of darkness that will alert me of something bad. Besides, it's not the first time I dealt with perverts. I know how to handle them, but I do recommend getting him to see a psychologist. That sort of behavior is a no-no for a hero and a bad example to kids. Shota nodded since he could agree with what he has said about Minoru. He only hopes that Nemuri won't do anything annoying to Harry. He doesn't seem particularly patient towards lewd people. Harry then frowns again. But Yuga, now that darkness in his heart is full of regret and sorrow, he must have had a particularly bad childhood, but what worries me is the regret festering in his heart. That sort of regret comes from betrayal. This kid is betraying someone or something, and with the sudden attack on the USJ, well, that paints a dark picture. Shota's eyes widened in disbelief, but what Harry was saying made sense. He looked down to think for a minute, he then looked up to Harry and nodded. Okay, since I'm going to Nizu's office right now, I'll inform him of this, so wait before you do anything. Harry hummed but then nodded. All right, I guess you're heading to Nizu's office to watch the test, right? Shota nodded and Harry then turned to Luna. Well then, Luna can teleport you there, she was going to go there to watch the test as well anyways. Luna cheerfully smiled and nodded. Shota nodded back as well. All right, if you don't mind, I'll hitch a ride with you, Luna. Luna just nodded again. I don't mind, plus as Harry says, I was going there anyways, so let's go. Luna skipped a few times and then grabbed one of Shota's arms and then opened a dark corridor. She then dragged Shota through it. The dark corridor dissipated right after they walked through it. Harry then sighed and then waved his fingers, breaking the barrier he had created, and began to walk up to the students. Nizu had been watching and listening to the students introduce themselves and had even noticed Harry's reactions to some of them. The fact that Harry pulled Shota aside to talk was a bad sign, and he already was getting ready for some bad news. Miss Hermione, what's your opinion? Hermione, who was reading through some information on a tablet Nizu had given her, looked up from the tablet to turn her gaze towards Nizu. More than likely Harry saw something bad within the heart of some students. It's not well known, but Harry is capable of seeing the hearts of others, not the physical one mind you, but the core of your soul. That's how he's able to know who can be trusted and who needs to be taken down. Nizu frowned and slumped on his seat. I see, that sounds like a very useful ability to have. I wonder what it is that he saw. Hermione went back to the tablet and continued to read while speaking. Whatever it is, if Harry deems it bad enough to do something about it, then more than likely that's the reason he pulled Shota away to speak about it. In fact, I suspect that Shota will be arriving here soon to let you know what Harry said. This statement was proven true when a dark corridor suddenly erupted from the ground, and from it both Luna and Shota stepped through it. Luna immediately went to Hermione and sat beside her, causing the brunette to smile at her friend, while Shota went straight to Nizu and told him everything Harry told him just a few minutes ago. After hearing everything Shota had to tell him, Nizu frowned. I see, this is all very disturbing. Shota, I want you to organize a full background check on Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, and Yuga Aoyama, and I mean full. Investigate their families, the schools they went to, and even their friends. I want to confirm what Harry told you. Shota nodded and immediately left the room to make a few phone calls. Nizu stared into the screen and watched as Harry began to approach the students. The rest of the teachers soon began to arrive and take a seat in order to watch this so-called new class that Nizu will be making all the students take soon. All Might was the last one to come into Nizu's office and took a seat. He then looked into the screen in visible worry, and Nizu knew why. He must be worried about Midoriya. Well, I think right now he has all the reasons to be. However, his attention was drawn toward Harry, who had begun to speak to the students to let them know what was about to happen. The students of Class 1A stopped talking amongst themselves the moment they noticed Harry walking up to them. Most were anxious about this so-called test that he was going to be giving them, while a few were excited. They had no idea what their new teacher has prepared for them, but they knew that whatever it was going to be really hard. Harry waited a few seconds for the students to stop talking. Thankfully it didn't take too long for them to give Harry their full attention. All right, your principal Nizu wanted me to give a test that will give all of you a much-needed taste of reality. Most of you seem to have the wrong idea of what heroism is. It's not really your fault since you were raised to think this way, but Nizu wants all of you to understand just what kind of world you kids are joining. The students silently listened to Harry as he explained. A hero is not the one with the flashiest quirk nor the most powerful. This society has commercialized heroism and in doing so destroyed its true meaning. Many students looked ready to protest, but Harry raised a hand stopping them from doing so. The government made heroism a paid job. They turned it into a duty, and in doing so it made it a target for fanaticism. How many of you as children saw a hero doing their job and said that looks so cool? I want to do that too. Be honest, how many of you have done that? Everyone stayed quiet because all of them had done that once or twice. Harry went on. That in itself isn't wrong, mind you, but the government did that in order to control and manipulate the use of quirks by inspiring young impressionable kids into wanting to work as heroes, instead of being inspired to do the right thing. That's how we get people like Katsuki here. He believes that his quirk and abilities already makes him the best, that he can be a real hero because of them, and that everyone else is insignificant compared to him, that the weak don't deserve to be in his presence. Harry pointed at Katsuki, who frowned, but Harry ignored him and continued on. That's not the sort of mentality a hero should have. No, that's the sort of mentality a sociopath has. A real hero is not determined because of their powers, their skills, or their fame. No. A hero is a person who does the right thing even when it's the hardest thing to do. It doesn't matter if you are the most powerful being in the universe, but if you don't have the will to put everything ahead of yourself, to sacrifice everything, and to put your life on the line, then you don't deserve to call yourself a hero. The young inspiring heroes took a step back from Harry as they heard the intensity of his voice while Harry continued to speak. Most of the so-called heroes running around the city, to me, are nothing but clowns playing at being a hero. But don't get me wrong, I don't consider myself a hero. No, I'm a selfish monster that would put the well-being of my loved ones ahead of the world. But I've met real heroes, men and women who fought to protect their world, people that no matter how many times they were on the ground bleeding and dying, they still stood up and continued to fight. Heck, some even died and still came back and continued to fight. Those kinds of people are real heroes, those that struggle, felt pain, and shed tears of despair and still were able to find the strength to protect the innocent and the weak. The students of Class 1A and even the teachers of UA stood in silence after hearing what Harry just said. The sheer strength and confidence in his voice made everyone listening to Harry just stand there frozen. Harry closed his eyes for a second and sighed. He then opened his eye and his now students gasped in shock as his eyes began to glow and had taken their dragonic form. Today, with this test, everyone here will learn the sort of person they are. You will understand what it is to be a real hero and what it takes to be one. I hope you're ready, Class 1A, because today I'll be acting as a villain and your job is to stop me from destroying this city. Harry waved his hand, and to the shock of everyone watching, the fake city of Training Grounds Beta became full of life. All kinds of people began to appear around everyone. Harry then floated up and spoke to the students one more time. You have 5 minutes to plan and prepare. Afterward I'll begin to attack somewhere within this city. Let's see what you guys do now. With that said, Harry then suddenly vanished in a flash of darkness, leaving the inspiring heroes of Class 1A standing there in shock and confusion. Suddenly Minoru laughed and approached a girl that was standing close to them and staring at them in confusion. These are some impressive illusions, right? That Harry is quite devious. Minoru then put his hand on the girl's leg, expecting his hand to go through it, but instead he got a handful of thigh, causing the girl to blush and then scream Kai. The girl in embarrassment lashed out a kick and punted Minoru like a football, sending him flying and crashing against Denki, sending both down to the ground. The girl then ran away with tears on her face and a red embarrassed face. Everyone stared in shock at what just happened. Izuku gasped and began to look around more closely. As he looked around, he began to see how every person here was breathing and even had shadows. They're real. The people here real. This declaration from Izuku made his classmates wildly look around, and they too could see that yes, the people seemed very real, and that caused everyone to panic. However, Izuku, Momo, and Tinya were able to quickly calm down everyone. Izuku then began to speak. We have to get all the people out here. And we have to do it before Harry begins to attack. Tinya frowned. How dastardly of him, to drag real people into this. What sort of teacher does that? Just what is that evil mind of his planning? Momo shook her head. It doesn't matter, everyone start evacuating anyone you can, we have to get each and every person out here now. But Katsuki and Shoto turned around and began to walk away, causing Izuku to notice and speak up to them. Kachan, Todoroki. Where are you going? Katsuki just turned his head and glared at Izuku. Tch. Not that it matters to you, nerd, but I'm going to find that guy and teach him who really is the best. Shoto nodded. If we can bring him down quickly, that should stop anyone from getting hurt. Izuku frowned. You both saw how strong he is. He took down that creature during the USJ very easily, and none of us would have been able to even scratch it. Kachan, you must already know just how powerful Harry is. Let's just evacuate the civilians and then we can attack him together. Katsuki, however, growled, Shut up, Deku. I don't take orders from you. I'll go and take him down. I'll prove to him how I'm #1 hero material. With that said, Katsuki then ignited his quirk and left the area, flying with Shoto creating ice and sliding away, following Katsuki closed behind. Izuku frowned but then sighed and shook his head. Why do you always have to be like this, Kachan? Izuku then turned around and spoke to his classmates. Okay, split up and evacuate everyone you can. We have less than 5 minutes before Harry begins to attack the city. I don't know why he's doing this, and it definitely doesn't feel like a test, but let's just get everyone we can to safety. Maybe Kachan and Todoroki will be able to buy us some extra minutes, but I wouldn't count on it. Everyone nodded to Izuku, and the rest of the class began to talk and evacuate everyone they can as quickly as possible. Back in Nizu's office, most of the teachers were frowning, not only because of Harry's words but the fact that he had somehow brought real people into the training grounds. Nemuri Kayama aka Midnight suddenly spoke up. My, what a passionate speech, though it does seem too harsh. No. Nizu shook his head. He does have a point. Over the years the word hero has lost its true meaning. Heroism has stopped being a symbol of what's right. Now it has become another job, a duty. Nizu shook his head while All Might stared in pride as his protégé began to lead everyone in order to evacuate the civilians. However, many of the teachers weren't happy about Katsuki's attitude and words, that also included Shoto's attitude as well, Nizu included, who wasn't very happy about what he just saw and heard, a sentiment that was shared by Shota, who had come back inside in the middle of Harry's speech, though he was also wondering where Harry went to. Where's Harry anyway? Do we have a visual? Everyone began to look through the cameras in an effort to locate Harry, but no one was having any luck. Hermione put down the tablet and then spoke up. If you're looking for Harry, then he's more than likely in the center of the training grounds. Everyone turned towards Hermione, who just shrugged. Nizu then nodded and sent a drone towards the center of the fake city. All Might, however, decided to ask something. Why in the center? Luna was the one who answered his question, because he can start spreading destruction all around him and just spread it in all directions at the same time, plus it would also force the students to waste time getting to him. No matter what they do, they won't be able to stop the beginning of the calamity that is about to befall this fake city. The teacher frowned and turned to stare at Luna, who only gave them an overly sweet smile. Nizu, however, hummed, I see, he's going to teach them failure and then see how they react. Will they succumb to despair or will they continue to stand and fight? Suddenly the drone found Harry, who seems to be intently staring at a stick for some reason. Hermione gasped the moment she saw what she recognized as a wand, but Luna put a hand on her mouth and shook her head. Hermione nodded, but she was curious as to why would Harry use a wand against the students. Is it to hold back and give the kids a chance, or is he trying to show them something else? Either way, Hermione decided to give this test her full attention now. Something was telling her that Harry was going to be showing everyone here an incredible show of magic. Harry arrived in the center of the training grounds and landed on the grounds. He then hummed and opened his inventory, and stared at 3 items he has hardly used. After looking at these 3 artifacts for a while, Harry then took the wand out and held it in his hand. He could actually feel the wand vibrate in his hand, as if glad to be in the hands of its master. Harry smiled as he brought the famous Elder Wand to his face and inspected it. Harry took out the cloak and stone and held them. He silently watched as the invisibility cloak melted into his skin, and then the stone became a ring and attached itself to his finger. Harry then gave the wand a test wave and watched as black and white sparks shot out of its tip, causing Harry to grin in good fun. He then nodded to himself and took a seat on the floor as he waited for the 5 minutes he had given to the students to go by. In Death's dimension, Death herself was giddy. Her master was finally using all 3 of her artifacts, and for the first time ever he would be fighting as the master of Death. Her beloved master was finally using her gifts, and that made her very excited and happy. In fact, she was so happy that she could be seen waving a couple of little flags with Harry's face on them. Needless to say that Death was going to be cheering for Harry, even though there was no doubt in her mind that he would win anyways. She was just very happy today, and everyone in the land of the dead knew it, though they didn't dare say anything about it either. Chapter 67. This morning in the city of Musudafu, Japan, the news was abuzz with what had happened a few days ago. Reports and video shots of a giant orb made of stone being created and rising from the ground had many citizens worried and scared. It's only natural, since the giant structure wasn't only enormous but had been created by ripping the ground itself. Thankfully nothing else was destroyed. Only an abandoned building that was reported to have been empty and unused for a long time was the only structure utterly destroyed. However, many were already speculating how and why this had happened. Many believed that all of this was the cause of a conflict between heroes and villains. Others believed that this happened because someone was playing around with their quirk and things simply got out of control, while a few believed that a villain had destroyed the place and area for some sort of evil plan. However, these were just that, speculations, and in reality, no one knew what had really happened or why, so it soon was forgotten about since no one was hurt and nothing important was destroyed. But unbeknownst to the public, One Hero Agency had been investigating the building for a while now because of its connection to the Yakuza. This agency is the Sir Nitai Agency, and the hero who had established this agency was no other than Sir Nitai himself, the ex-sidekick of world-renowned hero All Might. It was Sir Nitai who was not convinced about any speculation made by anyone about what had happened in that building. He knew that Shihasaikai used that building as headquarters, so he knew that whatever had happened involved something very serious and quite possibly dangerous. But there were no leads nor clues as to what had happened. The only thing he had was a very blurry picture of someone flying high into the sky and holding what seemed to be a small child, but other than that, nothing. Whatever the case, someone had completely destroyed the Shihasaikai, and that also meant some had killed them all. Thankfully no one knew of this fact, or it would cause panic and chaos throughout the city, but not knowing what was going on was getting on his nerves, and the only possible solution he has for all of this is getting some help. However, that would mean asking his mentor for help, and Sir Nitai wasn't sure if he should. After all, they weren't exactly on speaking terms right now. Either way, he still has to continue to investigate and try to find out what happened or at least figure out the why. Harry sat and waited patiently with his eyes closed for 5 minutes to pass by, though he was also watching with his mind through the use of monitoring spells how some of the students were already evacuating civilians out of the training grounds in a hurry. This brought a smile to his face. However, he then turned his attention to the approaching 2 students who were looking for him. They were slowly getting closer, but their attitude was something that Harry didn't approve of. However, he didn't have any more time to watch as the 5 minutes he had given the students ran out. Harry opened his eyes and stood up from where he's sitting and then pointed the Elder Wand to the sky and began to slowly swing it in full circles. The effects of his spell were instantaneous as black clouds began to gather and twist along Harry's wand movements. The sky soon darkened, thunder and lightning rumbled loudly and the air picked up speed. The teachers and students looked up in shock at the fact that there was a thunderstorm brewing when it was so sunny a few moments ago, but the most surprising thing was that the black clouds only seemed to cover the area around the training grounds and nothing else. Suddenly, from the black clouds themselves, tornadoes began to form and travel down to the ground, causing the winds to whip and howl aggressively. The civilians began to panic and scream as the tornadoes began to destroy the buildings. Lightning and thunder continued to rumble until suddenly lightning began to rain down and hit anything in its way, causing destruction and fires. The students scrambled to jump or get out of the way in order not to hit by the lightning bolts. Momo suddenly spoke, "Hurry! Continue to get as many citizens out of the training grounds as you can." The young heroes in training nodded and began to hurry. However, Izuku frowned as he watched the very forces of nature begin to destroy everything. "We're not going to make it, we just can't save everyone, the storm is moving way too fast." Izuku continued to frown but then shook his head and began to run around to get as many people as he can out of there. The teacher gaped at the sheer level of power Harry is displaying. Hisashi Yamada aka Present Mike suddenly spoke loudly, "What sort of quirk does that guy have, arg?" The loud teacher of UA was suddenly interrupted by Luna, who had summoned her keyblade and threw it like a disc, nailing Present Mike in the back of the head. "Be that loud again and I'll break something." Everyone turned to look at Luna only to take a step back in fear as they saw her holding her ear in pain and glaring at Present Mike. Nizu sighed, "I'm sorry Luna, Hisashi just forgot that we had visitors in here. Everyone else is already used to his quirk, but I guess it was a bit too much for those with super senses." Luna frowned and nodded, "He just caught me off guard. I didn't expect to be assaulted by such shrill and annoying sounds so unexpectedly." With that said, Luna sighed and then sat back down beside Hermione, who patted her friend's head to comfort her while also answering Hisashi's question. "Harry isn't using a quirk, he's using magic. What he used is a weather-controlling charm." Sekijiro-kun aka Vlad King scratched his head in confusion. "Magic? So what that guy has been holding is a wand? Wow, what's next? Flying on a broom or making potions in a cauldron?" Hermione groaned loudly while Luna giggled at her friend's dismay. Nizu smirked, knowing full well why Hermione reacted like that. Luna then turned to answer the teacher's unasked question since they were all staring at Hermione in concern and confusion. "Sorry about her, she just hates the fact that those stereotypes are all true." The teacher gaped at Luna, who just shrugged and continues to giggle herself silly. Shota, however, frowned and looked down. "Son of a bitch, magic is real too." All Might chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you saw him in his dragon form yesterday. Why did you think that he was lying about being able to use magic after seeing that?" Shota just tiredly deadpan at All Might and then sighed. "Well, turning into a dragon could still be a quirk, we have Ryukyu after all, but watching this, well, it's getting kind of hard to deny things like that." The rest of teacher turned to gape at Shota since they didn't know it was Harry who was the dragon everyone saw sleeping in the school grounds yesterday. Harry then dropped his arm down as he watched as his magic-made calamity began to destroy everything in the training grounds. However, he then rose his wand and used a powerful Protego to block Katsuki's surprise attack. The explosion washed over his Protego spell as Harry then narrowed his eyes at Katsuki. Without saying anything else, Harry then pointed his wand towards Katsuki's chest and used the overpowered Ventus spell to send him flying back and crashing against a building. He was about to attack again, but then he noticed an enormous amount of ice heading his way, but with a wave of his wand the ice turned into water. Harry then moved his wand in an intricate pattern and gathered all the water, creating a giant orb of boiling water that he then shot towards a very shocked Shoto, who tried to freeze it, but Harry continued to heat the water, not allowing Shoto to freeze it. But before the giant water orb of boiling water could reach Shoto, it then dropped to the ground when Harry suddenly dissipated away from a big explosion sent his way by Katsuki, who growled in anger. Harry appeared some distance away and then waved his wand one more time, causing every stone and rock to float up. He then used Engorjo on them, increasing their size, and then sent them flying towards Katsuki, who in a panic tried to blow them all away, but Harry had increased their density and the explosions did nothing to them. Thankfully Shoto was able to stop them by creating a big and thick wall of ice that was only strong enough to slow them down, but thanks to that Katsuki was able to blast himself out of the way of the giant boulders. Katsuki landed a close distance away from Shoto and growled at the fact that they haven't been able to get close. Shoto too was glaring at how fast Harry was able to counterattack everything they were throwing at him. Katsuki then blasted himself towards Harry, who just pointed the Elder Wand at him and hit him with a bombardo which exploded aggressively when it hit Katsuki on his chest. Lucky Katsuki's quirk granted him resistance toward explosions and impacts, otherwise he would have been blasted apart by Harry's spell. Instead he was sent flying out of the explosion through a window of a close-by building. Shoto then stomped the ground hard and unleashed a large amount of ice pillars towards Harry, who just boredly sighed and then waved the Elder Wand, turning the ice pillars coming his way into a giant snakes. He then charmed the snakes to be impervious to ice and the cold. With that done, Harry then hissed at the snakes, "Get the kid with red and white hair, don't kill him, just hurt him." The snakes nodded and immediately launched themselves to attack Shoto, who widened his eyes in surprise and began to slide himself away from the very big snakes that were trying to bite him. Katsuki launched himself out the window and blasted himself toward Harry, but Harry then pointed his wand at him again and then used the impedimenta spell, slowing Katsuki down. Harry just quietly walked to the side and then cancelled the spell, causing Katsuki to crash against the ground where Harry stood. He bounced on the ground and then continued going forward until he finally stopped. Katsuki quickly got up and glared at Harry. "You fucking reject. Stand up and fight, fair asshole. Or what? Are you too afraid to fig blog?" Katsuki's rant was cut off when Harry hit him with the slug vomiting charm, causing Katsuki to puke out slugs non-stop. Harry smirked. "Geez kid, do you kiss your mother with that mouth of yours?" Nizu was laughing his ass off when he saw what Harry did to Katsuki, while Luna was giggling in good fun. However, Hermione said what everyone was thinking at that moment: "You gross." The teachers nodded in agreement, but Snipe watched amazed at Harry's skill with the wand. "That's some impressive accuracy and speed he's shooting all of those spells with. Do all spells shoot forward in a ball of energy?" Hermione smiled and shook her head. "No, most of the spells available to the branch of wand magic take the form of an energy bullet, sure, but there are some that don't take that form and are more of an area of effect kind of thing. Still, the best course of actions is to dodge. Of course, we do have spells that create barriers and shields, but those can be overpowered or shattered." Those two students seem unaccustomed to having to dodge. I think they're so used to always winning or his enemies not being strong enough that they never learn to actively dodge. Luna then spoke. "I think is more of a mentality kind of thing. In their heads, it's like they don't see the need to dodge. They truly believe that they can win if they just keep on fighting." All Might frowned and then spoke up. "But that's a good thing, right? You have to believe in yourself. How else are you going to push forward when things look bleak?" Luna nodded. "Yes, of course, I agree with you, but there's a difference between will and arrogance. These two are not fighting to show their will to win. No, right now they're fighting to prove that they're the strongest." All Might looked down while Hermione spoke next. "I don't know exactly why these two want to be heroes, but I can tell that Katsuki's reasons are all centered around his pride and the belief that his power makes him truly special. Shoto seems to want to prove something to someone. It's like he's not even fighting Harry right now, but rather someone else. These kind of people tend to ignore everything and everyone around them and only focus on their goals." Just looked around them. The teacher did so and gasped as they saw people running away from the area where Harry, Katsuki, and Shoto were fighting. Some even looked injured. However, what shocked the teacher was the fact that the civilians seemed burnt and some even had frost clinging to their bodies. It was obvious that it was Katsuki's and Shoto's quirks that had caused all of those injuries. The teachers were about to stand up and leave the room to go help, but Luna snapped her fingers and created a barrier around the room. The teachers turned around to protest, but Nizu raised a hand. "Sit down and watch. Harry did say that this test would show what sort of people the students are, and as you can all see, he was speaking the truth. Besides, those people aren't real." All Might frowned. "What do you mean they're not real? I can see some of them bleeding right now." Hermione then answered his questions. "Those people are ghosts given a temporary body out of mana. They're already dead. Harry summoned them yesterday from the land of the dead for the test." Everyone gaped towards Hermione in silence. All Might, however, was sweating something fierce and was shaking a bit. "Ghosts? Those are ghosts. That's scary." Everyone's sweat dropped watching the great hero All Might be afraid of ghosts. Shoto frowned. "Why are you scared of ghosts? It's illogical, you know." All Might frowned. "Hey. I'll face any villain, anytime, anywhere, but I can't punch a ghost, can I? How am I supposed to defend myself against something like that?" "Well, that certainly makes sense," though Nizu was grinning at All Might nonetheless. Luna, however, decided to twist the knife and said, "Would it be a bad time to say that Harry is the master of death and can summon ghosts, spirits, and even death itself whenever he wants?" Everyone paled except Nizu, who was cackling since he already knew that and was having fun watching everyone's expression. Luna just shrugged and smiled. If that scares you, then you're not ready to know what else Harry and us can do. Hermione giggled as she watched everyone just stare at Luna in disbelief, but it was the truth. Harry is capable of so many wonderful and terrifying things, but his powers as the Master of Death are small compared to what else he can do. While Katsuki was puking slugs, Harry was then suddenly attacked by a stream of red-hot fire, but he just waved his wand, vanishing the flames quite easily. He then turned towards Shoto, who looked completely pissed off for some reason. Harry looked behind him and saw that the snakes he had conjured up from the ice pillars were charred and dead. He then turned his gaze back to Shoto, who growled, "You made me use his flames. I won't forgive you for this." Harry just raised an eyebrow at Shoto, who seemed to be preparing to attack him full force, but Harry, not wanting to give him a chance to attack, fired a conjunctivitis curse right on his face, causing pain to shoot through Shoto's face and causing him to panic from having his eyesight taken away so suddenly. As Shoto was screaming in pain and panic, Harry walked forward and fired a Depulso towards shot, which hit him and sent him flying back. As soon as he crashed against the ground, he was then hit with a Petrificus Totalis, leaving Shoto unable to move nor scream from the pain he was feeling from Harry's curse. Seeing that he had incapacitated Shoto, Harry turned around to do the same to Katsuki, but was suddenly forced to dodge to the side, a stream of acid coming from behind him. Harry turned his head and saw Mina pointing a finger at him and the rest of the class finally arriving. Harry smirked. "Done evacuating already? That sure took you guys a while." Everyone frowned since the weather made everything that much harder, but thankfully they had Tina's help by moving around everywhere at high speed and letting the people know to leave immediately. The students looked around and saw the destruction around Harry, Shoto, and Katsuki, and they didn't like it. Harry noticed their looks and shrugged. "Don't look at me, I didn't cause most of this, that was your friends here who did that." Harry pointed at both Katsuki and Shoto, and the students just stared at them, gaping in disbelief at the fact that they would do this in their current condition. Tina then walked forward and glared at Harry. "A teacher of an institute like you shouldn't do things like these. Endangering civilians, causing damage, and attacking students with such force. What sort of teacher are you?" Harry frowned and then pointed his wand at Tina, who flinched. "Bombarda Maxima." Everyone immediately jumped away while Hanta shot his tape at Tina and pulled him out of the way. However, the moment the spell collided against where Tina was standing, it exploded violently, causing the students to be sent flying back from the force. Some crashed against the surrounding buildings while others crashed against trees, benches, and windows, but all of them stood back up as quickly as they could and gaped at Harry in disbelief that he had attacked a student with such force. Harry, however, glared at all of them. "Let's get something perfectly clear here. I'm not here today to teach you anything, I'm definitely not here to coddle you or hold your hand. I'm here to show you how cruel reality is. Do you think a villain cares what you have to say? What you think is proper behavior? Grow up and get your head out of your ass. Or you will die. Oxio Tina Ida." Tina was then suddenly pulled forward and dropped right in front of Harry, who glared down at the glasses-wearing boy. "And don't ever lecture me." Harry then swung his wand forward and unleashed a lightning whip, which then hit Tina, causing him to scream and squirm in pain on the floor, where Harry continued to whip him with this lightning whip spell. Izuku got up and then screamed his friend's name, Tina, but then Momo suddenly launched herself forward to Harry while holding a staff in her hands. Harry saw her coming and stopped punishing Tina while easily dodging Momo's attempts to bash his head. Tsuyu saw her chance and took it by shooting her tongue forward and grabbing Tina's foot with it, and pulling him back where Ajiro caught him. Harry saw this but decided not to do anything about it and just continued to dodge Momo attacks until he jumped back and fired an Expelliarmus, which then hit Momo in the chest and sent her flying back while disarming her of her staff. Harry then quickly turned around and shot an overpowered Scour Jiffy to Mina, who was sneaking behind him and planning to shower him with acid, but the spell hit her, not only leaving her sparkling clean but also completely getting rid of her acid. Harry then waved his wand and turned her into a small pink rabbit that quickly hopped away in a panic. Everyone gaped at this but then shook their head and continued to try and bring Harry down. Ajiro put Tina down and then launched himself, intent on punching Harry for hurting his friends, but Harry saw him coming his way and then waved his wand at him, hitting him with a Spungify, completely cancelling his quirk. As soon as Ajiro got close to Harry, the dragon god twirled, and with a spinning high kick, he nailed Ajiro on the side of the head, which sent him flying and twirling in the air until he crashed against a wall unconscious. Tsuyu then tried to catch Harry with her tongue, but he just dissipated away and then shot her with an Augmenti spell as soon as he reappeared behind her. The poor frog girl was sent flying forward and soaking wet as she crashed against the floor, but she wasn't even allowed to move when Harry then hit her with a Glacis spell, trapping Tsuyu in a block of ice. Tokoyami then tried his luck at attacking Harry with his quirk, but the dragon god then pointed his wand at him and his quirk Dark Shadow Lumos Solemn. Tokoyami was then suddenly hit by a strong and super bright light that not only blinded him but caused great pain to Dark Shadow. However, he didn't even get a chance to escape the light when he was hit by a stupefy, and then he knew no more. Minoru was trembling in fear as he watched this guy single-handedly take down his classmates. Oi! How are we supposed to fight this guy? He's too strong, so let's just give up. I'm sure he'll stop the test if we do. Harry heard the small student and frowned. He then apparat in front of him and pointed his wand at his forehead, causing the small student to freeze. You're quite the coward, hey? Why would someone like you want to be a hero? Minoru was terrified as he looked up at the glaring eyes of Harry, and in a panic, he answered his question honestly. I just thought it would make me look cool and get a girlfriend. I didn't think it would be this dangerous. Harry frowned and he stared at Minoru trembling form. This is exactly what I meant by this society having destroyed what the word hero means. Honestly, I met perverts like you before, but at least these people were always ready to fight to the end. Out of my sight. Harry then shot a Ventus duo, which not only sent Minoru flying back at high speed, but it also pushed the rest of the students back as they tried to run toward him to try and stop Harry from hurting Minoru. But all of that proved useless since Minoru was slammed into a wall with such force that it actually cracked. Minoru then slid down from the wall all the way down to the ground until he fell forward face first and unconscious. The teachers watching the battle happening were all frowning, not only because of Minoru's cowardice but how harsh Harry is acting against their students. Nizu however spoke up next him. Harry does make a point. I think Minoru Mineta isn't qualified to stay in the hero course. His attitude towards danger has been the same from the very beginning. Shota, take care of it and make sure he gets reinstated into the general course. As of now he's not ready, nor is he deserving of his spot in Class 1A. Shota nodded. He had already planned to speak with Minoru about his attitude, but now that he had shown it to every teacher in school he had no other choice but to do what Nizu asked him to do. Besides, maybe this is for the best. The kid is obviously not ready for hero work, and the way he acts around women is definitely not how a hero should act. Cho Shuzanji, aka Recovery Girl, who was very worried at what she was watching right now, decided to speak her concerns. Does he really have to hurt them that much? If he keeps going like this he might kill someone. Hermione turned towards Cho and smiled. Well, it might sound harsh of me, but you shouldn't worry. Harry and us can heal anything, and we can even bring them back to life if they die, so no worries. Everyone immediately turned their head towards Hermione so fast that she was actually surprised no one snapped their neck. Nemuri then spoke. You can bring the dead to back life? What do you mean by that? Hermione shrugged. It's exactly as it sounds. We have spells and techniques that can resurrect the dead, but Harry is the only one who can do so without any restriction though. For the rest of us there are certain limits on us, but it's not bad. Luna then piped in, and we also have magical medicine that can revive. It can only do so with a time limit though. Nizu scratched his chin. Interesting. Harry did mention that he can make magical medicine, but to think that it can even bring the dead back to life, extraordinary. Do you think Harry could let me have a few samples? Luna cheerfully nodded. I'm sure he would give you some if you ask, and he can even give you the method of how to synthesize it with technology instead of magic. Nizu smiled at Luna and was really excited to speak with Harry about all of this when he was done with his test. Harry watched as Minoru dropped to the ground for a few seconds before suddenly turning his head to the side when he felt someone trying to sneak around him. Toru froze when she noticed Harry staring directly at her. It shouldn't be possible, but just to make sure she slowly moved to the side and watched as Harry's eyes followed her movement. And so Toru stopped and stared at Harry. Harry stared back. Toru felt a blush burn bright on her cheeks, not like anyone but Harry noticed. Harry-sensei, can you see me? Harry blushed a bit and then awkwardly scratched his cheek. Yeah, I can. You're very pretty, you know. Poor Toru began to panic in embarrassment because she was completely naked and Harry was currently looking at her. She then turned around and tried to run away, but instead she didn't see where she was going and slammed against a wall face first, knocking herself out. Harry flinched because that looked like it really hurt, and so with an embarrassed look on his face he walked up to Toru and took a sweater out of his inventory and put it on her. The sweater, being one of his, looked a bit funny on her since she was too small, but Harry just chuckled. I'll apologize later, I really didn't intend to get an eyeful. He then got up and looked around. He could sense the rest of the students trying to move around him silently to try and get him while he's distracted, but he then smiled and activated his invisibility cloak, and disappeared from sight. Everyone keeping an eye on Harry suddenly panicked when they saw him vanish into thin air and began to look around trying to catch some sort of clue to his whereabouts. It was at this moment that everything went downhill for everyone left. Izuku watched in both amazement and shock how his fellow classmates were taken down one by one. Tinya, who had recovered, was hit from behind and was now dancing uncontrollably for some reason, and he hasn't stopped since, though Izuku had to admit that his tall friend had some sweet dance moves. Next was Momo, who created some heat vision goggles, but she was still unable to catch sight of Harry. She was then promptly blasted against a wall and then hanged upside down by the ankle, unconscious from her collision against the wall. Then it was Denki and Jiro. The rocker girl had tried to use her quirk to try and hear where Harry was moving, but then Harry reappeared behind them and shot a confunduz and hit Denki with it. The spell took effect, and in his addled condition, Denki suddenly unleashed all of his electricity, taking down himself and Jiro. Izuku watched as everyone else tried everything they could think of to take down Harry, but they weren't able to even touch him, and now only him, Okako, Yuga and Katsuki, who had finally stopped vomiting slugs, were left. The remaining 4 young heroes in training stared at Harry in utter disbelief and watched as the weather began to get worse and worse as the minutes passed by. The training grounds were being completely destroyed by tornadoes and giant lightning bolts, and Izuku began to fear for the lives of his fellow classmates. Aoyama, Yurika, you guys have to get everyone out of here. If they continue to stay here in their condition, they might die because of the weather. Kikin, and I will hold Harry back. Both Okako and Yuga were about to protest Izuku's idea, but the green-haired boy shook his head. We can't win, we're just not ready for this sort of fight, and I'm pretty sure Harry is holding back quite a lot still, so, for now, we have to retreat. Please do what I asked you. Both Okako and Yuga frowned, but after a few minutes, they both nodded and left to go get their classmates to safety. Harry had heard the entire conversation and smiled. He allowed Okako and Yuga to get the rest of their fellow classmates out of there while he stared down at Izuku and Katsuki, who were glaring at him. Katsuki, not wanting to wait any longer, launched himself towards Harry, completely ignoring Izuku, who only gaped at his former friend, stunned that he would still refuse to work with him. Harry frowned watching this and dodged the explosion Katsuki sent his way. Shouldn't you work with your classmate? You already tried to take me down by yourself and you lost. Katsuki growled and used his explosions to maneuver in midair and assault Harry in close quarters combat. Shut up. I don't need that useless nerd. I don't need anyone. Harry frowned. Useless? He's been directing and leading his teammates this entire time. I watched him do so from afar. He's done far more than you. If anyone is useless here, it's you. Katsuki didn't like that at all, and with a roar, he pointed his gauntlets at Harry, causing Izuku's eyes to widen in shock and fear. Don't do it, Kikin. But Katsuki just maniacally grinned and let loose the accumulated sweat he had gathered in his gauntlets and then shot it toward Harry. However, Harry just raised his wand and then cast a powerful Protego Maxima. As soon as the beam of explosive force hit the magical shield, a loud gong-like sound resounded around the area. But the magical shield held strong and didn't even budge an inch, stunning Katsuki, who couldn't believe his most powerful attack didn't do anything. After his attack subsided and everything calmed down, Harry let down the shield and stared at Katsuki. Katsuki took a step back in fear as he watched Harry's eyes glow as he began to walk up to him. He growled and was about to unleash an explosion to launch himself at Harry. Harry, however, raised his wand towards Katsuki and then growled out, Crucio. Katsuki dropped to the ground and screamed bloody murder as pain invaded his entire body. Harry just coldly stared at Katsuki squirm on the ground until he was suddenly pushed back by a very sudden and powerful blast of wind. Harry was forced to let go of his spell as he was pushed back a bit, but immediately recovered and turned around to see Izuku standing there with his arm pointing at him. He could see that whatever he had done had caused a lot of damage to his arm. That arm looks completely purple. He must have broken that arm with whatever he did. However, Harry pushed that aside. Really? You're going to protect this guy? He just insulted you quite harshly and you still choose to help him. Izuku grimaced in pain as he brought down his damaged arm. Huff, huff. Kikin might be rough around the edges, but he wants to be a hero like all of us. Harry raised an eyebrow as he stared at Izuku. Really now? Even though he doesn't care about his classmates, or about the civilians. He only cares about being the strongest, everything else doesn't matter to him. You know this already, Izuku, and you still believe he has what it takes to become a hero. Izuku frowned and then turned his head to stare at Katsuki, who was twitching and growling in pain. Harry sadly smiled as he saw Izuku's heart, a heart full of light but at the same time filled with insecurity and doubt, and all of it was centered around the darkness engulfing Katsuki's heart. He knew what this meant and had noticed the signs of bullying in Izuku. He was a victim of bullying himself after all, and so he knew what was going on in Izuku's mind right now. Harry then saw Izuku tighten the fist of his only remaining arm and then looked up at him with eyes full of conviction. You might be right, but I can't just stand here and let him be tortured. A hero wouldn't do that. Harry raised an eyebrow at Izuku and then chuckled. You're interesting, Izuku, but I'll tell you this now. Katsuki will be investigated, so even if you defend him now we will find out everything. If I don't like what I see, I'll take away his quirk forever. Izuku gulped and looked away, since he knew that once Katsuki is investigated, a lot of the things he's done to him will come to light. Harry narrowed his eyes as he watched Izuku get nervous and fidgety upon hearing that Katsuki will be investigated. I see. I'll make sure to ask Nizu to check you out as well, Izuku. I'm sure he'll find quite a bit about Katsuki from that. Izuku panicked and suddenly yelled no. Harry just stared at him and then asked why. Izuku looked down and then began to speak. I know Katsuki can be a great hero, I look up to him and his confidence in himself, so please don't take away his chance to become a hero. Harry closed his eyes for a second and then spoke. Grow up, Izuku, you're not a kid anymore and Katsuki's behavior isn't healthy nor safe. People like him have no right to call themselves heroes. Anyways, the test is over. I've already seen what I wanted from all of you. Harry then snapped his fingers and everything went back to how it was before the training even began. All of the students of Class 1A except Katsuki were also healed, but some stayed unconscious. Harry turned around and began to leave, but before he left he turned his head towards Izuku and gazed at him with one eye. You're a good kid, Izuku, and I will be speaking with All Might about your quirk later, but get your priorities straight. Katsuki isn't worth worrying over when all he cares about is himself. Now go back to class and let everyone know that I'll be seeing all of you later once everyone is rested. With that said, Harry then teleported away back home where he would be waiting for Nizu and the girls with his daughter Eri and Susan. However, Izuku was left downtrodden and sad about what was about to happen to Katsuki's future. In hindsight he knew that this is what is supposed to happen, but he still couldn't help but feel bad about the dream he shares with who used to be his best friend. He shook his head and watched as a bunch of small robots began to quickly pick up the unconscious students and take them to the infirmary for a quick checkup. He decided to follow them as well to check his arm, that even though it was healed he wanted to make sure everything was all right. However, Harry's words still echoed in his mind, leaving him to think upon them. Perhaps his new teacher is right and he should stop worrying about Kikin. He does have his own problems to worry about after all, starting with the fact that Harry seemed to know about his quirk and that All Might is involved. Chapter 68. Harry arrived in the living room of his home and was immediately jumped on by Eri, who was watching TV. She was very glad to see that her daddy was back and wanted to welcome him home. Welcome back, Daddy. Harry immediately caught Eri and lifted her onto his shoulders, causing Eri to giggle. Hey Eri. I see you've been having some fun. Eri smiled and nodded since she had been having a lot of fun watching TV. Susan, having heard the commotion, stepped out of the kitchen and smiled the moment she saw that Harry was back. Harry. Welcome back, how was the test? Harry turned his head and smiled at Susan. It went okay. Most of the kids in Class 1A have plenty of potential, but some of them have a lot of growing up to do. Harry shook his head while Susan giggled at how exasperated he looked. Suddenly a dark corridor sprouted from the floor in the living room, and from out of there came walking out Shota, All Might, and Nizu. After they stepped through, Luna and Hermione stepped out of the dark corridor, which then dissipated after. Harry smiled at his girlfriends and his new friends. Hey everyone. The three adults nodded at Harry while Luna went to hug him and Hermione sat on the couch and sighed. Geez Harry, I never knew you were that good with wand magic. Harry chuckled while everyone took a seat on the couch. Luna took Eri from Harry's shoulder and then went to take a seat while sitting Eri on her lap. Well, I have all of Voldemort's spell knowledge, plus the Elder Wand also transfers the knowledge of all its past wielders. That means I have the spell knowledge of people like Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They were monsters, but no one can argue that they were some of the best wand magic users. Susan, Luna, and Hermione nodded in agreement to Harry's statement while Nizu grinned. I never knew magic could be so versatile. Harry smiled at his friend and nodded. Well, wand magic is usually more subtle and controlled than other forms of magic. This allows you to do quite a few things with far more precision than other branches of magic. Shota frowned and looked down. That was subtle? Just what can other branches of magic do? Hermione hummed. Well, most other branches of magic focus on power and area of effect rather than control and results. For example, let's take that water magic spell Harry used. That one is called Augmenti. The spell itself allows you to control how strong the current of water is and how much water is released. Now we take another water spell like, let's say, Aqua Laser, which is a spell for mages. This spell releases a stream of highly pressurized water to attack your enemies. The spell is known to be able to cut through metal with ease, but that's just it. You can't really control the output nor quantity of water with that branch of magic. Nizu nodded in understanding. So that's why you used wand magic against the students, that way you could control just how much damage your spells can cause. Harry nodded and smiled while All Might scratched his neck. Damn. That was you holding back? Some of those spells looked particularly brutal though, like that lightning whip you used on young Ida, or the spell on young Bakugo. Harry nodded. Well, Ida pissed me off. I mean, who the hell stops in the middle of a fight to scold a villain and not expect said villain to attack? And Bakugo had that coming. He had been mouthing off to me quite a lot and everything he said was just so wrong that I decided to hit him with a Crucio. Shota looked up. Crucio? Is that what you used? That looked like it really hurt, and even when they got Bakugo to the infirmary he was still grunting and shaking in pain. Recovery girl has no idea how to alleviate the pain. Harry sighed while Luna spoke up next. The Cruciatus curse, also known as the torture curse, does exactly that. It tortures the victim with so much pain that it leaves an after effect for a while. It's also known to leave its victims in a catatonic state from overexposure of it. Susan then spoke up next. That curse is famous as a very dark spell back at home, since you really have to want to hurt someone in order to be able to cast it. Everyone turned towards Harry, who just shrugged. Don't forget that I'm also a wielder of darkness. Luna might be the master, but I'm also quite capable of drawing forth all my negative emotions for a spell like Crucio. In all honesty, Bakugo should consider himself lucky I didn't use something worse and more gruesome. The girls nodded, since they knew of far worse dark spells out there, while the Shota and All Might frowned. Nizu just hummed. So some spells require emotion, hey? Hermione nodded and smiled at Nizu. Yes, some spells can't be cast without the right emotion too. Wand magic is usually centered around the emotions and will of the caster. Nizu nodded while Harry looked out the window. Let's give the kids half an hour to recover and rest before I meet with them again. Shota, you can bring them back to the class. I'll meet you there. Shota nodded and left soon after to go get his students. Harry then turned towards All Might and stared at him, causing the hero to gulp. So mind explaining why Midoriya has the same quirk as you? All Might began to nervously swear. Ha ha ha. Whatever do why you mean, Harry? Harry, the girls, and even Nizu deadpanned at All Might. Ari tilted her head in confusion, wondering why the super big guy was so nervous. Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes in annoyance. You and that kid don't know how to lie, at all. All Might awkwardly chuckled while Harry then looked up into his eyes. Look, when he pushed me back to get me away from Bakugo, he used the same energy signature I felt when you attacked me during the USJ attack. Both of you might be able to fool everyone around but not me, so spill. Why does Midoriya have the same quirk? And why did it hurt him that much to use it? All Might stared back at Harry in silence for a good long minute, but then Nizu spoke up. You might as well tell him Toshinori. Harry has abilities that will allow him to find out in a second, plus you can trust him. All Might frowned but sighed. He then nodded, choosing to trust Nizu that Harry is trustworthy, plus he knew that the dragon god was a good guy. He then began to explain about All for One and One for All, about how his teacher had passed down her quirk to him and had died facing All for One, how he was hurt, that injury forced him to look for someone to inherit the quirk, and how he had chosen Izuku Midoriya, how he trained him so his body can take the strain from the quirk but that he still has to learn how to control it. Harry listened intently with a concerned frown on his face. That's a lot you're unloading on that kid's shoulder, All Might. From the description of the quirk I can tell that his body hasn't fully adapted to it. How did you teach him to activate it? All Might nodded to Harry's examination of One for All. Well, I just told him to clench his butt cheeks and yell smash from the depths of his heart. All Might said all of this while putting his hands on his hips and with a big smile on his face. Harry. Luna. Susan. Nizu was gaping at him in disbelief. Ari just tilted her head in confusion as to why everyone was so quiet, but decided to wait and see what would happen next. Harry suddenly summoned Oblivion in his hand as he stared at All Might with wide ice-cold eyes glowing brightly. Fucking die! All Might panicked and began to shake hands in front of him in surrender at... Wait a minute, Harry. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. Harry stoop. Everyone in UA suddenly jumped in fright as a very loud scream of horror and pain was suddenly heard throughout the entire campus. Students and teachers alike wildly looked around in a panic, but no one knew where such horrific screams of pain came from and were quite nervous and tense afterward. Some were even afraid to come out of their classroom during lunch because they didn't want to meet whatever had caused someone to scream in pain so loudly. Back in Harry's home, Harry was coldly looking down at a twitching All Might. The beating that the number one hero just received was so violent that Luna had to cover Aries' eyes while Susan covered her ears so she wouldn't see or hear what was going on. Hermione just sighed and shook her head as Nizu just huffed. I hope you know that you deserved that beating, Toshinori. Of all the stupid things I've seen you do, this tops it all. Hermione then stood up and lightly kicked All Might in the ribs, causing a small groan of pain to escape him. Get up, you big lug. Be glad Harry held back. All Might shakily stood up and then coughed up some blood. Hat. Don't worry because I am here. Harry then jabbed Oblivion into All Might's side, causing him to cough up more blood. Harry frowned. You're not going to be here for much longer if you don't stop being an idiot. That poor kid is out there thinking that hurting himself is the way to go. All Might slumped and sighed. Ugh, teaching is so hard. Nizu just tiredly smiled at his old friend. You should have asked for some help, Toshinori. Now we have to help Midoriya relearn how to use his quirk from scratch. Lord knows how he's been using that quirk all this time. Harry sighed and then pointed Oblivion towards All Might, who flinched thinking he was going to get hit again. Salvation. A bright white light engulfed All Might and healed him completely of all new and old injuries. All Might then stood up straight as the light dissipated and then looked himself over, feeling better than ever. All Might awed at how good he was feeling and then tenderly touched where his old debilitating injury used to be. It's gone. Wow, what did you do, Harry? Harry dropped Oblivion, which then disappeared in a flash of black light, and then huffed at All Might. I used one of the most powerful healing spells I have. It not only heals everything, but also cures anything. Nizu scratched his chin. What a very powerful and useful spell. Can it regrow limbs? Harry nodded. Yes, it's instantaneous too, so it's a very practical healing spell to know, though it is very mana expensive. Most normal magic users wouldn't have the reserves for such a spell. Nizu nodded while Susan clapped to get everyone's attention. How about I prepare a light lunch before Harry has to go to 1A's classroom to lecture the kids? All Might perked up since he hadn't been able to really eat since he had lost part of his stomach, so he was very hungry. Everyone else nodded in excitement since Susan's cooking was always very delicious. Harry smiled at Susan. Thank you, Susan, you're awesome. Susan smiled at Harry and then turned around to prepare something for everyone. Harry then turned towards everyone. Well, we can relax for a while. I'll just manipulate time in the house so we can have enough time to eat and rest also, All Might. All Might turned towards Harry and looked at him curiously. Yes, Harry. Harry closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. I'll be taking over Midoriya's training. That quirk of his behaves a lot like some techniques I'm familiar with, so I think I can help him control his power, plus I can probably upgrade it too. Nizu and All Might looked confused. Nizu then decided however that it was best to ask what Harry meant. What do you mean upgrade, Harry? Harry smiled, but it was Hermione who answered his question. Harry is a dragon god, Nizu. Perhaps that fact hasn't really registered, especially since Harry definitely doesn't act very godly to begin with, but he is capable of doing all kinds of things that defy logic and science. Something like taking a quirk and changing it or upgrading it isn't too difficult for him. Harry chuckled at the way Hermione had described him and then gently caressed her cheek, causing the brunette to blush and smile. What Hermione said, but first I want to try and train him how to control it. If I deem it necessary, I'll upgrade the quirk. All Might thought about it for a bit but then nodded. All right, I'll trust you to handle Midoriya. Thank you, Harry, I really do appreciate all you're doing, except the beating. I don't think I deserve it. Harry's eyes twitch in annoyance, causing All Might to flinch and Nizu to cackle. Luna and Hermione giggled at their boyfriend's reaction while Harry just wondered what was going on. Soon after, Susan came out of the kitchen with a few big sandwiches for everyone. All Might was having the time of his life now that he was able to eat again, while the rest just ate and calmly spoke with each other. Harry then turned toward Nizu. By the way, when you investigate Bakugo, you should also investigate Midoriya. I get the feeling that those two have quite the history with each other, plus Midoriya's attitudes and the way Bakugo treats him suggests bullying or worse, abuse. Nizu frowned and nodded since he had seen with his own eyes how Bakugo spoke with Midoriya during the test. All Might looked down lost in thought and then suddenly spoke up. I had noticed that young Midoriya is usually very meek and quick to apologize. At the time I just thought it was just the way he is, but after watching their interactions and you mentioning right now, I think you're right. Nizu sighed. All right, I'll make sure to investigate those two thoroughly. I just hope it's not as bad as we think. Even though Nizu said that all of them knew that it was just wishful thinking on his part, Harry looked up and then spoke again. Also, Todoroki said something that confused me, but I think it's a clue as to what's going on with him. Nizu turned to look at Harry, letting him know he had his attention while Harry continued on. He said, you made me use his fire. I won't forgive you. At the time it just seemed like an odd thing to say, but then he seemed very angry at me. I think the fire part of his quirk has something to do with the darkness I saw in his heart. Both All Might and Nizu frowned. Both of them had an idea of what that might mean, but that would mean some very disturbing implications. Nizu then spoke. Todoroki's father, Endeavor, is the number 2 hero. He has a fire quirk. If Todoroki seems to hate the fire half of his quirk, then... Harry softly sighed. I see, his father has something to do with all of this. Can we investigate him? Or would that be too difficult? Nizu looked up to think a bit and then turned his gaze towards Harry. It could become difficult, but if you could lend me Wiseman's help, I might be able to uncover what's going on. Harry grinned and nodded. I'll let him know to meet you at your office later today. Nizu grinned back at Harry and nodded. After that slightly worrisome conversation, everyone just pushed all of that aside and continued to eat while having a friendly conversation with each other. The students of Class 1A were back in their classroom after confirming they were all healed and back to normal. All of them were very disappointed and a bit depressed with their performance during Harry's test. Except Bakugo, who was still in the infirmary in pain. The last time everyone saw him he was still shaking and gritting his teeth from the phantom pains caused by whatever Harry had done to him. Some were really down since they were taken down quite easily and fast, while others couldn't believe their sheer inability to even hit Harry once. All of this certainly hit their confidence quite a bit. But the overall emotion in the class was just negative. Suddenly their teacher Izawa opened the door and stepped inside. "All right class, Harry will be coming here soon, so I want you to pay attention to what Harry has to say." A pillar of darkness suddenly erupted from the ground and Harry stepped through. The dark corridor then dissipated soon after and Izuku began to mutter to himself about what sort of quirk that was. Harry looked around and then turned back only to catch sight of Shota laying on the floor in a sleeping bag for some reason. "Really?" Shota just stared back at Harry for a long minute and then suddenly zipped the bag closed, leaving Harry with a raised eyebrow. "Well, okay then." Harry then turned around and stared at the class of 1A. He then frowned and looked around. "Where's Bakugo?" Izuku raised his hand and Harry turned to him. "He's still in the infirmary. Recovery girl is trying to cure the symptoms of whatever you did to him." Harry hummed still. "I might have overpowered that Crucio a bit, oh well. I'm pretty sure he deserved it." The entire class sweat dropped at Harry's words while Harry suddenly waved a hand and created a shimmering blue portal. He then reached a hand inside and looked like he grabbed hold of something. He then pulled his hand out of the portal and pulled out a screaming Bakugo. He then let go of him, causing him to slam against the floor and grunt in pain. Bakugo then began to curse something fierce but then stopped when Harry kicked him in the ribs. "Shut up. While I'm in this class I don't want to hear your voice." Bakugo growled and glared at Harry but stayed silent. Harry then pointed an open hand at him. "Oh great land, swathe us in your protection. Restore." A rainbow-hued light engulfed Bakugo and cured him of the pain his body was constantly feeling. Izuku was now muttering so fast that he was beginning to scare the people sitting around him. Tokoyama's eyes were shining in excitement upon hearing Harry's chant while the rest of the class gaped at the light show created by Harry's spell. Once Harry's spell effect dissipated, he then glared at Bakugo who was now sitting up and looked quite shocked. Harry then spoke. "Now go take a seat and stay quiet." Bakugo looked up towards Harry and growled but Harry just narrowed his eyes, causing Bakugo to flinch back. He then silently got up and walked over to his seat. Tch. Harry just glared at him until he took his seat. Once Bakugo was back at his desk, Harry then turned towards the rest of the class and was about to speak but stopped when he noticed Izuku muttering at full speed. "Teleportation via shadow travel, portal creation, healing, Toha extent. What are Athelimits office powers, what else can he do?" Harry chuckled and then cleared his throat in order to snap Izuku out of his trance, which worked because Izuku jumped a bit and then looked up at Harry in embarrassment. I am sorry sensei, I was just very curious." Harry just grinned at Izuku and nodded. He then looked up and hummed. "It's fine and you can call me Harry, as a matter of fact, everyone can call me that, I'm not much for polite talk. Anyways, to answer your questions, the dark corridor uses darkness to connect two spots at the same time. It's a very powerful ability that allows its users to even travel between worlds. Portal creation is just me using my space manipulation abilities to tear open a portal to anywhere I wish. I can heal anything. Actually, pretty much any kind of condition or injury is no match for my abilities and I don't really have a limit to what I can do, and I'll explain why in a little bit. Oh, by the way, I can do all kinds of things, kid." Everyone was stunned that Harry was able to understand all the crazy blabbing Izuku just did. Little do they know that Harry had plenty of practice dealing with fast-paced questions thanks to Orium. Harry then looked down and sweat dropped when he saw Izuku furiously writing down on a notebook everything he just said. Okay, in any case, let me explain what I saw during the test." However, he was interrupted by Ida who raised his hand. Harry just raised an eyebrow and then nodded at him. "Harry-sensei, why would you bring civilians into the training grounds? That was not only dangerous but downright evil. That's villain behavior and I don't think." Harry cut him off and glared at Ida. "Shut up, I thought I told you to not lecture me. I don't know who you think you are, kid, but you're nowhere close to being strong enough nor experienced enough to try and scold me. Now stay silent and listen. If you can't do that then leave. I'm not going to waste my time on a child with a stick up his ass." Ida frowned but stay silent. He still remember what Harry had done to him when he scolded him the first time and he did not want to feel that again. Harry tiredly sighed. "The people I summoned to the training grounds weren't in any danger. In fact, they were perfectly fine. You can't kill something that's already dead after all." Harry waved a hand and a few of the people that the kids evacuated suddenly appeared in the class, but this time their bodies were semi-transparent and were floating in the air. This shocked the students and some already understood the implications of what Harry just said. Harry smiled. "As you can see, these people are ghosts whom I had asked to help me with the test, and I gave them a temporary physical body made of mana in order for them to interact with all of you." Everyone gasped as the ghosts cheerfully waved at them and proceeded to vanish one by one. Izuku was once again writing furiously in his notebook while Tokoyami suddenly rose his hand. Harry noticed and pointed at him. "Yes? You seem to have a question, so what's up?" Tokoyami nodded and then spoke. You just said their bodies were made of mana, right? Mana is what the energy magic users use to do magic, that's how you took all of us down, you were using magic against us. Harry grinned and nodded. That's right, good job noticing that, kid. Yes, what I used to fight all of you was magic, magic from the branch of wand magic, that is. The students gaped in shock for a few moments, but Momo suddenly spoke up. Magic? You can't possibly believe that we would believe that you were using magic, right? There's no such thing as magic. Harry chuckled and smiled at Momo. You're correct, there's no such thing as magic, in this world, that is. How else can you explain how I was able to do everything I did during the test? Momo frowned and looked down. Izuku then put his notebook down and looked up at Harry. Yes. That would explain everything you can do, you have way too many abilities to be the cause of a quirk. You did do a lot of different things that would be categorized as quirks on their own, plus some of those things you did shouldn't be possible, like summoning the dead, and what you just said in this world. Well, that leads me to believe that you're not native to this world, right, Harry-sensei? Harry smiled and nodded at Izuku. Well done. That's right, myself and the girls you saw with me during the USJ attack aren't from this world, that's the reason we don't have quirks and are able to do all kinds of other things. The class just stared in disbelief at Harry while he continued to speak. We come from a world where the supernatural world is very active. Angels, devils, gods, yokai and even dragons are a common sight. As a matter of fact, I myself I'm a dragon god and the girls are mages, but I'm also one of the leaders of the yokai faction as well. The class just didn't know how to react to the magnitude of information Harry just dumped on them, well except Izuku, who was still writing down in his notebook. He even had quite a few pages filled out already. Tsuyu, however, raised her hand and Harry pointed at her. Yes, Tsu-chan. Tsuyu brightly smiled since Harry called her Tsu-chan and nodded. You were that giant dragon that was sleeping on the campus grounds, weren't you? Harry chuckled and nodded. That's right, I have a bit of a habit of taking naps in random places while in my dragon form. Tsuyu laughed a little while thinking of Harry taking a nap in weird places and giving everyone around a heart attack. Momo once again raised her hand and Harry pointed at her. Yes. Momo nodded and then spoke up. I'm sorry, Harry-sensei, but could you maybe show us some kind of proof that what you're saying is true? It's kinda hard to believe all of this is real. Harry looked up and thought and hummed. Well, okay, I think I know of a way to show you something cool and to prove that I'm not human. Harry moved his gaze towards the class and then snapped his fingers. Suddenly everyone in Class 1A found themselves on the surface of the moon, desks and all. The students panicked and some were trying to even hold their breath once they noticed where they were. While Harry caught Shota, who was still inside his sleeping bag and was beginning to float away, he then tied him to his wrist like a balloon and he then used telekinesis to hold down the desks, seats and the students to the surface of the moon. Harry then started to laugh at the expressions on the kids' faces. Ha ha ha, sorry guys, I didn't mean to surprise, but here you are, Miss Yaeorozu. I just teleported the whole class to the moon and created a barrier around all of us to protect us from the vacuum of space while creating oxygen as well, though I left the gravity as is so you know that you're really of the moon. Feel free to look around. And look around they did. Everyone stared at planet Earth, their planet, from where they were sitting in complete and utter disbelief. Momo then turned her stunned gaze towards Harry, who just smiled and nodded at her. Well, since we're here, let's have the class here on the moon. Everyone just dumbly nodded. All the kids just looked tired and defeated with everything that Harry has told them or done. Too bad that their class with Harry has just begun. Harry just smiled and shook his head good-naturedly. All right, first of all, I want all of you to know that I'm proud that most of you immediately started to evacuate civilians. It was the right move after all. No matter what you chose to do, I would have begun to destroy the training grounds immediately after 5 minutes had passed, but all of you minimized injuries and deaths with your quick action. Also Midoriya, Yaeorozu and Ida, good job in calming everyone down, especially you Izuku, good job in organizing everyone. Izuku blushed while everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki smiled proudly at him. Harry nodded and then continued on. What I was trying to teach you with this test was that being a hero isn't easy. Sometimes you have to make tough choices, at times plans won't work and sometimes you might lose. The important thing is to keep calm, keep fighting and know when to give up and get away. Izuku did that at the end. He told Eureka and Aoyama to get you all out and into safety while he distracted me. A very well made decision. He knew and accepted that you weren't going to win, and since my Stormbringer spell was destroying the training grounds, he chose to save your lives. Everyone was listening intently towards Harry, who then glared at Ida and Mineta. That wasn't cowardice like Mineta showed when he decided that the best course of action was to give up in the hope I would have stopped. No villain is going to stop just because you give up and beg, nor is he going to let some snot-nosed kid scold him for his behavior. In real life both of you would have been dead. Both Mineta and Ida gulped while Harry then turned towards Todoroki and Bakugo. And then we have both of you, in what world is it a good idea to face an unknown without any support? Are you both stupid or just too arrogant? Not only did you ignore the civilians in your search for me, but you also caused a lot of damage to the surrounding area and even injured some civilians. No hero should act like you too, and I'll be damned if I let such dangerous and downright irresponsible kids think that they have any hope in becoming heroes. But Bakugo and Todoroki flinched and frowned while Harry went on. Nizu is already investigating both of you and is doing an intensive background check on everything, from family members to your previous schools, and if I find anything that leads me to believe that both you are irredeemable, I'll personally rip your precious quirks out of your bodies and let you live the rest of your lives as mundane humans. Both Todoroki and Bakugo tense up, not only because of the background check the principal of UA was going to do on them, but also at the fact that Harry just threatened to take away their quirk from them. Bakugo then stood up. You can't do that. Harry just chuckled. Oh, and who is going to stop me? I'm not a being that can be reasoned with, you know? I'm one of those beings that is categorized as a universe destroyer. Who in the hell is capable of stopping me? The government? I can alter reality and make it however I want and no one would ever know. All Might? I can just teleport him to the sun or rip his soul out. You? Please don't make me laugh. The thing that you don't seem to understand is that actions have consequences and yours are coming. Bakugo, you already know that's why you're panicking right now. Bakugo frowned but then began to tremble until he couldn't hold his weight with his legs any longer and fell down on his seat. Todoroki frowned but inwardly he was hoping the principal will able to find out about what his father had done and perhaps help his mother. Harry continued to stare at Bakugo for a while until he scoffed and then ignore him. He turned around to once again address everyone. Let that be a lesson to all of you. Actions have consequences, and even if you're a hero, eventually those consequences will come to hunt you. In any case other than that, all of you guys did good fighting, though I do recommend that all of you get a bit more creative with your quirks to add more variety to your arsenal of moves, but I'll leave that job to Shota and All Might. Also, I'll be personally working with some of you in the hope of increasing your overall abilities, so look forward to that. He then turned towards Toru, who jumped a bit and blushed also. I'm very sorry Hagakure, I didn't mean to get an eyeball full, but you were running around naked. Toru nervously nodded. No, it's alright Harry-sensei, it couldn't be helped, and besides unfortunately I can't really control my quirk, so I have no choice but to get naked to use it effectively, but thank you for calling me pretty. I have never been able to see myself, so I was honestly worried I was ugly or something. Harry chuckled and then nodded. Well, I still feel bad, so I'll be helping you a bit later with your quirk and I'll personally work with you, okay? Toru excitedly nodded. Harry then smiled and looked over the class. Alright then, let's begin with talking about the fight and what you could have done differently or better to try to take me down or at least buy more time. Let go one by one, okay? The class nodded and paid attention to their new teacher except Bakugo and Todoroki, who were too busy thinking about what was going to happen to them in the near future. Class 1A were somewhat scared of their new teacher and genuinely worried about his views on heroism, but they trusted their principal and his decision about having Harry teach. Plus, even though he might seem cruel and sometimes terrifying, the students could also tell that Harry was a good guy at heart, well, as long as you don't piss him off, that is. That's how the classroom of 1A had a class on the moon with a Dragoni god as their teacher, and for some reason they felt that this was just only the beginning. Chapter 69. A week has passed since Harry began to teach in UA, and the students were both terrified and glad to have him as a teacher. Even though he is tough and sometimes downright cruel with the way he was teaching, the teachers and students of UA could feel themselves learn and grow in strength faster than ever before. Class 1B also received a test per Nizu's request. The reason it was decided to put them through this sort of ordeal is the fact that their homeroom teacher Vlad King thought that they needed the experience, and he had asked Nizu to allow his class to at least take the test. Plus, some of his students were starting to get an attitude problem towards their fellow hero Class 1A, and needless to say that they were utterly destroyed by Harry, who decided to put them through the same test Class 1A went through. Especially Nyotomonoma, who decided to mouth off to Harry and try to copy his quirk. Well, the beating he received right after had been legendary, and Recovery Girl was actually surprised the boy hadn't died from the severe injuries he had received. She was later told by Luna that Harry had been constantly healing him in order to prolong the pain and to make sure he didn't die. This caused the poor elderly nurse to sweat drop and berate Harry like no tomorrow. Harry, however, just deadpan at her and just let her vent. He didn't regret teaching the little shit a lesson. After that terrifying test, Harry was more than happy to talk with the students of 1B. He was happy that they seemed to have their priorities straight, since their first reaction when everything started was to also evacuate the civilians. Of course, they had some difficulties since they had never done anything like this before, but even as nervous and unsure of themselves as they were, they did their best. Then they all attacked Harry together. The dragon god immediately noticed their lack of experience with actual fighting and planning. most of the time they got in each other's way or got caught in friendly fire. But it was to be expected, and Harry knew that, unlike Class 1A who were attacked by real villains and survived, Class 1B had no experience in this sort of situation whatsoever. Though Harry was also amused by some of the quirks these young people have, like the girl who can grow mushrooms and tried to use them against him but Harry just ate them. Then there was the guy who can turn to metal, or the girl who could grow her hands to enormous size. There was even a girl who could detach her limbs. Needless to say that Harry was trying really hard to not laugh about everything he had seen from these young heroes in training. They certainly tried very hard to take him down. After the test, Harry went to their classroom and gave them all advice on how to improve their skills in fighting, plus he even told them that if they wanted further training from him that they can ask whenever. He also helped a few of them with some issues they had, like Pony Tsunatri who couldn't speak or understand Japanese very well, so he gave her the multilingual skills so she could at least speak and understand other languages. He also helped some students with ideas about their quirks and actually told them to seek out Izuku Midoriya for even more help with their quirks, since Harry had read some of his hero notebooks and was impressed. He did beat the shit out of Bakugo again after the Ash Blonde decided to comment how stupid and annoying Izuku is when he's writing in his notebook, which of course pissed off Harry. Bakugo spent the rest of the day in the infirmary with quite a few broken bones. Now after school, Harry's home was usually invaded by his students who not only went there to train with Harry but to also eat his and Susan's cooking. Of course, Harry was at first shy around the students, but with some time and lots of snacks she eventually began to get used to the students who had fallen to her cuteness at first glance. Now they all play with her whenever they visit. This week Harry was also busy personally training some students who wanted to improve the most. Among them were Izuku, Okako, Tsuyu, Momo, Eijiro, Toru, and Mina from Class 1A, while Pony, Ibara, and Kainoko would often come by to train as well. The first he did is take care of Toru's quirk. First, he took it from her, allowing everyone to be able to see her appearance for the first time ever. Toru is a petite girl with pale hair and skin, and her eyes are a pale grey color. Everyone stared at her in disbelief and she herself became embarrassed by the attention she was getting, but Harry just chuckled and then showed her the orb in his hand. "This is your quirk, Toru. I'm going to modify it now and change a couple of things, plus I'll also give you an extra as an apology for the eyeful I got from you." Toru nodded but blushed at the reminder that her teacher had seen her completely naked. Mao. "Harry-sensei. Forget that already. At this rate, I won't be able to marry. MGRRR. Harry just laughed a bit and then he pulled up the orb that contained Toru's quirk to his face and then began to modify it. Everyone couldn't help but watch intently as Harry's energy began to dance around him. After a minute or so Harry's energy calmed down, and while Izuku was writing in his notebook at full speed scaring his classmates a bit and entertaining Eri, who was cheerfully clapping in fun at how fast Izuku was both writing and muttering to himself, Harry then handed Toru's quirk orb back to her. Toru gently held her quirk in her hands and watched as it began to glow a bit and then be absorbed by her. After the slight light show, Toru then looked at herself and noticed that she was still visible. She then turned towards Harry with a questioning look in her eyes. Harry smiled and began to explain exactly what he did to her quirk. "I changed your quirk so you can now turn it on and off at will. I also made it so it affects the clothes you're wearing so you don't have to walk around buck-ass naked when using your quirk anymore." Poor Toru groaned and blushed. "Sensei. Come on." Harry waved his hands in surrender while smirking. "All right. All right. It's just very fun to tease you." Toru pouted and glared at Harry, causing him to cough, and continued on. "I also made it so it cancels noise out as you move, and just so you have a way to attack I also gave it light manipulation." Toru's eyes widened in surprise. With how Harry modified her quirk, her stealth will improve tenfold, and now she can defend herself as well. Now that she has a way to stand out for the first time ever, Toru couldn't help but tear up a bit. Harry noticed this and gave her a small smile and a pat on her head. "I'm also going to give you shinobi training. I'll make sure you're the best stealth specialist in this world." Toru nodded and looked down to hide her tears while all of her classmates smiled at her, glad that she was happy. After that, he then took Momo to one of the extra rooms in his home, which looked like a lab and a study. "All right, first let's do something about that outrageous hero outfit of yours. My guess is that you need your skin to be free to use your quirk, correct?" Momo blushed a bit and nodded. "Why yes, though the designers took some liberties with it too. Honestly, I should have been a bit more involved with my hero costume, but at the time I was too busy studying." Harry nodded and then guided her to a table full of glowing runes and crystals. "I think redesigning some of the costume and charming it so it can both protect you and allow you to use your quirk without exposing too much skin is the best way to go about this. Not only is that costume dangerous with how much is exposed, but it might cause you a bunch of other problems walking around dressed like that, especially since you will fighting villains all the time. We know that those type of people would and could stoop to do something to you at any time. Momo gulped because she understood the implications of what Harry was saying while Harry continued on. So you're going to help with this project. If it doesn't work out, I can call a friend of mine in my home world to come and give us a hand. He's a genius that can come up with something faster than I could, ha ha ha. Momo smiled because Harry seemed sort of excited about this small project. You seem to be looking forward to this, sensei. Harry grinned at Momo. Well, I do like tinkering with magic and finding new ways to use it. It's always fun for me to tinker like this, plus it might not only help you but others as well, so that's a big plus too. Momo nodded. You make some very good points, sensei, and I'm more than happy to help in any way I can. Harry chuckled and nodded at Momo, liking her enthusiasm. All right, today we'll start with some basic blood and rune work while also trying which type of magical cloth works best from this. So, let's get some blood out of you. Momo tensed and then paled when Harry suddenly took out a knife and maliciously grinned at her. Sensei. Is the blood necessary? No, wait. Is that knife necessary? You can just use a syringe. Harry cackled. Ha ha ha. We need a lot of blood, plus this way is faster, Momo, and besides I can heal anything or bring you back to life, so don't worry. Momo began to slowly walk away from Harry. Sensei. That's not very reassuring. Sensei? Wait. WAKAAAA. For the second time in the same month, the entire UA campus jumped in fright upon hearing a blood-curdling scream coming from somewhere. Nizu heard it, and for some reason, he began to cackle, scaring All Might and Shota, who was with him at the moment. The teachers and some of the students who stayed behind after school were too afraid to go out of the campus, not wanting to face whatever had tortured the poor soul who just screamed. After having healed Momo and cleaned the mess he made, Harry and the poor girl came out of the room only to scare the rest of the students when they saw poor Momo pale as a ghost and stumbling about as she walked forward, her little white soul escaping out of her mouth as she shakily walked. But what scared them most was the fact that Harry was smiling and covered in blood. Luna, who was sitting and watching everything go on, suddenly spoke. Harry, you forgot to clean yourself. Harry raised an eyebrow and then looked at himself. Oops, he then snapped his finger and then he was sparkling clean. Momo had taken a seat on one of the couches in the living room while Eri tried to reach up to her soul because she wanted to touch it. Okako got worried. Yayo, Momo, are you okay? But it was her little soul that answered Okako's question in an ethereal voice. Everything is just peachy. Everyone's sweat dropped but decided to accept her response, especially since Harry was staring at everyone with wide reptilian eyes glowing bright green while smiling sweetly at them. After Momo recovered from her trauma, Harry then told her that he was going to teach her how to think on her feet rather than overthink or plan things, since that might slow her down or distract her from her opponent, something that Momo agreed with since she confessed that she had been aware of this flaw of hers but she didn't know how to deal with it. Next was Okako. What Harry did for her is also modify and strengthen her quirk. Now once she touches something she can up or down its gravity at will, as well as allowed her to freely control their movements as long as her quirk is active. He was also going to train her in hand-to-hand combat, more specifically his very own modified version of the Jukin of the Haiga. The open palm techniques in this style will help Okako a lot and help her with her quirk as well. For Tsuyu, Ibara, and Kainoko, Harry decided to train them in hand-to-hand combat as well, plus he also gave them a new ability to use in conjunction with their quirks. For Tsuyu he gave her cold resistance and water manipulation, since these skills would help her and would mesh greatly with her quirk, plus it would also get rid of one of her weaknesses. The young frog girl was really happy with this and was already playing around with her water abilities with Eri by making water bubbles. For Kainoko he gave her wind manipulation. With this she can send and control her spores and mushrooms better, plus it also gives her a new way to attack as well. Ibara received earth manipulation to go with her vine quirk. With it she can protect herself and help her vines grow through the ground faster and easier than before, plus it also allows her to be able to move while using her quirk by manipulating the earth below her. This girl was also one that had caused a bit of a problem with Harry at first. Ibara is a good and kind girl, but she's very religious and this made her very strict sometimes. Things got worse when she found out about the fact that Harry is a dragon god. It became such a problem that Harry had to take all of his after-school students to his world for a few hours and show her heaven, explaining a few more things to get her to mellow. It worked and now Ibara respects and seems to pray to Harry, but that's a story for another day. Right now Harry was more focused on helping everyone get stronger. For Mina and Ajiro he decided to wait to modify their quirks until he can come up with something he can add or improve, but he did tell them that he was going to train them to improve their speed and power even more, plus hand-to-hand training as well, since both of them have a lot of potential of becoming powerful fighters. Pony, even though she was only there to hang out with her friends and her new favorite teacher, she was very happy that she could understand and speak any language now thanks to Harry. Was also going to train with everyone in hand-to-hand combat, since you can never go wrong with learning a different way to defend yourself. After telling all of his students to go home for the day except Izuku and them saying goodbye to him, the girls, and Eri who cheerfully waved at them goodbye. Harry took Izuku to the basement to talk. Once down there, Izuku was completely surprised and in awe at the fact that Harry had a giant training ground in the basement. After asking Harry how he had done this and taking an absurd amount of notes, when Harry answered his question they sat down on the ground to speak. Harry sighed and the look at Izuku in the eyes. Midoriya, I already spoke with All Might about your quirk, so I'm pretty much informed about what is going on with you and your circumstances. Izuku nodded. Since All Might was the one to tell Harry about his quirk, then he can pretty much trust Harry with this. Harry then spoke up. First of all Might is an idiot. Izuku's sweat dropped and was about to defend All Might, but then he stopped himself and decided to listen as Harry went on. Sigh, who the hell tells a kid to tighten your butt cheeks to activate a power like One for All? Izuku awkwardly chuckled, feeling embarrassed for his favorite hero. He really couldn't defend him after that. Harry went on. Anyways, lucky for you and him, your quirk seems similar to two other techniques I've seen before, the Kyokan and the Eight Gates. Izuku's eyes sparkled upon hearing new information and took a notebook from Ereshkigal knows where and began to write. Harry chuckled and let him finish writing before continuing on. These two techniques enhance and multiply the abilities of their user. The drawback? They can cause severe damage to the body and in some cases even death. Izuku was writing furiously as Harry described these two powerful sounding techniques. As Harry continued to speak, thankfully I personally know individuals who have mastered these techniques, so I more or less know how to train in order to minimize damage to the body. Izuku's eyes widened and he looked up to Harry, who nodded at him. First, we need to further strengthen your body in order for it to be able to endure the strain your quirk puts on it. Next, I'll be teaching you how to channel all of that energy properly throughout your whole body instead of just charging it on one of your limbs with it. You might lose a limb that way, Midoriya. Izuku's sweat dropped because he hadn't thought of that or about the fact that Harry is right about blowing up a limb. Honestly, he has been extremely lucky that hasn't happened yet. Harry chuckled when he saw Izuku pale at the thought of losing a limb like that and then went on. So first I'm going to help train your body. I'm not going to lie, Midoriya, it's going to be very hard and very painful. Are you ready? Izuku frowned and looked down for a few seconds to think, but then he looked up and nodded yes. I'm ready. I'm so far behind my classmates who had years to adapt and learn everything about their quirks. I have to put all my efforts to get strong fast. Harry grinned and nodded at Izuku. Great. After we strengthen your body, then we'll train you on how to control the energy of your quirk and how to channel it properly throughout your whole body. Izuku nodded while Harry stood up. All right, I want you to come here an hour before school every day to train. In this room 1 hour equals a month outside, so we can train at our own pace. Also, I'll be placing a gravity spell on you. It will increase your body gravity by a percentage as you adapt to it. This spell won't be taken off of you until I deem you ready. Understood? Izuku nodded and seemed very excited. So Harry placed the gravity spell on him, and after doing some light exercises so his body can get used to his new weight, Izuku then left to go home, though he was struggling to walk a bit. This is how Harry's first week as a teacher of UA was, busy but also having a lot of fun, and while the girls were busy with their own things they always made time to spend with each other and go on dates with Harry, who was more than happy to do so. Plus Eri was having the time of her life, having a daddy and a lot of moms that care about her a lot and good friend in Mr. Goop. However, a few days after the first week of Harry's teaching, something happened, and it all started when Luna and Harry were walking around the city on a date. Harry and Luna were walking through the city of Musudafo while holding hands and talking about their week. When Luna explained that she was helping Nizu and Shota investigated Katsuki, Shoto, and Yuga, Harry was surprised, but he understood why they would ask her for help. Luna has the uncanny ability to understand people on a personal level and has the ability to get any sort of information from anyone as well. This is something that everyone knows about her in Kyoto and the Potter household. It's the reason why everyone loves her and respects her, so she was the best person to investigate what was going on with those three. Needless to say that she wasn't liking what she was finding out was an understatement, though she refused to elaborate because in her words, if I let Harry find out what I have right now, he'll do something about it and more than likely people are going to die, so I have to make sure I know who exactly to point him at. This made Shota incredibly nervous and somewhat afraid of what Harry might do, though Nizu just cackle in good fun, something that made Shota even more nervous as a result. So Harry decided to trust Luna and wait for her to finish investigating what she needs, plus everyone knows that Luna knows what she's doing better than anyone ever could. With that being said, Luna had asked how teaching was going for him and Harry was happy to elaborate. Well, it's been very fun. I think the kids are getting used to my views on heroism in this world, so that's a plus. Everyone is also improving by a lot thanks to our talks. I'm thinking of having them face someone different once a week so they can get more battle experience, as well as take them to an instant dungeon so they can get used to fighting in teams, or at least that's the plan after the sports festival Nizu told us about. Luna smiled at how excited Harry seemed to be about teaching. She had always believed that Harry would make an amazing teacher, and this is just another small sign that she was right, plus he seems to like it. What about Minetta? What happened to him? Harry frowned a bit. Well, Nizu took him out of the hero course and sent him to the general course. A new student will be chosen to join Class 1A after the sports festival I just mentioned that's happening in a few months. Honestly, I don't know how that kid made it to the hero courses. He's a mess to begin with and very cowardly too. Luna nodded. Even she knew that Minetta just didn't have it in him to be a hero, not with that cowardly and perverted attitude of his and the students of your little study group. Harry chuckled since the kids he was personally training began to call their training sessions the study group club, which in hindsight isn't a wrong name. Well, everyone is improving quite a bit. Most of them are learning quite fast everything I teach them, but the ones who are improving at an impressive rate are Midoriya, Hagakure and Tsuchan. Those three seem very motivated to improve. I think they'll steal the show during the sports festival. Luna nodded in agreement. She had been able to watch the kid train once in a while, so she can honestly say that they were looking rather impressive. Susan told me Eri was training too. Luna giggled and Harry chuckled because their daughter had been inspired by Harry's students to train and get stronger herself. Harry turned his head towards Luna and smiled. Well, at first she wanted to just learn magic, so she asked Hermione to teach her, and she has, though I had to stop her when she started pulling out the thick advanced magical spellcraft books for Eri to read. Hee. Luna laughed a bit. She's just excited to teach her daughter everything she loves about magic. In all honesty, it's very adorable. Harry nodded in agreement since Hermione had pouted when he had taken the books away and told her to go out and show Eri some basic magic to learn. That's true. I wonder what the Grangers will say about the fact that they are grandparents again. They already spoil Hope to a scary degree. Luna giggled thinking about all the parents who had become grandparents thanks to little Hope. Even her mom and dad are very doting to her. Hey Harry, should we begin to try to have a baby? Harry turned around to look at his girlfriend. I wouldn't mind. You know me, I want a big family. But don't you girls want to get married first before we have kids? Luna smiled and turned to Harry. She then reached out a hand and gently caressed his cheek. Well, we are a dragon's mate, so we're technically already married in the eyes of the supernatural, though having a wedding does sound nice. We honestly thought that you weren't interested in all of that. Harry chuckled. Well, I'm not really, but I'm aware that a wedding is something pretty much all girls dream about at some point, and I wanted to do that for you guys. Luna brightly smiled. Well, then I looked forward to my wedding day with you, Harry. Harry smiled and softly kissed Luna on the lips, but a sudden cry of pain alerted them of someone being in trouble. They both looked around for a bit, but then Harry used his Rinnegan and looked closely until he found a girl laying on the ground in a nearby alley holding an open wound on her stomach and crying out in pain. Harry turned his head toward Luna. I found it. It's a girl and she looks severely hurt. Luna nodded at him. Then let's go. With that said, both Harry and Luna immediately vanished in a blur and went to where the girl is. Himiko Toga was regretting her choices right now as she was laying down on an alley floor and bleeding to death, but she had to do it. She had to attack that boy because she was so thirsty, so very thirsty. She had tried to ignore it, she had tried to suppress it, but she needed blood. Her quirk was pushing her to drink blood, and no matter how much she tried to, she could never fight back against the thirst. It was driving her crazy. But today her victim fought back and she was quickly overpowered and stabbed by her own knife. To make things worse, the guy in a panic proceeded to stab her in her stomach a couple of times before running. She doesn't blame him though. She would have done the same thing in his place, but it hurt so much. It's really a shame that her usual hunting area was now completely full of heroes. Her favorite hunting place was somewhat close to the empty storehouses that had been destroyed and turned into a massive rock, which caused an increase in patrolling heroes, making hunting on her turf too dangerous, so she decided to move here, but her luck just got worse. The first guy she chooses to hunt not only beats her up and easily overpowered her, but also stabbed her and then ran away, leaving her here to slowly bleed to death. Maybe it's for the best. My parents don't want anything to do with me anymore, and at least I won't be so thirsty anymore. Toga grunted and rolled to lay on her back. She tenderly held a hand over her stab wounds and sadly looked up to the sky. Suddenly two faces appeared in front of her vision. They were saying something, but she couldn't hear them. They look worried, but why? Are they worried about me? That's so nice. That boy looks very handsome, and the girl is very pretty too. If I'm going to die, then, at least I got to see two very kind and pretty people. With that last thought, Himiko Toga closed her eyes and passed out from the blood loss and her injuries. Luna and Harry arrived in a blur in the alley and immediately saw the girl on the floor laying on her back and bleeding. Both of them ran to her and noticed that she was awake. They tried to speak to her, but it seems like she was out of it. Then she gave them a small and soft smile and passed out. Luna then immediately used a curaga on her, healing her stab wounds, while Harry fed her a blood replenishing potion. After stabilizing her and making sure she was fine, Harry and Luna sighed and then smiled at each other. Luna then spoke. Let's take her home, Harry. I see some darkness in her heart, but she's not evil, she might just need some help. Harry nodded and gently picked up the unconscious girl. Luna then created a dark corridor and both of them walked right into it with their guest not knowing that her life was about to drastically change forever. Himiko woke up a few hours later completely surprised that she was alive somehow. She looked around confused and in a daze only to notice she was in a room she didn't recognize. As she looked around she noticed a pair of bright ruby red eyes staring at her from the end of her bed and she rose an eyebrow in curiosity. Eri, who had been curious about the girl her daddy and Mama Luna had brought, decided to go spend some time with her. She knew she was hurt and that was something she understood way too well, so she kept an eye on her until she saw her wake up. Eri stared at the unknown girl for a while but then said the first thing she noticed about her made her speak up. "You have pretty eyes, miss. Like a kitty." Toga blushed a bit since no one had ever complimented her so sincerely before. "Thank you, Munchkin, but where I am? And who are you?" Eri came out from where she was hiding and walked up to Himiko and then got on the bed so she could sit beside her. "I'm Harry Potter. And this is a room in our house. It's inside this big school." Himiko couldn't help herself and patted Eri on her head. The girl was just too adorable for her to resist. "I see, that didn't really answer my question, but meh, you're too cute for me to complain." Eri brightly smiled at Himiko, but then a voice drew their attention towards the entrance. Himiko instantly recognized him as the handsome boy who was worried about her. "I see you met my daughter Eri. I'm Harry, and my girlfriend Luna, and I brought you here after we found you bleeding out in an alley." Himiko tilted her head while Harry stepped through into the room and walked up to the bed. He then picked up Eri, who cheered at being picked up by her daddy. "You saved me?" "How? I was pretty sure I was dead." Luna then stepped through and Himiko recognized her as the pretty girl who also looked worried about her before she passed out. "I healed you and Harry helped with your blood loss. How do you feel?" Himiko then suddenly raised her shirt, not caring Harry was in the room, and checked her belly only to see that she didn't have any wounds, not even scars. Luna giggled when Harry raised an eyebrow at the fact that this girl just raised her shirt like that. Himiko then let go of her shirt and looked up at Luna as she pondered about how she felt. "I feel fine, in fact, better than ever. The thirst is gone too and I can clearly think now. It's like I've been living in a fog for so long, but the fog is gone now." Luna smiled and sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted Himiko on her head, which caused the blonde to blush a bit. "Thank goodness, Harry modified your quirk when we noticed that it was making you run on pure animalistic instinct." Himiko then looked up at Harry. "Modified my quirk?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I'm sorry I did that without your consent, but it was really affecting your mentality. What I did is change it so you don't get those cravings from blood. Your quirk works as always, but you no longer will be driven crazy by the cravings." Himiko took a while to fully understand what that meant, but once she did she teared up. "I see, sigh. I can finally be at peace, but I have nowhere to go. Hurting people is really the only thing I'm good at, so what I'm going to do now." Harry smiled. "Hurting people, you say? Then how about you stay with us? We also are good at hurting, and if you're looking for a place to call home, then this is a good place as any." Himiko looked at Luna, who nodded at her, and then at Harry, who also gave her a nod. "But I've killed a lot of people in cold blood, you know. I'm not a good person. Are you sure you want someone like that around?" Luna and Harry grinned. Harry then shrugged and said, "Well, everyone living here has killed before, and quite a lot actually. You won't believe the number of kills some of us have. Your past doesn't matter to us. I know that it was your quirk which was the main reason you were so unhinged, and besides, no one in this house is normal." Tears began to fall from Himiko's eyes as she nodded to Harry. "Okay. I'll stay, but what do you mean that you're not human?" Harry gave her, in her opinion, a very handsome smirk, but it was Eri who answered her question. "Daddy is a cool dragon. He's so big. And he has some very pretty scales too." Harry and Luna laughed a bit at Eri's enthusiasm when it comes to Harry's dragon form. Their daughter loves that form of Harry's so much that she sometimes takes naps with Harry wherever he goes. Himiko tilted her head. "A dragon? Like the hero Ryukyu?" Harry shook his head. "No, not exactly. I'm something far more complicated than that, but since we have time, how about I tell you a story?" "My story?" Himiko nodded since she was curious about what Harry meant. Eri cheered since she loves to hear about her daddy's adventures, while Luna smiled at them. This one: how Himiko found out about other worlds, about supernatural beings, and about how Harry Potter is a dragon god capable of destroying universes if he so pleases, and all she could think about after hearing about all of this is how to get one of Harry's scales for herself, because having a real dragon scale would be the coolest thing ever. Kurogano. Chapter 70. In a hidden location, laying on a medical bed and completely covered in tubes and all kinds of medical apparatus, lay the most dangerous villain in this world, all for one. However, as All for One lay there unable to see or even hear since he was severely injured by All Might a few years ago. His mind was going full tilt with the information he had received a week ago. Someone had defeated his creation Noma with ease and apparently is capable of using different quirks like him, but that's not what had made him worried. No, it's the fact that this unknown person is teaching in UA, and according to their little spy, this person and the girls that arrived with him are extremely dangerous. Of course, he also received a report on who or what this individual believes himself to be, but All for One refuses to believe this report. A dragon? Magic? Other worlds? How absurd! This unknown might be able to fool everyone else into believing all of those ridiculous claims, but not him. He must have a quirk similar to his, otherwise he wouldn't be able to pull all of those strange abilities he showcased during young Tomura's attack on the USJ, but that made this unknown a danger to his plans. Unfortunately, this Harry Potter lives inside UA and he can't have anyone try to get inside to deal with this new threat, so for now, all he could do is wait for an opportunity to present itself. Harry Potter, you will not get in my way again. Too bad All for One didn't believe the reports on Harry, otherwise he might have made the right choice and chosen not to try to annoy him. But like most arrogant and foolish people, he will learn the hard way why is never a good idea to piss off a dragon. Today Harry was supervising Izuku's training. This week he has been focusing on his physical training using the training room he has built under the house. Thanks to this training room, Izuku has been able to train the equivalent of 7 months in 7 days, 1 hour per day outside equaled a month inside the training room. It certainly wasn't easy, and there were times in which Harry had to deliver the poor unconscious boy to his house. As Harry watched his student exercise, he began to think back on everything that had been going on during this week, beginning with the first time he met Izuku's mother Inko Midoriya, who almost had a heart attack when Harry suddenly appeared in her living room via a dark corridor with her unconscious son on Harry's shoulder after the first time he trained with him. Needless to say that Inko screamed bloody murder, which made Harry very upset because his ears were ringing after that, so he did like any good dragon would do in situations like this. He roared right into Inko's face so loud that the entire neighborhood shook and heard it. Poor Inko was so pale afterward that she passed out right then and there. Harry just huffed and then threw Izuku right on top of the couch. He left right after, not wanting to deal with any of this any longer. The next day Izuku's training was harsher and the green-haired boy didn't know why, but he did notice that Harry was very annoyed for some reason, though he suspected that something must have happened with his mom because he found her on the ground when he woke up later during the day yesterday and she refused to say why she was unconscious. Toru was another student that had all of Harry's attention when it came to training. Like Izuku, she had a gravity spell placed on her and was being trained in hand-to-hand combat very thoroughly by Harry. He also trained her in Bukaijutsu, teaching her how to handle all kinds of shinobi weaponry that she can create with her light manipulation, along with ninja stealth training and Anbu assassination techniques. Toru at first wasn't comfortable in learning such techniques, but Harry told her that it was best to know them and that even if she can still choose not to go for the kill and instead go for a knockout. It all depends on her and how she chooses to use her training. This made both Izuku and Toru Harry's best students, and even though everyone who chose to train with him was getting stronger, these two were getting further ahead than the rest. The rest of Harry's personal students continued to master their new abilities. Momo and Harry continued to work on making a viable costume for her, and it was progressing quite well, though she was surprised at the fact that Harry knew how to sew. Harry just told her that when he was little he often had to fix his clothes, so he learned at a very young how to do it and only got better as he grew older. He didn't mention that his skill level for sewing was on a legendary level now. That would have been too much for a logical person like Momo to understand. He was also training her to up the speed in which she creates things and while being attacked by him. This helped Momo not overthink things, since Harry didn't give any time to think, so Momo was forced to create things to try and stop Harry on the spot. All of this pressure was helping her a lot. Tsuyu, Kainoko, and Ibara learned how to use their new abilities in elemental manipulation and were quickly improving. It also helped that they had quite the imagination to be able to find all kinds of ways to use their new abilities. Mina and Ajiro along with everyone else were getting better with their hand-to-hand skills, especially since Harry spars with them all the time. He knows that they will adapt and learn faster if they face someone stronger than them, and it works because all his students were getting so used to fighting against him that everyone else it's going to seem like a game compared to him. Eventually, Himiko joined in the training as well, and Harry chose to train her as a shinobi since her quirk and physical prowess made her a good candidate to become a ninja, and so Himiko also joined Toru in training as shinobi. Harry was happy to see that both got along very well and had become fast friends. He was glad for Himiko since Harry knew that she needed more friends in her life, and someone bright and cheerful like Toru would make a great friend for her. Though Himiko did get along with everyone else, she just liked hanging out and training with Toru more. But overall everyone was progressing very well and Harry felt very proud. he can't wait to see the expression of everyone during the sports festival, it's going to be very fun. Right now though he had to focus on Izuku, it was time for him to start training in hand-to-hand combat and learn how to control his quirk. Izuku might be too naive to understand that right now he can beat pretty much everyone in strength and speed alone without even using his quirk. He has gotten that strong during these 7 months in the training room. The gravity spell was already up to 10 times the Earth's gravity and the green-haired boy didn't even realize it. Harry was sure that it will be a big surprise for him during the sports festival and he can't wait to see when he realizes it. So seeing that Izuku was done with his daily exercises he called out to him, "Izuku, come over here." Izuku took a big breath and then ran towards his teacher looking forward to the next part of his training. Once he got there Harry began to speak. "All right, your overall strength and speed have improved by a lot Midoriya. We only have 1 week left before the sports festival begins so we're going to use those months here inside the training room to teach you a fighting style, maybe 2 if we have time but most of our time will be spent in you learning how to control your quirk." Izuku nodded and was actually excited about this. No offense to All Might but he really needed some help with his quirk, there's just too much he doesn't know about One for All. Harry smiled watching Izuku ready to train, even though he had to admit that the young green-haired boy was very motivated and always ready to do his best. "Alright, first I want you to activate your quirk and try to slowly lower the output until you feel comfortable enough to move without any pain." Izuku once again nodded and then closed his hands into fists and then focused on his quirk. Soon enough his power reacted to his call and one of his arms began to glow with power. However, Harry sensed something weird the moment he watched Izuku use his quirk and narrowed his eyes. Midoriya stopped for a minute. Izuku stopped using his quirk and he immediately noticed a difference in its use. Right now his arm didn't hurt as much as before when he had used his quirk though as he turned his head towards Harry he was curious as to why he was stopped. Did I do something wrong, Harry-sensei?" Harry shook his head. "No, you didn't. Next time you activate your quirk try to get the energy to spread all over your body equally, and second, there's something weird about your quirk." Izuku nodded to Harry's first suggestion but then tilted his head in confusion about what Harry meant with his last statement. "Weird? In which way?" Harry frowned. "I'm not sure yet. Try to activate your quirk again, this time try to spread the energy as I told you, meanwhile I'll use one of my skills to figure out what it is that I sensed." Izuku nodded and immediately tried to activate his quirk and try to do what Harry suggested. Meanwhile Harry activated his Rinnegan and watched as Izuku activated his quirk. The moment Izuku felt the energy of his quirk begin to gather on his arm out of reflex he immediately began to try to will it to spread to his body instead. He struggled a bit since he had made a bad habit of gathering all of that energy in one limb or two. Now that he thought about it was pretty stupid for him to do that. He was certainly lucky that one of his limbs didn't blow up using his quirk. Soon enough he was able to have his entire body engulfed in his quirk but it was taking a heavy toll on his body. He gritted his teeth as he began to feel pain from the strain his quirk was putting on his body. "Ugh, it feels so heavy. I'm glad Harry put me to heavily train, otherwise, I don't think I would have been able to keep this up for long." Harry however narrowed his eyes the moment he watched Izuku activate his quirk while having his Rinnegan activated. "What the hell, are those soul shards? Is Izuku a fucking Horcrux?" This new situation disturbed Harry quite a lot but he didn't want to make assumptions. First of all, this world has no magic so unless someone has a quirk that allows them to rip pieces of one's soul then a Horcrux shouldn't be able to exist. But as Harry watched Izuku trying to control One for All he could see not only 1 but 7 soul shards inside Izuku right now. "Midoriya, stop." Izuku immediately let go of his quirk and deactivated it. He then turned towards Harry and immediately got worried when he noticed glaring at his chest. "What's wrong, Harry-sensei? What did you see?" Harry tiredly sighed and then looked up to Izuku. "Let's call it a day, Midoriya, but before I say anything else let's go speak with All Might. He might have a clue as to what's going on with what I saw in your quirk." Izuku frowned and looked down but nodded nonetheless. He was very concerned about what Harry had possibly seen in his quirk but he knows that if it was something really serious Harry would have done something about it already. So both teacher and student left the training room, one very confused about what he had seen while the other was asking questions non-stop about more of his abilities while also taking a lot of notes. Both Harry and Izuku went to look for All Might. It was early in the morning, a few hours before school even started since this was the time Izuku did his training with Harry. On their way to the main school building, they were suddenly stopped by a periwinkle blur that tried to crash against Harry but the dragon god saw it coming and dodged it by sidestepping. The periwinkle projectile crashed against the ground and bounced a couple of times until it then began to slide on the ground face first for a little bit until it came to a complete stop. Both Harry and Izuku's sweat dropped and stared at the periwinkle projectile who turned out to be a girl as she lay there on the ground unmoving for a few seconds before she suddenly got up and yelled, "I'm okay." She then turned around towards Harry and Izuku and pouted, "Hey. Why did you dodge? Harry's sweat dropped once again. Well, who would just stand there and let himself be tackled by an unknown blue projectile? The girl looked up and hummed for a second before nodding. That makes sense. Harry sighed, but then a familiar giggle caught his attention. He turned around and watched Susan walking towards him while holding Ari in her arms. Harry smiled at both his girlfriend and daughter, while Susan finally arrived at his side and then spoke. Well, Harry, you do have a history of being tackled. Do I need to remind you how you and Lee Fay met? Harry groaned because Susan was completely right. Lee Fay had met Harry by tackling him and Sirius through a portal back when he had to go help the Carmilla vampire clan, though now that he thinks about it seems so long ago now. Both Ari and Susan giggled at Harry's dismay while Izuku tried but failed to not chuckle at his sensei predicament. Harry huffed and then shook his head. He then turned his head towards the periwinkle-haired girl and waved a hand healing the scratches and bruises on her, and fixed her clothes. Well, who are you, miss? And why were trying to tackle me? The girl brightly smiled and pointed at herself. I'm Nejire Hato. It's nice to meet you, Harry-sensei. I have so many questions for you. Harry chuckled at the girl's exuberant attitude and shook his head. That still doesn't answer why you wanted to tackle me. Ari giggled and then said, Daddy. She just wanted to hug you because she thinks you're cool. Harry turned to his daughter and raised an eyebrow. Hey. Susan giggled. Sorry, Harry, I think it's my fault. You see, she's been skulking around the house for a while now, and today I decided to ask her what she was looking around for. She told me that she was looking for the cool dragon that was sleeping here almost 2 weeks ago, so I told her about you and where you were, but when we went to the training room you were gone, so we came looking for you. We saw you walking towards the main school building and Ari told Nejire that a good way to stop you from moving was with a hug, and well, she tried to get to you before you went inside, but as you can see she failed to take into account that you weren't just going to stop and let yourself get tackled hugged to the ground by a stranger. Ari fist pumped. Daddy likes it when I hug him, so I thought it was a good idea. Harry smiled at his daughter and hummed, well, I do like a good hug. Ari nodded while Susan smiled at Harry. Then the dragon god turned towards Nejire, who was still smiling brightly. Alright, so what sort of questions do you want to ask Miss Hato? Nejire began to excitedly hop from one foot to the other. Oh. Are you really a dragon? Can you breathe fire? Oh. Can you breathe lightning? I saw a dragon on a video game that could do that. Why do your wings have feathers? Can I make a pact with you and summon you? Oh. Can I get on your back and have a ride? Why are your scales too pretty? Can I have one? Are you a family member of Ryukyu's? Harry's sweat dropped and then turned his head towards Izuku and rose an eyebrow. Izuku jumped a bit in surprise. What? Harry pointed his thumb towards Nejire, who just blinked and then smiled. Is she a cousin of yours or something? Izuku shook his head in denial. What? No. Why would you think that? We don't look anything alike. Harry shrugged and then turned back toward Nejire. Well, she can rapid-fire questions like you, so I was just wondering. Izuku's sweat dropped but couldn't say anything in denial. Harry reached over and patted his head while Susan grinned at Izuku. Harry then began to answer Nejire's questions. Let's see. Yes, I'm a dragon god actually, and yes, I can breathe all kinds of fire, and I can breathe lightning as well. My wings have feathers because before I became a dragon god I was a wind dragon lord. You need to have mana to make a pact with me and summon me. Sure, I can give you a ride sometime. I take good care of my scales, that's why they're pretty. No, you can't have one. If I give you one then everyone will want one, and I have heard of Ryukyu but I don't personally know her and we're not family either. Nejire's eyes sparkled at having her questions answered while Harry took a big breath and then turned towards Izuku, who was once again writing in his notebook. Harry's left eye twitched and then he flicked Izuku in the forehead, causing the green-haired teen to grunt and hold his forehead in pain. Come on, Izuku, we have a lot to do and we still have to speak with All Might. Izuku looked up while still holding his forehead but nodded at his sensei. Harry then turned back to Nejire. We have something to take care of right now, Miss Hato, but do feel free to come to our house after school to visit anytime. I teach some students then, but I'll be able to easily continue to answer more questions then. Nejire excitedly nodded while Harry turned towards Susan and gave her a kiss. He then patted Ari's head, causing her to giggle in fun. After that he grabbed Izuku by the back of his shirt and dragged him inside the school while the green-haired boy was blushing in embarrassment from watching his sensei kiss a girl. Nejire looked towards Susan and smiled. That looked like it felt nice. Susan rose an eyebrow and then asked, the kiss or the pat on the head? Nejire hummed for a bit and then answered Susan's question, yes. Susan giggled and watched as Nejire then left, skipping to go to the training grounds where she was meeting her friends. Susan shook her head. What a quirky girl. Come on, Ari, let's go home and make a cake to surprise Harry, Luna, Himiko, and Hermione when they come home. Eri smiled and hugged her while Susan walked back home with her daughter in her arms. Nizu was in his office with Luna and Hermione, who had become a sort of secretary for him since she was smart and Nizu trusted her to know what she was doing. Today Luna was giving a report of everything she and Shoto were able to find out about Bakugo and Shoto. Needless to say, Nizu was very unhappy about what they have found out. As Luna spoke in front of Nizu's desk about Bakugo's bullying and abusive tendencies and what Shoto's father had done to his children and wife, Nizu couldn't help the frown that had appeared on his face to show how displeased he was at the moment. Once Luna finished her report, Nizu slumped on his chair. Sigh, looks like Harry was right. To think that Midoriya went through all of that verbal and physical abuse in silence and his school never did anything to help him. No wonder Bakugo grew to be this arrogant and selfish. He was allowed to do and say what he wanted to everyone he chose and his old school did nothing to correct that behavior. Hermione then spoke. In fact, it seems like the teacher encouraged and supported Bakugo to have this twisted mentality. Just what sort of teacher see abuse like what had been going with Izuku and not say anything? Luna frowned and looked down. I investigated further and even used the Imperious Curse to interrogate the principal of Bakugo's and Midoriya's old school. According to him, the teacher and the rest of the school staff didn't care about what happened to Izuku because he was quirkless. Nizu actually growled and slammed a fist on his desk. What? How dare they? A teacher's job is to protect and teach their students, to guide them to a good future. Grr. Both Hermione and Luna nodded in agreement, but suddenly a voice made everyone turn towards the doorway. I see. That actually explains a lot about Midoriya and Bakugo. Nizu, can we have that school shut down and the teachers involved arrested? If you can't, then I'll deal with this my own way. Everyone watched as Harry stood by the doorway with a frown on his face. Izuku was with him, but he was looking down. It seems he heard everything that was said but didn't want to say anything about it either. Harry, however, wasn't surprised to hear this. Everything from how Bakugo spoke to his classmates, to his overly aggressive behavior and the way he treated Izuku, not caring if a teacher or someone else was around, hinted to who the culprit of all of this is. Society as a whole was at fault in this situation, and Harry doubts it's the only instance of it. This whole society's way of worshipping power over sentiment was very disappointing to Harry. The fact that someone was bullied and abused for the simple fact that he wasn't born with a superpower was just sickening. Bakugo wants to be a hero, the number one apparently, but as a hero, he has to protect the weak. How can someone watch him treat a fellow classmate like that and still believe he would make a great hero? This was something that Harry really disliked about this world. Sigh. Also, I'll be taking Bakugo's quirk. Nizu, if you want to send him to the general courses like Mineta, then that's your choice. Personally, I would send the little shit to a psychiatrist until he no longer has that overinflated ego of his. Izuku gasped but chose not to say anything. Deep down he knew that Kikin deserved this, but it still made him sad to find out that his old friend's dream is about to be destroyed. Harry then walked up to Luna and then gave her a kiss. He then did the same with Hermione. Good morning, girls, and sorry for interrupting your meeting, Nizu. Nizu shook his head and smiled at Harry. Don't worry, Harry, and yes, I agree with you. I'll move Bakugo to the general courses and speak with his parents about him getting professional help. We can't trust someone like him to be an example to what a hero should be. We already made the same mistake before, but not again. Harry nodded and then turned towards Izuku. Sorry, Midoriya, but Bakugo brought this upon himself. Izuku looked up at Harry and shook his head. It's fine, Harry-sensei. I understand where you coming from and a part of me agrees with you, but... Well, I'm just sad that Kikin's dream is going to be destroyed. We both have the same dream after all. Harry nodded to Izuku. Well, everything in life has a consequence, Midoriya. Bakugo decided to be a bully and abuse his power, and this is his consequence. Let this be a lesson to you and everyone in this school. Izuku nodded and accepted his sensei's words. He had heard of all of his adventures, something that everyone who trains with him after school is privy to, so he knows that Harry is speaking from experience. His sensei has always spoken with him and his students honestly. He spoke of his mistakes, the times where he grew too arrogant and almost lost a few friends, the time he died and met his parents in the afterlife, and the many people he has met that have helped in making him who he is today. All of his students were flabbergasted and speechless about everything he had revealed to them, especially Ibara, who had refused at first to believe that there were other worlds, that there were other gods, that Harry is a god himself, and that magic even existed. But Harry took them all on a short trip to his world. They got to see Neo Kyoto and the yokai. He had shown Ibara heaven and introduced her to Michael the Archangel. He had watched Ibara break down in tears when she heard that God was dead in Harry's world, but his sensei picked her up and told her that God still lives on, not only in his teachings, but he also showed them God's system and explained that through him the system was working perfectly and making miracles happened around his world. And even the worlds he has visited before. He had wondered how that had happened, and Harry explained that when God's system bonded to him, the system created a link to all the worlds he's been in and used the faith of all the believers of those worlds to proceed to make miracles happen. Of course, Harry also explained how he's just letting the system do its work and he's just acting as a focus for it, though if the system needs him to do something it usually lets him know somehow, he can then choose to do something about it or not. Even as they spoke, Harry showed Ibera everything the system was doing and even let her and everyone listen to all the prayers of the faithful. This made Ibera awed at the immense amount of voices she could hear, words of thanks, help and even dreams echoed in everyone's ears. He even saw Michael the Archangel cry a bit, though Sensei just huffed and told him to grow a pair. However, all of this sort of backfired on Harry a bit since Ibera started to pray to him and call him Harry-sama every time she sees him, though some of his fellow trainees and him think she was just messing with him because she would always have a small smirk on her face whenever Harry would roll his eyes at her. Harry did explain that he wasn't taking God's place or anything like that, he was just only making sure the system worked fine and did its job, just as God would have wanted it. So Izuku looked up to Harry's eyes and tightened his fist. I'll make sure I become a good hero. One that inspires people to do good, to help those in need, and above all else, that heroes always protect the weak. Harry grinned at his student and nodded. I believe that you will someday be a great hero, Midoriya, that's why I'm helping you. Anyways, now that I'm here, mind calling All Might to meet me here, Nizu? There's something me and Izuku have to talk to him about. Nizu nodded and took out his phone to text the number 1 hero. Sure, I think at this time in the morning he's doing patrols around the city. Since you healed him, he has been helping around Musuda Fu. In the meantime, why don't you tell us what you found out about Shoto, Luna? Luna nodded and frowned because she knew that no one here will like what she had found about Shoto's situation, or rather about what his father had done, and so she began her report. She began with how NG Todoroki aka Endeavor had practically bought Rei Himura, now Todoroki, and married her in order to create an offspring with both of their quirks in the hopes of the child surpassing All Might someday. There were 3 children who were deemed as a failure until Shoto had been born, but 2 of those other children had been pushed aside. Endeavor then focused on his eldest son Toya Todoroki, who wanted to fulfill his father's goal of surpassing All Might, but this dream became an unhealthy obsession and in the end, it drove him insane. Mentally unstable and not caring that his quirk was causing damage to his body, Toya continued to train. However, Endeavor began to put all of his attention towards Shoto and ignored his oldest son. This caused Toya to have a crisis and breakdown, but still continued to train in the hopes of surpassing Shoto and regaining his father's attention. His quirk eventually evolved, causing him immense joy. However, his father didn't care and Toya finally snapped. The poor boy lost control of his quirk, burning him to death. Harry widened his eyes in shock and horror as Izuku gasped and teared up. Hermione held her hands over her mouth in horror as well, while Nizu frowned and glared at the floor. However, that wasn't all, and Luna continued with her report. Apparently, Endeavor's obsession with All Might didn't stop after his eldest son's death, and began to harshly train Shoto, who had inherited his and his mother's quirk. However, the Todoroki family was in shatters, and eventually, Rei Todoroki finally snapped. In a moment of madness, not being able to cope with everything Endeavor had done and the death of her eldest son, made her see Endeavor in her son, and she in that second of madness threw boiling hot water on her younger son's face. She soon snapped out of her unstable mentality and immediately tried to soothe her son's burn with her quirk while hysterically apologizing to Shoto. Endeavor, however, grew angry at Rei for hurting what he sees as his way to surpass All Might and had her locked up in a psychiatric ward away from Shoto and the rest of her family. Everyone stayed silent after Luna finished her report, but everyone could feel the sheer and unadulterated rage Harry was letting off, and they knew that NG Todoroki, the number 2 hero, was going to pay dearly for what he had done. Endeavor was a dead man waking, he just didn't know it yet. Nizu sighed because he knew he couldn't stop Harry, but deep down he also wanted Endeavor to pay. His position as the number 2 hero made him untouchable even to him, so he'll have to leave this to Harry to deal with, though he did have a question for Luna. Luna, how did you get all of this information? Luna hummed and then looked up to the ceiling and thought, well, I used telepathy to go through all the Todoroki's memories, including Rei Todoroki. That poor lady needs some help, she's so heartbroken and in pain. We also need to help Shoto. Harry sighed and then looked into Nizu's eyes. Leave Endeavor and Miss Rei to me, I'll deal with them. Nizu, I want you to get Shoto professional help. I don't know what we can do for the elder siblings, but if you can help them somehow, do so. Nizu nodded. What are you planning on doing, Harry? Harry turned towards the doorway and watched as All Might finally arrived. First I have to speak with All Might about One for All, and then I'll help Miss Rei. I'll have her live with us here in UA and help her recover. Luna and I can use mental art to help her with all her issues. I don't know what I'll do to Endeavor yet, but I promise that he'll wish for death after I'm done with him. All Might raised an eyebrow as he looked at everyone and noticed their grim faces. Something tells me I'm going to regret asking this, but what did I miss? Chapter 71. After explaining to All Might everything that Luna had uncovered about both Shoto and Bakugo, the number one hero was both horrified about the Todoroki family and stunned by Bakugo's vast past of abuse and bullying. All Might looked down with a frown on his face and sadly sighed to think Enji would do something like this. I know he can be reckless and very blunt, but to have abused his family like this over his obsession with me. All Might sadly shook his head. I should have known something like this was going on with you, young Midoriya. I'm sorry for not noticing and allowing it to keep going even here in U.A. Izuku shook his head. No, you don't have to apologize, All Might. Harry has shown me that I myself am to blame for this. I never complained nor did anything to stop him either. I just decided to take it because I foolishly believed that he would make a great hero. Izuku then shook his head, but after Harry spoke to me and explained how my mindset didn't make sense when it came to Kiken, I realized how wrong I've been about him, plus his examples of what a hero should be made me understand that Kiken is just not hero material, as sad as it is, but I think that deep down I have always known that Kiken was more of a villain than a hero. All Might nodded to his student and patted his head in support. He then turned towards me and asked, what are you planning on doing, Harry? I'm sure you just won't stand there and allow these sorts of things to go unpunished. Harry nodded and huffed. Well, Nizu will make sure Shoto gets professional help. That kid needs some serious help to get rid of all that baggage he's carrying. I'll take care of Miss Rei. She doesn't deserve the lot she got in life. Then I'll deal with Endeavor soon enough. That bastard will pay for what he has done. If there's one thing I hate the most is child abuse. As for Bakugo, well, I think having him join the general studies classes after I take his quirk away will do him so good. If he wants to, that is. I really could care no less for what he chooses to do after I'm done with him. All Might sighed but nodded nonetheless. He then turned to Luna. What about young Aoyama? Have you found anything about him, Miss Luna? Luna shook her head. I'm still investigating, but I will tell you this. Someone has been manipulating his personal information, so that's setting off some very serious red flags. Right now I'm looking for his parents, but for some reason, they seem to be always traveling out of the country, but don't worry, I'll find out something soon enough. Meanwhile, Shota is keeping an eye on him for anything suspicious. All Might and Nizu nodded. Hermione then hummed and looked up. Harry, can we have one of the Digimon look for any sort of digital modification done for Aoyama? Harry nodded and then pointed his open hand to the side. Realize. Ebamin. A Digimon that quite frankly looked very alien-like appeared and then nodded at Harry, who smiled. Hello Ebamin, can you do me a favor and assist Hermione with anything she might need? Stay with her and be her assistant as well, please. Ebamin nodded and then turned towards Hermione, who had taken out her cell phone and pointed it at him. Ebamin nodded and then turned into data that flew straight into Hermione's cell phone. Hermione turned her phone over and looked at the screen. Ebamin was right inside the home screen and sitting on top of an app. Hermione smiled. I'm looking forward to working with you, Ebamin. Ebamin nodded while Nizu chuckled. What are you planning, Miss Hermione? Hermione turned her head towards Nizu and grinned. If someone is modifying personal information, then a Digimon might be able to find and track a data trail. I nodded in agreement while Nizu nodded as well. I see. That does sound like a good idea. Everything is done digitally nowadays, so with Ebamin we might be able to find out more information about who and why young Aoyama's personal information has been modified. Everyone nodded and All Might turned towards Harry. Well, what is it that you want to speak with me about, Harry? Nizu told me over the phone that you were looking for me. Harry nodded and then sighed. He stayed silent for a couple of seconds, trying to organize his thoughts a bit. Today I had Midoriya begin with training with his quirk and learning how to control it. All Might nodded and smiled at Izuku. Well, congratulations on reaching this point in your training, young Midoriya. I know these few days were really tough on you, but you worked really hard. Izuku nodded and smiled at his favorite hero. All Might then turned his head towards Harry but then noticed his frown and got worried. Harry? What's wrong? It's a great accomplishment that young Midoriya has reached this step in his training, right? Harry nodded. Yes, and I'm very proud of him, but I saw something rather disturbing about his quirk and quite frankly I'm a little stumped on what it could be. I've only ever seen something like this in my original world, and only the evilest and darkest of people would do something like this. Now that had everyone's interest and concern. Harry is not one to be easily perturbed, but whatever he had seen had bothered him greatly. All Might frowned and then spoke. What did you see, Harry? What could possibly disturb you this much? Harry frowned and then sighed. Inside Midoriya's quirk there are 7 soul shards who are restricting and somehow controlling the quirk. Both Luna and Hermione gasped in shock upon hearing what Harry just said. Both of them are well aware of the implications of someone being a vessel to a soul shard could do to them. Izuku and All Might frowned, not understanding the scope of the situation, but watching the reactions of Luna and Hermione they could guess that it wasn't anything good. Nizu however was able to somewhat understand some of what all of this could mean. Soul shards? That means that inside of One for All there are 7 souls, or rather 7 personalities controlling the quirk. Do they influence the user? Can they take control? Now that was a disturbing thought for both All Might and Izuku, who paled upon hearing Nizu's questions. Hermione was the one who answered. Nizu, a soul shard, or otherwise known as Horcrux, is some of the evilest type of magic someone can use. Someone using a ritual in the act of murder can rip a piece of their soul and place it in a vessel. This would grant the caster a type of pseudo-immortality, but it's magic, and as far as we know, no one in this world has the potential to, so how? The soul shards have been known to be able to control or influence others as well, or even possess a person. Luna hummed. Perhaps a quirk? There's quite the variety and types of quirks out there. Who's to say that someone hasn't been born with a quirk that has the ability to rip pieces of their soul and place them inside something else? Harry tiredly sighed. I had the same thought as well, Luna, but 7 soul shards? Voldemort went insane splitting his soul that many times. Who and why would they even do this? Nizu turned his head toward Harry. Voldemort? You mentioned him before. He's the evil wizard who murdered your parents and later came back to life to try and kill you, right? So that's how he was able to survive. I wondered how he was able to do that, but since you didn't elaborate I didn't want to push, but now, knowing this, I can understand why you didn't want to talk about it. Both All Might and Izuku were very concerned about all of this, and All Might didn't waste any time asking a question. But what does all of this mean for young Midoriya? I've never even knew about this, and I'm sure my teacher didn't know either, or she would have told me. Harry turned his head towards All Might. So you don't know either? Damn. I was hoping you would know something, but I guess this must have happened before you and your teacher's time, so you wouldn't know. I can easily deal with the soul shards and modify One for All to work without their input, but first I think we'll have to talk to the souls inside the quirk. I want to know who they are and what they're doing in there. All Might, Izuku, and Nizu turned to look at each other and nodded in agreement. Izuku stepped forward. I trust you, Harry-sensei, and I also want to know what these souls are doing inside my quirk. Harry nodded and turned towards Luna, who nodded at him and summoned her keyblade. She then raised it towards the ceiling. Nizu's entire office was then engulfed in darkness. Luna then let her keyblade go and it disappeared in a flash of darkness. Nizu looked around his office in curiosity. Seeing this, Hermione answered his unasked question. It's a special type of barrier made out of pure darkness. If the souls try to escape and touch the barriers, they will be consumed by its element. Nizu nodded. I see. Better safe than sorry. Hey. Hermione smiled while Harry then spoke. Alright, I'm going to rip the soul shards out of One for All, so get ready just in case, everyone. Everyone nodded and stood ready for anything. Harry closed his eyes for a second and brought up his hand. Best you relax and try to keep calm, Midoriya. What I'm about to do might look extreme, but I promise that you will be safe. Izuku nodded and stared at Harry with eyes full of conviction and trust. Harry grinned at his student and then suddenly pushed his hand inside his chest. All Might tensed for a second, but Izuku just raised an eyebrow. Hey? That feels weird. Harry chuckled as he grabbed hold of One for All. He was a bit surprised that the quirk actually fought him a bit, but Harry squeezed tightly and then pulled it out. The room was then suddenly engulfed in a rainbow-colored light for a few seconds until the light then settled down on the orb in Harry's hand. All Might and Izuku stared in awe at the orb that represented their quirk while Harry placed 2 fingers on top of the orb. Suddenly he pulled his fingers away and 7 orbs of light were suddenly pulled out of the orb containing One for All. The orbs of light flew around Nizu's office in a panic and actually tried to fly back to the orb, but Harry quickly slapped them away, causing the orbs to slam against the floor and then take on humanoid forms. Suddenly the orbs became semi-transparent people who were on the floor groaning in pain from Harry's slaps. However, one of the souls caught the attention of All Might, causing him to suddenly yell out, Nana-sensei. Harry frowned and stopped All Might from approaching Nana Shimura with a raised hand. He then turned his head to the souls. In the name of my title as Master of Death, I, Harry James Potter, order you souls of the departed to stand up and not move. All 7 soul shards immediately stood up ramrod straight, though some of them struggled a bit. Harry then placed his hand on One for All and began to modify it for Izuku's use. One of the souls, and a young man with white hair and green eyes, suddenly yelled out, Stop! You can't do that! But Harry just ignored him and began to change One for All. It seems like the quirk can actually kill its users if it is transferred to someone who already has a quirk, so let's get rid of that, then. Oh, there are multiple quirks in here, jackpot! Let's just unlock all of those, then I'll add perfect control to help you control all of these new quirks, plus my blessing as a dragon god for good measure. And done. Harry then smiled at the orb containing One for All and then pushed it inside Izuku's chest. Izuku's eyes widened as he suddenly felt and got all the info he needed to know about his quirk. The green-haired teen suddenly activated his quirk and began to easily move around while engulfing his entire body in energy and green lightning bolts. Harry grinned at his student and nodded. Looks like we can skip training to control it now and we can focus on the fun stuff. I hope you are ready, Midoriya. Izuku stopped moving and nodded at his sensei. Now that he can fully control his quirk, he was very excited to learn to use all of the new quirks he got and to learn how to fight with Harry. Harry then turned towards the souls who couldn't do anything but watch as Harry changed and modify how One for All worked. The young man who had spoken suddenly did so again. What have you done? This quirk is the only thing that can defeat All for One. Izuku isn't ready for its full power yet. Harry frowned and then walked up to the young man and glared at him. The dead have no say in the actions of the living. Why were you and these other 6 souls inside One for All? 6 of the souls frowned and glared at Harry, refusing to answer his questions. Nana Shimura, however, just stayed silent. In all honesty, she thought it was a good idea to explain everything to Izuku rather than wait for later, but she was outvoted by the rest of the souls. Harry stared at the souls for a few seconds and then closed his eyes. So you refuse to speak? No matter, I'll get the information I need from you one way or the other. I don't need you to speak. Harry then placed an open hand in front of his face, and a strange and suffocating pressure began to hit the souls. Luna and Hermione, knowing what Harry was about to do, immediately created shields around All Might, Izuku, and Nizu to protect them from Harry's increasing spiritual pressure. Suddenly Harry clawed down his face and a white dragon-like mask formed on his face, causing the soul shards to widen their eyes in both shock and fear. Harry then let out a terrifying howl full of malice that actually made All Might and Izuku take a step back. Nizu's eyes widened and he actually jumped out of his seat. Harry then stopped howling and grabbed hold of the soul shard of the white-haired young man and proceeded to devour it savagely, to the shock of Nizu, All Might, and Izuku. After eating the soul shard, Harry stood up straight and sighed, releasing a stream of steam from his mouth as he began to go through all the memories he got from the soul shard. I see. Yoichi Shigaraki, the first wielder of One for All, and the rest of its past wielders, to think that All for One would have created his biggest enemy, by giving his little brother a quirk. How ironic. All Might and Nizu instantly turned their heads towards the still unable to move soul shards in surprise, but Harry went on. Their job was to make sure All for One was unable to take One for All, and grant their quirks to the next user if he was compatible enough, but they're no longer needed, and most of them had been dead for many, many years. Harry then moved his eyes towards the soul shards, who tremble upon staring at his yellow eyes surrounded with a deep black. You souls will no longer intervene with the living. All for One will die, but you will not burden my student with your so-called fate. Begone into the afterlife. 5 of the souls grunted and looked like they were struggling to fight whatever was happening to them until they suddenly screamed in pain and began to fall apart in small bright white lights. Nana Shimura closed her eyes and waited for the pain, but when she didn't feel anything, she slowly opened them and took a look around. She saw Harry place a hand over his mask and then grip it tightly until it began to crack and then shattered. The ominous pressure that had befallen her suddenly disappeared and she was once again able to breathe easily. She then saw the other 2 girls wave their hands, and the barriers protecting Toshinori and the 9th shattered along the one protecting the big rat bear thing behind the desk. She then watched the young man who had just eaten the first tiredly sighed and then move his gaze towards her, making her flinch. I saw your life within Yoichi Shigaraki, Nana Shimura. You were a good kind woman who made many sacrifices to be a good hero. You died before your time because of All for One, so I'll let you say goodbye to your student and stick around for a while. Harry then turned his head towards Izuku. Let's go, kid. There's a lot we have to train you on now that you have full control of One for All. Izuku nodded and Luna then waved a hand, taking down the dark barrier that she had put up over Nizu's office. Harry turned towards her and Hermione and gave them a smile. I'll see you, girls, at home later. He then turned towards Nizu and gave him a grin. I'll take care of Bakugo today so you can move him to the general classes if you want starting tomorrow. Nizu nodded and grinned back at Harry. Then the dragon god began to walk over to All Might and slapped his back hard, causing him to grunt in pain. Go talk to your teacher. I'm sure there's a lot both of you want to talk about, and don't worry about time. I'll let her stay in this world for a few days, so enjoy. All Might teared up a bit and nodded, thankful for this chance to speak with his teacher. Harry then began to walk towards the door with Izuku following close behind. Nana was speechless. She didn't understand why she was given this chance, but a giggle caught her attention and she turned towards where it came from. Luna smiled at her and then said, You look so confused, Miss Nana. Harry must have seen something he liked about you from the memories of that guy's soul he ate, so just enjoy your time in this world. Nana nodded and then sighed. I am thankful, it's just, he's scary as all hell. Hermione, Luna, and Nizu laughed at the fact that Harry had terrified what amounts to a ghost. Hermione then spoke up next. Sorry about Harry, but when it comes to souls of the dead he takes his title very seriously. Nizu hummed. You mean what he said when he ordered the souls not to move? I believe he said something about the Master of Death. I believe you also mentioned that during Class 1A's test, right? Hermione nodded and Luna then spoke. That title is quite literal, you know? He's the master of everything that pertains to death, he quite literally has control over the conceptual being known as death as well, that's why those souls couldn't move after he had ordered them not to. Nizu nodded and Hermione then spoke up again. He can also manipulate everything that has to do with the soul, I believe that's how he's able to modify quirks. You know, Miss Nana, if you ask nicely he might bring you back to life as well. I don't think he would say no, even though he doesn't like to bring back people who had been dead for a long time. Nana hummed and looked up and thought, I'll think about it. What he said to the rest of the past wielders makes a lot of sense to me. The dead have no business with the living. All Might then steps forward to his teacher Nana-sensei. Nana turned her head towards All Might and grinned at him. Why the long-faced Toshinori? Have you forgotten what I taught you? You have to always smile. All Might chuckled and then nodded. I haven't forgotten. There's a lot I have to say to you, Nana-sensei, but I think we should go see Gran Torino too though. Nana smiled and nodded. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll give the old man a heart attack. All Might chuckled and shook his head. Let's try not to do that, he might actually die if we do. But by the grin that Nana had on her face, All Might knew she wasn't going to listen to him, but he couldn't help but smile at his sensei, while Luna, Hermione, and Nizu smiled at the fact that both of them seemed to be having fun. Harry took Izuku back to the training room and began his next 7 months of training under the time dilation of the room. 1 month passed. During that 1 hour Izuku spent with Harry, and he had made quite an improvement in using his new quirks and learning a more specialized fighting style. Of course, that same day during his time with Class 1A's lesson time, Izuku was very nervous. He knew that as soon as Harry stepped through the door and into the classroom, Kiken's dream will be over, and he just didn't know how everything would go down. Suddenly the bell rung and Shota-sensei stepped inside along with Harry. Shota sighed and then spoke up. Bakugo, our background investigation on you has shown us that not only are you not mentally stable for hero work, but you also have some very disturbing villain-like tendencies. You will be taken out of the hero course, and if you so wish you can be placed on the general courses. Everyone in the class gasped and Katsuki stood up completely enraged. What? What the fuck do you mean I'll be taken out of the hero course? I deserve my place here. Harry stepped forward and Katsuki actually flinched. You have abused your quirk. You have actually used it to harm those that couldn't protect themselves at the time, and what's worse, you don't even understand what you did wrong. You're not a hero, Bakugo, and you never will be. Katsuki stood up and growled at Harry in rage. Fuck off. Asshole. What do you know? You're nothing but a loser who can't recognize talent. Harry narrowed his eyes and then disappeared in a blur and appeared right in front of Katsuki. The ash blonde teen twitched and then looked down, only to see Harry have his entire arm inside his chest. Everyone except Harry's personal students panicked, but Shota suddenly yelled silence. And no one move. Harry then pulled his arm out of Katsuki, and in his hand was now a bright red orb. Katsuki gasped and fell down on his butt, looking up at Harry in shock. Harry then put the orb inside his inventory and glared down at Katsuki. Let's see how much talent you have now that you no longer have your precious quirk. Harry then turned around and Katsuki finally snapped. He stood up and roared while pointing his hands towards Harry, fully intending to blast him to pieces. But nothing happened, shocking not only Katsuki but the entire class. Suddenly Katsuki realized what Harry's words meant, and with crazed eyes, he stared at his hands. Why you? What did you do? Harry turned his head and gazed at Katsuki. I took your quirk away, now leave. I'm about to begin my lesson, and quite frankly you no longer belong here. Katsuki just stood there frozen while Harry walked to the front of the class. Alright everyone, today we're going to the USJ to do teamwork exercises. Now let's go, the bus is waiting. He then turned to Shota. Let's go, Shota, we have a lot to do today. Shota nodded. Harry then stepped through the door while the class followed behind in silence. Shota then turned his head towards Bakugo and spoke. At first I thought Harry was being too harsh, but then I found out about the abuse you put Midoriya through. If it were up to me, you would have been sent to jail on criminal charges, Bakugo, especially since you attacked fellow classmates with your quirk, but Nizu already put you on the general courses. As of right now you no longer have a place in this class. Shota then began to walk towards the doorway and then suddenly stopped. He then turned his head and gazed at Bakugo. I don't want to see you here when we come back. With that said, Shota left the classroom and Bakugo just stood there staring at his hands in shock. He could no longer feel his quirk nor summon up the all-too-familiar explosive sensation that he would feel when he uses it. On the way to the USJ, both Harry and Shota explained to their students exactly what was going on and told them exactly why this has happened to Katsuki. Of course, they kept Izuku's name out of the explanation. Needless to say that all the students were shocked about everything Bakugo had done in the past was an understatement. Pretty much everyone couldn't believe that someone as talented and strong as Bakugo could be so cruel to others. especially to those who couldn't defend themselves. The rest of the day everyone was down and somewhat still in shock, so Harry and Shota for the first time ever went easy on Class 1A. After school, Harry left his students in the hands of Luna since Harry had something else to take care of today. Of course, this left his students quite scared because they had trained with Luna before, and despite being so sweet and caring, in battle she was very merciless. So Harry left his students in the care of Luna while they begged him not to go. All the while the Master of Darkness smiled at them with an overly sweet and sinister smile. Rei Todoroki was sitting up on her bed and looking out a window with a sad expression on her face. She was feeling very lonely right now and was missing her children, but she knew that there was no way to go see them, and even if she could, she knew she didn't deserve to see them, not when she couldn't protect them from their father. So she had no choice but to just sit here wondering what her sons and daughter were up to right now and hope that they were happy. Suddenly a pillar of jet darkness erupted from the ground, startling her. From the deep darkness stepped out a tall young man with black hair and the brightest green eyes she has ever seen, so bright in fact that they looked like they were glowing in the dark of her room. Harry looked down at Rei and stared at her in silence for a few seconds, feeling bad for her. Rei however seemed to draw to some weird conclusions. "Are you the devil? Are you here to take me to hell?" Harry frowned and stared into Rei's grey eyes. "I am known as a demon lord, but no, Miss Rei, I'm not here to take you to hell. You don't belong there. I'm here to give you your freedom back. My name is Harry Potter." Rei stared at Harry in silence for a long time until she suddenly spoke again. "But I don't deserve freedom. I hurt my son Shoto, and I couldn't protect Toya either." Rei then broke down in front of Harry and began to sob. Harry, feeling bad for the poor woman, stepped forward and patted her back. "No, Miss Rei, none of that is your fault. Everything is the fault of NG Todoroki, but don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him soon enough and you'll be able to meet with your children. I know everything that happened and I can assure you that none of it is your fault." Rei continued to sob but nodded, letting Harry know she heard him. Harry stayed there soothing and accompanying Rei as she finally vented all the emotions she had been forced to bottle up for so long. After a while Rei was able to finally calm down, and she then turned towards Harry. "What do you mean by giving me back my freedom, and that NG will get what's coming to him? He's practically untouchable, he's the number 2 hero, you know." Harry smiled at the white-haired woman and began to explain. "Nizu, the principal of UA will allow you to hide out in the academy in my house actually, so you'll be staying with me, my girlfriends and daughter, at least until I take care of NG." Rei nodded and Harry went on. "I will personally punish NG Todoroki. I could care less that he's the number 2 hero or about his reputation, he going to pay for what he's done. I hate child abuse and what he has done is just monstrous." Rei widened her eyes in shock and surprise. She then frowned when she realized something. "You were abused as a child, is that why you want to help me and my children?" Harry nodded. "Yes, my childhood wasn't a good one. Luckily someone extended their hand to me and I was able to change my life. Now I have a big and loving family. Sure, there's a lot of chaos and craziness going on when we're together, but I wouldn't change it for anything in the world." The way Harry smiled when he said that told Rei that he loved his family very dearly. She hadn't missed the fact that he said girlfriends not girlfriend, but she wasn't surprised. Harems were somewhat normal, but all of this told her that Harry genuinely wanted to help her. "How are you going to make NG pay?" Harry grinned at Rei and began to speak. "I'm going to beat the shit out of him and then take his quirk away." Rei stared up at Harry with wide eyes. "But how? He's very strong, you know. He's the number 2 hero for a reason." Harry nodded and then spoke up. "Well, since you're going to be living with us for a while, I might as well explain what I am. I wouldn't want you to panic when you see me do something crazy." So Harry told Rei everything, what he is, the world he came from, his powers, the supernatural, and the fact that he was the most powerful being in this world right now. Rei listened intently, and even though everything Harry told her sounded impossible, the fact that she couldn't see any indication that Harry was lying made her accept what he was telling her. "A dragon god? A real dragon like in the myths of old?" Harry nodded and chuckled. "You sound like my daughter when she found out that I'm a dragon. She's particularly fond of my dragon form too, and always asked me to give her a ride." Rei for the first time smiled. Since she was little she was always fond of fantasy stories, especially ones that had dragons on them. She had once used her quirk to try to imitate a dragon's fire breathing, though she ended up blowing snow and ice instead. Harry grinned at her when he noticed she looked very excited. "Do you want to ride on my back? I can take you back to UA that way." Rei turned her head towards Harry and was about to agree, but then she remembered why she was in this psychiatrist's ward. "I don't think I should." Harry stood up and then turned towards Rei. "I know you feel guilty and you blame yourself for what happened to Shoto, but that wasn't your fault. I'm making sure Shoto gets some help as well, and I'm helping you myself. Once both of you are ready you'll be able to see each other, Shoto does go to UA, you know. Rei got excited about the fact that she will be able to see her son and nodded at Harry. She decided that she'll put her trust in Harry and my other son and daughter. Harry smiled. Nizu will inform them where you are once I deal with NG, they'll be able to visit you anytime they want. Rei nodded and then got out of bed. She then walked up to Harry. Then okay, I'll leave with you, Harry, I'll trust you, and I want to ride. Harry chuckled when she saw that Rei was blushing and nodded at her. He then reached a hand over to her and grabbed her shoulder. Suddenly Rei found herself high in the sky. She panicked a bit, but she noticed that she was floating in the air, and calmed down. She then turned towards Harry, who grinned and then took on his dragon form. Rei then stared in shock at the massive gold and silver dragon in front of her. Harry suddenly telekinetically moved her and set her on his back. Harry then spread his wings and with a big flap he took off, flying towards UA with his passenger watching the sky in excitement. Down below in the city, everyone looked up to the sky when they noticed a massive dragon flying in the clouds. Heroes and civilians all looked up in shock and pointed at them, but both Harry and Rei, who was having fun, didn't care and just continued to enjoy their trip toward UA. Chapter 72. After Harry returned to his home with Rei, Luna immediately began to help the poor woman with her trauma and unstable mind. Using legilimency, she slowly and carefully helped Rei move on from her guilt and painful memories. It won't be an easy or fast process, but with Luna and Harry helping her go through all her bad memories and the good company of the people living in Harry's house, Rei Todoroki will eventually recover and move on. Harry got very attached to Rei, and the little bundle of cuteness would spend a lot of time with Rei, who was more than delighted to play and speak with her. Both Luna and Harry knew that instinctively both Harry and Rei must know that they had suffered a lot. As a result, they seemed to want to help each other. This was good because both would be able to support each other. Nizu also visited that night and met with Rei to let her know that as long as she lives in Harry's house and in UA grounds, Endeavor won't be able to ever get to her. This made Rei relax and tear up in relief. Nizu also told her that Shoto will be going to therapy as well in order to get him the help he needs, and that he will be moving into the UA dorms to get him away for Endeavor. This, of course, made Rei very happy, and even though she still thought that she didn't deserve it, she still wishes to be able to see her son someday. Harry told her that once he dealt with Endeavor and Shoto felt ready, he himself will bring him over to meet with her. Of course, he will also be informing both her other son and daughter where she is after Endeavor no longer poses a threat. Rei couldn't express how happy she was and just hugged Harry and Eri while crying. Harry just patted her back and let her vent while Eri hugged her tightly. Himiko also got somewhat attached to Rei, but like a cat, she just gets close whenever she wants attention. But Rei is happy to just let her do her thing. Luna, Susan, and Hermione were doing everything they could to make sure Rei felt safe and had everything she needed, and this included showing her what they could do so she would know that nothing will ever happen to her while they're around. The poor personal students of Harry had the pleasure-red misfortune to face these three members of Kyoto's elite squad, and boy did they hate every second of it. Luna, Susan, and Hermione are kind and gentle women, but when they battle they were merciless, and Harry's student had to be healed of many injuries after facing them. Rei was very impressed and thankful for the way everyone was very supportive of her. This is how Rei Todoroki began to live with Harry Potter and the girls, and for the first time in a very long time, she felt safe and secure. The days went on as usual as Harry focused on his personal students to prepare them for the sports festival, especially Izuku, who had a lot to learn and many quirks to adapt to now. His classroom lessons moved on as always, though the class was still a bit shocked by Katsuki's sudden removal from the hero course. 2 days after this had happened, Katsuki's mother appeared and demanded to know why her son's quirk was removed. Harry, Nizu, and Shota showed her all the evidence of what her son had done. But the thing that had hit Mitsuki Bakugo the hardest was the fact that her son had told Izuku to jump off a building so he could be reborn and hopefully get a quirk then. Mitsuki had known Izuku since he was a toddler, and she couldn't believe her son would be this cruel to one of his friends, much less another human being, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. Her son had used his quirk to harm, not only breaking the law but also doing something a villain would have done. Nizu and Shota told her that Katsuki was lucky they didn't arrest him, or worse, Harry could have decided to punish him more harshly. So Mitsuki left UA disappointed and heartbroken about what her son had done, and now she didn't know if she could ever face her friend Inko ever again. Katsuki ended up being forced to attend the general courses by Mitsuki, while Nizu forced him to go to therapy to try to get him out of that toxic mentality he seems to have. Not that Harry expected all of that to do any good. To him Katsuki seemed like the type of person who would never change unless something forces him to, but in the end, it's not like Harry cares if he changes or not. A couple of days later, Class 1A got a bunch of unexpected visitors who actually blocked the doorway. Who were they? Well, the class of 1B and some general course students decided to check out the competition. However, Izuku, Okako, Momo, Tsuyu, Eijiro, Mina, and Toru had extra lessons with Harry and didn't want to be late, so they tried to pass through, but no one wanted to get out of their way. Even Pony, Ibara, and Kainoko tried to help their friends in training, but they couldn't do anything about their classmates who didn't want to move out of the way. Too bad that Harry decided to go get his students, since he wanted to talk about some new techniques that he wanted to teach them, only to be blocked by a bunch of students. So he waited a bit and patiently listened to everything that was said. He finally had enough after Niotomonoma, Tetsu, and another kid he has never seen before who looked like he needed a nap desperately mouthed off to his students who were trying to pass through. So Harry waved his hand and pushed everyone away from the doorway with a telekinetic push, which caused the students to all become a pile of limbs and grunts of pain. Harry then spoke up loud and clear to everyone, instead of wasting time standing here, everyone should go and train. The sports festival is soon approaching. Grow up, and stop acting like cocky children. Harry then turned to his students and nodded at them. He then turned around and began to walk away with his students following close behind. The rest of the students who were blocking the door could only groan in pain after such an aggressive push. The rest of Class 1A just sweat dropped and silently left, having already gotten used to the way Harry was. Besides, their sensei had the right idea about training and all of them had been doing so already. Another change was the spirit of Nana Shimura roaming around the campus and scaring the living daylights out both the students and teachers alike. Not that it was her intention to scare anyone, she just has a tendency to forget that she's a ghost. Even All Might had been jump scared at times when Nana would visit him during his classes to watch him teach, resulting in the number one hero screaming in surprise when she would appear out of nowhere. No one judged him for that, since they all have been scared by Nana at least once, except Harry, who always seemed to know where she was at all times. Harry had also met Nana, and to her surprise, the young girl was able to touch her and interact with her. This allowed Nana to hang out and play with Harry. At times both of them would roam around the school to watch what was going, but no one minded Harry since she's a very well-behaved girl. The days went on, and a day before the sports festival would begin, Harry had gathered every one of his personal students inside the time dilation training room, to give them one more final test before tomorrow's trial. Everyone was very nervous. They all knew why Harry gathered them up, and even though they have been training hard these past 2 weeks, they still didn't feel like they made that much progress. Still, everyone decided to do their best and try to come on top in whatever test their sensei will have them do. Harry, of course, noticed this and smiled at his students. All right everyone. I see that all of you are ready for today. Now for this test, I'll be taking off the gravity charm on you guys, this way you'll fight at 100%. Everyone widened their eyes since they had forgotten that Harry had placed them under a gravity spell at the beginning of their training, so when Harry waved a hand they immediately felt the difference. Izuku stretched and cracked his bones. Oof, I feel so light. Harry grinned at his students as he watched them jump a bit and run a few times around the area. This reminded him of the time when he trained with both Gaku and Krillin under Master Roshi. After letting his students get used to their new lighter weight, Harry then spoke up. Okay, today you'll be facing Luna. This time however she'll be facing everyone as the Master of Darkness. You guys have faced Luna before, sure, but she wasn't being serious with any of you, and you were also facing Susan and Hermione at the same time. Needless to say, that this time everything is going to be different is an understatement. Everyone gulped. The fact that they now knew that Luna was holding back during their fight against all three of Harry's girlfriends made everyone very nervous. That day was hell for everyone, but it seems that today it was going to be worse. Harry chuckled because he can tell everyone was afraid, and they should be. Luna was terrifying when she was fighting as the Master of Darkness. She could do things with the dark element that even he himself couldn't do. You have 5 minutes to prepare and plan. His students nodded and immediately gathered around Izuku to plan how they were going to face Luna. Harry fondly smiled at them but turned his head to the side when he felt a dark corridor open beside him. Out of the pillar of darkness came out Luna, Nizu, All Might, Nana, and Hermione, who had decided to come and watch how much have Harry's students improved. Harry smiled at his girlfriends and friends. Hello everyone, came to watch the test I see. Nizu grinned and nodded. I couldn't miss this chance to see the results of your training methods, plus I am curious as to how powerful young Luna really is. Nana just cheerfully smiled and said, I want to see how much Izuku has improved. All Might nodded, letting everyone know that he also came to see how much Izuku has improved. Luna giggled and shrugged. Among Kyoto's elite squad I'd say I'm about the 4th strongest, just for the fact that I have complete and total control of the element of darkness. Hermione hummed and then nodded. That makes sense. I think the other 3 would be Milim, Ereshkigal and then Jean. Milim because she was already frighteningly powerful before arriving in our world, but after training and receiving skills from Harry she had become a literal monster. The fact that she's a Dragonoid and a demon lord just proves that. Ereshkigal is a goddess of death and has learned everything Harry knows, and Jean can wield cosmic fire and can still access the Phoenix Force from Hope. All Might, Nana, and Nizu seemed confused, but Luna explained further. Milim is another member of Harry's harem, one of the original three. In her world she had already lived for thousands of years and has access to some very unique and powerful skills that were already capable of destroying continents in a blink of an eye. Now she can destroy solar systems with a wave of a hand. Both All Might, Nana, and Nizu gaped while Luna went on. Ereshkigal is a goddess of death, one powerful enough to bring calamities to the world, and that was before she started to be prayed to by everyone in Kyoto. She also took it upon herself to learn everything Harry knows, something no one can boast to ever try. She's also a member of Harry's harem. Nizu, Nana, and All Might were just stunned at all the information they were receiving, while Luna continued on, not caring about the mental condition of her friends. And Jean was originally a very powerful telepath and telekinetic, but having an ancient cosmic force sealed in her granted her some very amazing abilities. Among those abilities there is the ability to manipulate cosmic fire, which is one of the hottest types of flames in existence. She can also breathe in the vacuum of space and is capable of incinerating entire planets. Now she's far more powerful thanks to Harry's training. All Might and Nizu turned to stare at Harry while Nana giggled. Harry then raised an eyebrow at them, confused by their stares. What? Both male adults' sweat dropped, but it was All Might who was the one who answered Harry's questions. My friend, you either have the biggest balls I've ever seen on a man, or you're too stupid to want to be in a relationship with these girls. They're scary, Harry. Hermione and Luna giggled because it was true. Each and every girl in Harry's harem was terrifying. Harry just sighed. You make it sound like I had any choice. To begin with, at first it was just 3, and before I knew it the harem just grew and never stopped. All of them just decided to jump in, but I do love them all. Both Luna and Hermione blushed but smiled. All the girls in Harry's harem just sort of forced themselves into the harem and ambushed the original 3 when they met them so they would be allowed in, but thankfully everything worked out and their home is full of loving and caring people. Sure, there's chaos and destruction all the time in their house, but they are a family and they wouldn't have it any other way. Plus they all knew Harry loves them all, no matter how quirky and extreme the girls in his life are. Both Nizu and All Might nodded while Nana just grinned at the girls and said, oh, so you girls tamed the dragon god, hey? Both Hermione and Luna turned their head toward each other and stared into each other's eyes until they began to laugh, confusing Nana, All Might, and Nizu. Luna then stopped laughing and said, no, none of us have tamed Harry, hehe. That achievement belongs to Morgan, Hope, Himawari, Yuzu, Karin, Sumire and now Eri. Harry would literally give them the world if they ask. Harry blushed a bit but didn't deny anything. Hermione shook her head and smiled. Those girls are his sisters, niece, and daughters. It's quite adorable how protective he is with them, or how much he spoils them. Nizu, All Might, and Nana grinned at Harry, who just huffed and rolled his eyes. Just wait until you meet them. I want to see any of you not fall to their cuteness. All 3 laughed, not knowing how truthful Harry was about those girls. Some of them could tame the hearts of almost anyone, at first sight, especially Morgan and Hope. Those 2 were dangerous because of their cuteness alone. After laughing and having a bit more fun at Harry's expense for a little while longer, Nizu then walked up to Harry's side and spoke as he watched the kids discuss their plans. How do you think they'll do? Harry moved his gaze towards Nizu and then moved it back to his students. They're obviously not going to win, but this test is for them to see what they're capable of now. All of them have been training inside this training room with a time dilation of 1 hour equals a month for 2 weeks, while being under the influence of a gravity spell that increases as they adapt to the new increased gravity. Right now physically they're the strongest humans in the world and can even outmatch All Might in his prime just with their new physical prowess and new fighting styles. Nizu nodded in understanding while Nana and All Might widened their eyes in shock upon hearing that the kids that Harry was training were capable of beating All Might in his prime now. Harry however went on, all they're missing is actual experience with hero work, battle experience I can provide with the help of the girls, and I, myself constantly fighting them, forcing them to adapt and learn while facing someone way out of their league. It's actually quite funny how they don't seem to understand or even imagine the sort of strength they wield now, especially Izuku, who has been training for an extra hour with me in the mornings every day. Nizu hummed and stared at the kids for a long minute in silence. What do you recommend? Harry closed his eyes to think for a while but then spoke up right after the sports festival. You said that the students will go and work under a hero agency, right? Nizu nodded while both Nana and All Might turned to them to pay attention. I see, then after that I'll be taking them and the rest of the class into the instant dungeons and give them missions to fulfill to help them grow and get more experience fighting big numbers of enemies. So I want you to choose a couple of teachers to go in the dungeons with them to supervise them while I control the instant dungeons. Nizu nodded and seemed very intrigued about what Harry was planning. This will be sort of VR training, no? Harry opened his eyes and turned to look at Nizu. In a way, however, they can get hurt or even die in the dungeons. Nana and All Might gasped. Nana then spoke. Isn't that sort of harsh? They're kids, remember. Harry nodded. I know, but they chose this path. Unlike my friends who became heroes through tears, blood, and pain, they chose to want to be heroes, and I'll make sure they're prepared for anything this world could ever throw at them. Nana and All Might frowned, but they understood why Harry was doing this. Nizu nodded. All right, it's better that this sort of situation happens here where we can help them go through them and learn from them than out there once they start doing full-on hero work. Both Nana and All Might nodded in agreement to both Nizu's words and Harry's sentiment. It might seem harsh or even cruel, but Harry was preparing the kids to be the best they could be. He wants them to be ready for anything in this hard path they chose to walk. Harry stared at his students while thinking back on everyone he knew who was a hero. Each and every one of them were put in that position to be heroes, and they bled, cried, and died to protect their world and their loved ones. Some of them had some very harsh lives and they still chose to fight and protect. But with the exception of Izuku, none of his students had a harsh life. They all live happy and cheerful lives without any tragedy. They were completely unprepared for how cruel the path they have chosen can be. And that's why he's going to help them get stronger and stronger, just like he did with Kyoto and the Avengers. He'll make sure they're ready for anything. Though he will also make sure they rest and have a lot of fun. He was a master of the Turtle School of Martial Arts, and like Master Roshi once taught him, he will make sure his students work hard, study well, and eat and sleep plenty. That's the Turtle Hermit way to learn after all. After 5 minutes have passed by, Harry stepped up to his students and smiled at them. Are you guys ready? The young heroes in training nodded. Even though they were nervous and even a bit scared, they felt ready to face anything Luna might throw at them. Harry nodded back at them. All right then, all I can say right now is do your best, cover each other's back and don't hold back. With that said, Harry walked away and Luna stepped up to the front of Harry's personal students. She turned her gaze towards each and every one of them. She then closed her eyes, and held out her hand. In a flash of pure black darkness, her keyblade End of Pain appeared on her hand, causing all the students to actually flinch. Izuku frowned since he had never seen Luna use that weapon before. What is that? She didn't use anything like that before. Tsuyu gulped and then said, it looks like a Kikuro, there's something wrong about it too. Ibara stepped up next to Izuku. There's this dark feeling to it, it's hard to explain, but just looking at it gives off this dangerous vibe. Izuku nodded. Momo stared at the weapon and hummed. I wasn't even aware that Luna had a weapon, but what is it? I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Himiko sighed. That's a keyblade, Harry, and the girls showed it to Eri the other day. From their explanations all I got was that they're sentient magical weapons. Okako turned her head towards Himiko. Har-sensei has a keyblade as well. Himiko nodded too actually, but unlike Luna, who is the Master of Darkness, Harry has the title of Master of Twilight. Hermione then told me that another girl in Harry's world has the title of Master of Light. Ajiro fist pumped. How manly. Those titles sound so cool, I wonder if I can get a title like that someday. Mina nodded vigorously. It would be cool, but just what exactly does it mean to be a Master of Light, Darkness, and Twilight? Pony hummed. Maybe they can freely manipulate those elements. Kainoko shook her head. I don't think so. If it was just that, then they would have been called the Master of Elements. I've seen them use more than just those 3 elements. Toru tilted her head. That's right, last time we fought the girls they were blasting us with all kinds of elements, Harry too. When he fought us he used water and lightning. Izuku shook his head. Maybe it is symbolic, anyways that's not important right now guys, we have to prepare to react to whatever she might do. With that weapon out we just don't know what she can do now. Everyone nodded. Luna just giggled and smiled at them. Are you guys done? Next time don't talk too much in battle, some people might not give you the courtesy of waiting while you hash things out. Everyone's sweat dropped but nodded in agreement. They really shouldn't have done that. Luna continued to smile and then opened her eyes. However, everyone gasped when they saw that Luna's grey eyes had turned yellow. Luna's smile never left as she rose her keyblade above her head. End of Pain then began to glow in darkness and Luna's shadow began to grow. From it a bunch of small ant-like creatures began to sprout off of her shadow, causing the young student to grow nervous. Luna then pointed her keyblade toward the young heroes in training and the small ant-like creatures launched themselves at them, causing each and every of Harry's personal students to jump away in a hurry to avoid the flood of dark creatures. Izuku activated his quirk in midair using his newly developed technique he named Full Cowling, engulfing his body in 15% of One for All. Green lightning enveloped his body, and as soon as he landed on the ground he disappeared in a flash of green lightning. He reappeared above the ant-like creatures and yelled dynamic entry. He then came down with a flying kick that crashed on top of a dark creature. As soon as Izuku's kick collided with one of the dark creatures his attack exploded in a green lightning storm, taking out some of the creatures around him. Harry chuckled because he had trained Izuku in the strong fist style and Izuku took the style like a fish in water. Thankfully he didn't inherit the flames of youth, otherwise a lot of people might be traumatized in this world. Back in Konoha both Lee and Guy were training together, and suddenly both of them stopped what they were doing. Guy-sensei. Someone out there has begun their path to the flames of youth. Guy nodded and then threw a thumbs up towards the sun. Whoever you are, go and fan those flames into a burning inferno of youth. After the lightning storm subsided, Izuku immediately moved and ran at full speed toward Luna. The Master of Darkness smiled and waved her keyblade toward Izuku. The rest of the ant-like creatures immediately reacted and got in the way of Izuku's path, but then both Himiko and Momo appeared beside Izuku and nodded at him. Izuku grinned and let them get ahead. Behind them Okako was standing with both of her arms outstretched while Eijiro was in front of her. Luna noticed them and immediately understood what they did so Okako got rid of their gravity and Eijiro threw them so they could get ahead of Izuku. That looked kind of fun, hee. Both Momo and Himiko landed right in front of the creatures and began to attack as fast as they could to clear a path for Izuku. Himiko moved fast, slicing and dicing every ant-like creature before her. Momo, as soon as she landed, waved both arms wide and released a big number of grenades that immediately exploded on impact, flash freezing the dark creatures. It seems like she was able to create cryo grenades now. Izuku just ran through them and shattered them, reaching Luna within a second. He then jumped and span a few times at high speed and then unleashed a devastating spin kick toward Luna's head. But Luna blocked it with End of Pain. However, the impact pushed her back a bit, but Luna then used the momentum made by Izuku's attack to spin on her toes and dodged Toru, who had turned invisible and was about to sneak attack Luna with a kunai made out of light. Luna then kicked Toru away and immediately crouched to avoid a high-speed water wave from Tsuyu. However, Luna was then forced to roll forward to avoid Ibara's vines from catching her from below. It was here that both Izuku, Mina, and Pony attacked her while she was rolling forward, hoping to score a hit. That was how Luna found herself about to be hit by a pair of horns, a glob of acid, and an air cannon. But Luna's just sweetly smiled and stabbed the ground with her dark keyblade, unleashing a pillar of pure black darkness that consumed the attacks. Within the pillar of darkness Luna waved her keyblade and the pillar of dark energy then coalesced into many orbs of darkness which then shot forward at high speed towards everyone. Ibara immediately rose a stone wall and a few of the young heroes jumped behind it to avoid Luna's attack, while Izuku, Himiko, and Toru avoided them with their agility alone. Nizu hummed, impressive. It's like Luna is an entirely different person, her entire fighting style has changed, plus those creatures did wonders to throw off the kids. Harry nodded. Those creatures are called heartless. Usually they're very hostile and dangerous beings that hunt down living beings for their hearts to create more of them, but when Luna summons them they become completely docile and listen to her every command, something that I can't do. All Might, Nana, and Nizu turned towards Harry in surprise. Hermione giggled. Luna has this crazy affinity to darkness that not even someone like Harry can even accomplish. All Might nodded. It's still shocking to find out that there are things that Harry can't do. I kinda expect him to be able to pull off just about anything. Harry chuckled and shook his head. I can do a lot of things, but I'm far from capable of being able to do anything. Everyone has their own talents after all. Everyone nodded, since each and every person is different and each one has their own talents making them unique. Still, it was nice to hear that there are things that even Harry can't do. After Luna's attacks finally subsided, Izuku then yelled out, "Is everyone all right?" Everyone shouted out in confirmation while Izuku nodded to himself and then stared at Luna, who slowly got up and looked around. Izuku frowned. What a crazy reaction time, it's just like when we fight Harry-sensei. Toru then walked up to Izuku and became visible. Yet, she's super fast and those attack pack quite the punch. Both looked around and all they could see was destruction brought about by Luna's dark attacks. Then they saw Himiko run up towards Luna and throw knife after knife as she ran forward. Luna, however, just spun her keyblade like an airplane propeller and deflected the knives. Izuku and Toru nodded and immediately took off at high speed toward Luna to support Himiko. Luna saw them coming, so as she spun her keyblade she then pointed a finger at them and launched a dark fireball toward them. Dark Furuga. Toru got in front of Izuku and created a shield of light that blocked and protected them from the fiery explosion of dark flames. Himiko finally reached Luna and jumped over her head while still throwing knives at her. Luna stopped spinning End of Pain and swung it to intercept and deflect the knives. Himiko landed and began to swing her knives to try and cut Luna, but the Master of Darkness easily dodged them. Luna then swung her keyblade towards Himiko, who tried to jump back but she wasn't fast enough. But before Luna's attack could strike her, Eijiro appeared in front of Himiko and blocked the attack with an arm with his quirk activated. A loud clang echoed through the training ground. Eijiro successfully blocked Luna's strike, but some of the hardened skin on his arm cracked from the force behind her swing. But Eijiro growled and grabbed hold of Luna's keyblade, surprising her a bit. Ibara then took advantage and with Kainoko's help both of them attacked at the same time, hoping to trap and hold Luna down with Ibara's vines and Kainoko's mushrooms. But Luna then opened her other hand and the End of Pain disappeared from Eijiro's grasp and reappeared in Luna's other hand. Eijiro, not expecting that maneuver, lost his balance a bit. Luna then leaped up and rocketed down 3 times, generating shockwaves of darkness dark break. The dark shockwaves not only sent Himiko and Ajiro flying back but also destroyed Kainoko's mushrooms and Ibara's vines. After the third shockwave, Luna sighed and turned her gaze towards Okako and Kainoko, and now Okako got rid of Ajiro's gravity and Kainoko sent him flying towards me with a wind blast. That was quite fast too, hehe, they caught me by surprise for a second there. Luna giggled because the kids were already quite powerful on their own, but they seemed to have also gotten smarter and more clever as well. Harry saw that as well and smiled at the progress his students had made, while Nizu, All Might, and Nana nodded in pride at how much the teens have grown in these 2 weeks. Everyone fighting Luna sighed and stared at her cautiously. Luna then spoke. Did everyone notice already? All of them nodded. Throughout the entire fight, they noticed just how strong and fast they have become, especially since they didn't have the gravity spell on them anymore. But through the fight, they noticed they were able to react faster and hit harder as well. The fact that Izuku was able to push Luna back a bit and Ajiro was able to block her attack was proof of that. Though they now also knew that Luna was holding back a lot too, but the fact of the matter is that they're fighting on a completely different level now. Not only had their speed and strength increased, but so had their skill with their quirks and their control over it. Even those with new abilities had shown massive improvement and mastery over them. Luna nodded and then put away her keyblade, which disappeared in a flash of darkness. She then smiled at everyone as her eyes went back to her all familiar grey ones. Good, now you know how much you have improved and what you can do. You're ready for tomorrow. Everyone relaxed, but Momo decided to ask, is that all? It felt kind of fast. Harry chuckled, catching everyone's attention. Battles are usually like that. I bet you guys were expecting an epic battle lasting hours and such, right? Everyone nodded, but sweat dropped at the same time since that was exactly what they expected. Harry grinned and then said, well, most battles usually last minutes if not seconds. It is the fact that you guys are moving at such high speeds that time sort of slows down for you. Nizu then spoke up. I'm impressed with how much everyone has improved under the tutelage of Harry. I expect a great show from everyone tomorrow at the sports festival. All Might and Nana gave everyone a wide smile and a thumbs up while the kids blushed and cheered under their praises. Harry then spoke up. Alright, this small test is officially over. I want you guys to rest up for the rest of the day for tomorrow. Everyone nodded to their sensei, glad to be able to rest, while Hermione waved at everyone. Okay guys. I want everyone to gather around me so I can hand you a miracle gel for your injuries and fatigue. Everyone immediately ran towards Hermione and called out to her for one of the gels that not only tasted awesome but also heal anything. Hermione giggled in response to their excitement. Wait. There's enough for everyone, no need to push. Hey everyone, calm down. Harry, Nizu, Nana, and All Might chuckled while watching the teens fight over each other for a gel. Luna then walked up to Harry and said that was fun. Harry smiled at Luna. Yeah, I noticed that you were having a great time. It's been a while since you fought like that, right? Luna nodded. Yup, but I don't mind. It's been fun taking it easy, but I got to say, it's going to be a fun and interesting sports festival tomorrow. Harry nodded and grinned because no one was ready for what their students can do now. He can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Chapter 73. The rest of the day Harry's students spent it hanging out and relaxing for the sports festival, and even though they were very nervous and anxious about tomorrow, they couldn't help but also feel excited to show everyone what they can do now. Even Ajiro and Mina had improved in their hand-to-hand combat and control of their quirks. They were definitely anxious to show their new skills, and it showed today in the match against Luna. Izuku was enjoying a cheeseburger while sitting on a park bench while the rest of his fellow trainees ate something or talked amongst each other about their battle with Luna. While everyone was busy talking or eating, Izuku was busy thinking about their fight against Luna. He couldn't help but to whisper. We've gotten very strong. Even though it came out as a whisper, Okako was still able to hear him, so she turned her head towards him with curiosity shining in her eyes. Deku. Izuku turned his gaze towards Okako and smiled. Oh, it's nothing, I was just thinking how strong we've gotten this past 2 weeks alone. Harry-sensei wasn't kidding when he said that we would become the strongest in this world. Everyone nodded, and even though they didn't have a chance to show everything they could do against someone of Luna's level, they could still tell how strong they become. Toru hummed before taking a turn to speak. Harry-sensei sure has changed a lot for us, hey? I mean, look at me. You can see me and I can make cool things with light. Everyone watched with smiles on their faces as Toru made an orb of light and began to change its shape into many different forms. They were really happy for their friend. Pony brightly smiled. Yet. And now I can speak and understand any language. How cool is that? Everyone nodded in agreement, and if they were honest with each other, they felt a bit jealous of Pony because being able to speak and understand any language was a very useful skill to have. Tsuyu then put a finger under her bottom lip and spoke up. Water manipulation is a great skill too, and it matches my frog quirk Kuro, plus having cold resistance is great Kuro. I no longer hibernate when it gets too cold, Kuro. Everyone nodded at their friend who seemed happy to not be longer affected by the cold. Momo looked excited. Harry-sensei is also very smart. And he has so many talents that I don't know how he keeps track of them all. He also has some very impressive materials from other worlds that I can now create. And he has given me so many ideas for my quirk. It's all very exciting. Kinoko grinned. I like the fact that he's both harsh and kind to us. He's always pushing us to improve and get better, but he always takes care of us. At the end he heals us and even feeds us. Mina fist pumped. Man, Harry-sensei is a great cook. It's not fair really, maybe I should ask him to teach me how to cook. Everyone looked up and salivated a bit. Even though Susan was a great cook, Harry's was just legendary, plus he always makes such exotic dishes that it was always a treat to eat with him. A dragon god that can cook, who knew? Ibara nodded. Harry-sama really is a good person, a bit cruel sometimes, but I think that his experiences in other worlds made him like that. It's sad how he calls himself a monster. Everyone looked down. They knew that Harry must have done some very horrible things during his long journey through so many worlds, but they could never see him as a monster, not when he has helped them so much. Himiko, who decided to go with everyone to hang out, took a bite out of her popsicle and then spoke. Even monsters have hearts and Harry has the biggest one I've ever seen. He gave me a chance when no one else ever did. I don't care if he thinks he's a monster, he's my hero. Everyone turned their heads towards Himiko and smiled at her. Harry and her were very honest to them when it came to her past and what she had done, but none of them judged Himiko. How could they? When it was her quirk that was driving her insane. Okako then grinned and a black aura suddenly burst out of her body, making everyone lean away from her. I'm so fired up for tomorrow. It's going to be our debut. I'm going to punch you in the face tomorrow, Deku. Everyone gaped at Okako and Izuku gawked in shock and couldn't help but to ask what? But why? Okako just shrugged and smiled at Izuku. I don't know. I just feel like I have to slow you down somehow. You're kinda scary strong, Deku. Everyone's sweat dropped but nodded in agreement, since out of all of them, the strongest, fastest, and smartest is Izuku. They all knew that he was going to be a very big challenger tomorrow. Izuku however slumped and tear up a bit at having his crush wanting to beat him up already. That's just cruel, Eureka. Everyone laughed and eventually Izuku joined everyone in their laughter as well. He knew Okako was just joking, or at least he hopes so. After hanging out and talking about normal teenager stuff, everyone left to go home and prepare for tomorrow. Each and every one of them had a big smile on their face as they headed home. Tomorrow they're going to show what they can do, and this is their first step toward their paths to their future as heroes. In Death's domain, Death herself was smiling and watching over Harry's new students with a little bit of pride. Like them, she knows that Harry is a kind and caring individual. She more than anyone is very well aware of everything Harry went through and the reasons why he sometimes seems to be so cruel and uncaring. He more than anyone in the world wanted to hold on to what he loves and never let it go. It's the reason why he always helps his loved ones grow strong and powerful enough to face anything. Deep down he doesn't want to lose anyone ever again. Death knew that and supported him wholeheartedly, plus her beloved master always took his job seriously, which made her very happy. Now she had 5 souls that were finally able to move on after being stuck in the land of the living for so long. So she was very happy right now, plus tomorrow she gets to watch her master's students show off their new skills and she can't wait to watch them destroy the competition. Tomorrow is going to be very fun. Fu. The next day arrived soon enough and every student in UA gathered in the stadium prepared for the big event. Each class was sent to a waiting room to wait for the sports festival to officially begin. Inside the room given to Class 1A, most of the students were tense and nervous about the upcoming challenges. The sports festival is a very famous and big event in Musudafu, so big in fact that it can be compared to the Olympics. It was a lot of pressure being placed on the young teens' shoulders, but that in itself is also a test. As heroes, they have to be able to handle stressful situations like this all the time, but there was one group who seems unfazed by everything around them. These teens were the ones who have been training under Harry, and they were calmly speaking amongst themselves. After all, why would they be nervous or anxious about this event when they had faced Harry in battle so many times already? In all honesty, the sports festival seems sort of insignificant after having to face a dragon god in battle and try to survive, so all of Harry's students were cheerfully speaking amongst each other about the challenges ahead of them without a care in the world. Of course, they sort of annoyed everyone else, but no one said anything to them, until Shoto stood up and walked up towards Izuku. Izuku sensed him coming his way and turned towards Shoto, who stopped a little distance away from him and stared at Izuku in silence. In another time, perhaps another universe, Izuku would have just stayed silent while feeling nervous and intimidated by Shoto, but this time he was a completely different person after training and learning from Harry. After all, he spent 2 weeks with Harry in the training room, training which equals 14 months thanks to the time dilation of the room, 14 months of time spent with the dragon god Harry Potter. So Izuku picked up a few things from his teacher and friend, one of them is how to stand tall and proud against anything. So Izuku spoke up to Shoto, if you're not going to talk and just stay there standing staring at me like that, can you at least do it where I can't see you? It's quite creepy for you to do that, Todoroki. Shoto frowned, not expecting the dismissal. After Principal Nizu had forced him to begin to go to therapy, Shoto was shown that he lacks quite a bit of common sense, so he was well aware that the things he does sometimes aren't normal, so, in a way he understood what Izuku just told. That doesn't mean he liked it though. Everyone gaped at Izuku's words. Everyone had noticed how much he had changed over the last 2 weeks, and not only him but Momo, Okako, Tsuyu, Eijiro, Toru, and even Mina seemed so different now, but still, they couldn't believe what he just told to one of the biggest competitors of today's event. All of Izuku's friends and he himself seemed so confident now, and they had this air of experience around them. It was hard to explain, but they sometimes felt like these 7 were living in a completely different world from them. Shoto, however, had something to say to Izuku. Out of everyone here you're the most dangerous, but I'm still stronger. I know there's some sort of special connection between you and All Might, so I'll be aiming for you, Midoriya. Izuku silently stared at Shoto, while the rest of the class watched this confrontation with anticipation. Izuku suddenly stood up and walked up to Shoto. It's true. You're a very talented and powerful opponent, Todoroki, but you're far from the strongest here. Izuku turned towards his fellow trainees and grinned at them. In response they all stood up and walked up to Shoto, who actually stepped back when he saw that look of confidence on their faces. Izuku then went on, each and everyone in this class, Class 1B, and the other classes as well will be giving their all, so don't think you've won yet. Shoto looked around and watched as everyone in his class looked at him with a grin on their faces, agreeing to Izuku's words. He then turned towards Izuku, who grinned. He then decided to pull a Harry and activated one for all to the maximum percentage that he can safely manage right now, which is 20%. The effect was immediate. A shockwave was released from Izuku as green lightning danced around him. All of this made Todoroki take a further step back and cover his eyes. Everyone else who wasn't a part of Harry's extra class stared in shock at Izuku's show of strength, while his fellow trainees just grinned and stood tall beside him. Shoto finally took a look and stared with wide eyes full of disbelief at the power Izuku was displaying, but not only that, the confidence in his eyes was the thing that stood out the most. Izuku then widely smiled and said, also don't underestimate me, Todoroki, or you might just get a nasty surprise. Harry, who sitting in the stands with his eyes closed, suddenly chuckled, catching the attention of Susan, Luna, Hermione, Himiko, and Eri, who turned towards Harry. Eri then pulled on his shirt, causing Harry to open his eyes and turn to look at his daughter with a smile. Yes, Eri. Eri tilted her head and then asked, what made you laugh, Daddy? Did you see something funny? Harry once again chuckled and patted her head, causing Eri to brightly smile at him. Yes, it seems like my students picked up some bad habits from me. Susan, Luna, and Hermione turned towards Himiko, who shook her head and then shrugged. I don't know what Harry is talking about. There are a lot of bad habits we could have picked up from him though, so I'm not surprised though. Hey! Harry couldn't help but complain. But the girls ignored him and just giggled at his expense while Eri patted Harry's head to cheer him up a bit. Izuku then reined in his quirk, and the energy and green lightning dancing around his body dissipated just in time for the announcement for the classes to begin to head towards the stadium resounded throughout the room. Izuku turned towards Okako, Tsuyu, Toru, Mina, Eijiro, and Momo. All of them nodded at him, and Okako then fist pumped, let's do this. Her fellow trainees smiled at her cheerful attitude and began to walk out of the room to go and face whatever the school had prepared for them to face. After walking out of the room, everyone headed outside to the stadium. Izuku and his fellow trainees found Pony, Kainoko, and Ibara, and they immediately went to them to talk. Of course, some of the members of Class 1B didn't like the fact that these 3 girls were friendly towards Class 1A, but they knew better than to say something or upset the girls who are students of Harry. By now everyone in UA knows or has heard of Harry Potter and how harsh and hard his lessons are, so no one, especially Classes 1B and 1A, wanted to earn his ire. Still, Monoma glared at the small group as they finally reached the entrance of the stadium, and while the sounds of the excited people began to echo everywhere, everyone began to walk out towards the outside, where the public present to watch the sports festival cheered loudly as they watched the young heroes in training begin their debut. Suddenly almost every man in the stadium cheered loudly as the R-rated hero Midnight stepped out from who knows where while whipping around a flogger-style whip and began to explain how the events will be chosen, since she was chosen as the chief referee for the freshman stage of the sports festival. Luna stared at Midnight and tilted her head in curiosity. That whip looks like fun. Harry, who was drinking some soda, choked up and began to aggressively cough while Eri began to pat his back. Susan and Hermione laughed while Himiko grinned and said kinky. After Midnight explained how the events will be randomly chosen, she then whipped her whip and with a crack, the preliminary event was chosen. The first event will be an obstacle race. How exciting! All the students narrowed their eyes and mentally prepared themselves as they began to stretch and warm up for the race. A few minutes later everyone walked up to a wide and dark gate that will lead towards the prepared obstacle course. Midnight, seeing that everyone was ready, began the countdown. 3, 2, 1 go. The moment Midnight whipped her whip and the crack echoed through the now silent stadium full of people watching with anticipation for the race to begin, the young heroes in training shot off at high speed the moment the gates opened. Both Shota and Hisashi were in the commentator box. Hisashi grinned and then loudly spoke through the mic, and there they go. Just who is going to win this obstacle race? What do you think, Eraserhead? Who will make it to the first place? Shota, who looked tired and annoyed, just sighed and then spoke. If I were to make an educated guess, I would say that any student attending extra classes with Harry Potter will win. Hisashi rose an eyebrow and then spoke. Oh. Such confidence. What makes you say that with such conviction? Shota moved his gaze towards Hisashi's eye. Harry is a monster. It is logical to think that he would train his students to become monsters themselves. Either way, this race is going to be full of interesting things, honestly. I can't wait to see what those future little monsters can do now. Shota actually grinned, which creeped out Hisashi and made him sweat dropped. He then turned towards his mic and said, there you have it, everyone. This sports festival promises to be an exciting one. With that said, the public cheered while Nizu cackled. All Might sweat dropped. Nana laughed nervously and Harry grinned, knowing full well how accurate Shota's words were. All the students participating in the sports festival shot off running as fast as they could. However, all of them tried to push each other away, causing some to become stuck by the giant doorway leading outside to the obstacle course. Shoto, feeling confident, suddenly froze the ground and caused many students to become unable to move. He looked back and stared at everyone, having a hard time trying to escape his ice. However, his eyes widened when not only Izuku ran past him, his body engulfed in energy and green lightning as he ran past him, but also the rest of his fellow trainees ran past a shocked Shoto. Tsuyu was engulfed in water as she seemed to be swimming inside and moved in at an impressive amount of speed. Okako just pushed herself forward with her enhanced gravity control at high speed. Soon after, both Momo and Tora ran past Shoto. Tora was moving in a flash of white light while Momo had created some thruster boots and was using them to move forward. Next, both Kainoko and Ibara were propelling themselves with their own elemental manipulation. Kainoko was blasting a constant stream of air behind her and Ibara was actually manipulating the earth beneath her to move herself forward. Shoto had to actually cover himself with an ice wall so he wouldn't be blasted back by their elemental bursts. Next were Mina and Eijiro, who grinned at Shoto as they moved past them. Mina was skating on the floor with her acid at high speed while Eijiro just ran forward. Everyone in the stadium stared with awe and shocked expressions at how fast these teens were moving. Shoto narrowed his eyes and then began to run forward to try and catch up to Izuku and his friends. The other students began to also run forward to try and not end up being in last place. Hazushi gaped as he watched Harry's students easily avoid Shoto's trap and actually run past him. Whoa! Is everyone watching the same thing I am? Just how are they able to move this fast? Shota tiredly sighed and then spoke, and ladies and gentlemen, those are Harry Potter's students whom I mentioned a few moments ago, and as you can see, I was right. Hisashi sweat dropped at his old friend, but, just how did Harry train them to be this fast? Look at them, Eraserhead. They are blurs. It's almost like they have speed quirks. And the public agreed. Izuku and his fellow trainees were moving at such high speed that all they could see is blurs. Suddenly Shota received a text and he took a look at it and actually chuckled. Well, I just received a text from Harry explaining just how he trained the kids. Hisashi and the public actually began to give Shota their undivided attention. Everyone was curious as to how Harry had done this. Shota then grinned and said, he said, and I quote, push UPS, sit UPS, and plenty of juice, end quote. Everyone's sweat dropped and the entire stadium suddenly yelled out at the same time, liar. Harry tried not to laugh as the entire stadium was raging at him. Got to thank Vegeta for that one later, it's still gold. Eri watched her father, who seemed to be very happy and to be having a lot of fun, which in turn made her happy, which led her to giggle and smiled at Harry, who patted her head while still trying not to laugh. Luna, Susan, and Hermione were giggling while Himiko was laughing at the public, who still looked annoyed. Izuku and his friends laughed because only their sensei would do something like troll the entire stadium for shits and giggles. Suddenly they reached the first obstacle. A bunch of villain bots of all shapes and sizes now blocked their path. Everyone recognized these robots as the ones they had to fight for the entrance exam, and they even had 0-pointers as well. However, Harry's students weren't the same teens who took the entrance exam anymore. No, Now they were far stronger than anything these robots could ever handle, and it immediately showed when Izuku quite literally ran through them in a zero-pointer while screaming dynamic entry. Okako quite literally danced her way through the bots with such ease and finesse that it shocked everyone watching. She even destroyed some of the bots by slapping them as she danced around them and then crushed them with her gravity control. Tsuyu herself ran through them as well. The water engulfing her body was being moved around her at such speed that it acted like a drill of sorts. The bots just didn't have a chance against her. Tora just vanished and no one saw her until she reappeared past the bots and continued running. She was moving so fast while being invisible that the bots couldn't locate her at all. Kainoko used her wind to fly above them while Ibara tunneled her way across them. They met up at the otherwise far behind the villain bots. Momo used her thruster boots and created thruster gauntlets to maneuver herself around the bots while not losing any speed. Inwardly she was both very thankful and glad that Harry had taken her to meet his friend Tony Stark and that he had shown her some of his Iron Man designs and some other things to see if she could replicate them with her quirk. Turns out that yes she can, though it does take quite a bit out of her to do something this complicated with her quirk. Mina hooped as she skated around the bots and melted their legs while Ajiro ran through them easily with his quirk activated. He quite literally became a cannonball with how fast he was moving with his quirk on. Hisashi groaned and then pointed at Izuku and his friends. Oh. Come on. You can't tell me push UPS, sit UPS, and plenty of juice can make anyone capable of doing that. The public nodded with Hisashi's sentiments. Shota however just shrugged. You shouldn't underestimate what everyday healthy exercise and balanced diet can do for your body. Hisashi and the public gaped at Shota in disbelief at what he just said. Shota just shrugged and continued to watch, but everyone could see a small smirk on his face. Nizu was just having the time of his life and was laughing his white fur off while both Nana and All Might stared at him while sweat dropping. They both wonder who exactly is having the most fun right now, Nizu? Harry? Shota? Just who is enjoying all this chaos the most right now? The answer is none of them. Death was the one having a blast watching Harry mess with so many people at the same time. She was having so much fun and giggling so much that everyone in the land of the dead wondered just what was Death doing that she was having that much of a good time. Though no one was daring enough to go and find out, anything that can entertain Death this much has to be something no one would want to mess with, right? In Izuku's house, Inko Midoriya was watching her son shine and show how strong he has become. She was so proud of her son, and even though she didn't like the fact that he was training so hard every day, she can still felt pride in what he has accomplished. She could see the results. The happy and prideful smile on Izuku's face told her that her son was not only having fun but was also proud of what he has achieved, and she herself couldn't agree more. You look so cool, Izuku. Inko continued to watch her son show the world who he is with tears and a big and proud smile on her face as she cheered on her son. Shoto arrived a few moments later at the first obstacle, inwardly cursing how much of a lead Izuku and his friends had against him. The fact that they also slowed him down just aggravated him more. But he didn't have time to think more about Izuku and the rest of his friends. The moment he stepped close to the villain bots left, they instantly locked on him and tried to rush at him. Shoto however just waved an arm and froze the villain bots, defeating them in a single move and blocking the way for the rest of the participants who were slowed down enough to give him an advantage. Though that advantage didn't mean anything right now since Izuku and the rest of his fellow trainees had reached the second obstacle. Hisashi heavily sighed and then began to commentating, and some students have reached the second obstacle, the fall. Just what are these students going to do to pass it? Shota shrugged. More than likely something overly showy. Hisashi groaned. More than they have already shown? What else can these kids do? Just what is Harry teaching them? Shota just shrugged. He himself wasn't sure what Harry was teaching them or how he was training them. Only one who knew exactly was Nizu, and he wasn't one to tell. Izuku upon reaching the second obstacle activated his new quirk Black Whip and began to whip himself across the second obstacle. Harry Sensei had told him how this quirk seemed very similar to something a friend of his was capable of. So Harry showed him his memories of Spider-Man swinging around the tall buildings of New York with an ease that it inspired Izuku to try and do the same with Black Whip, and Harry helped him by creating all kinds of different terrains inside the training room for him to practice with. All of that practice showed itself here when Izuku began to swing his way across, not even slowing down. The fact that he would pull himself forward to increase his speed gave him quite the advantage. Next were both Tsuyu and Okako, who both used their quirks and new abilities to easily cross the fall, while Tora jumped and moved around like the shinobi she was taught to be. Momo also passed this obstacle with ease thanks to her thruster boots and gauntlets. Kainoko used her wind to fly over the obstacle, and Ibara used her vines to pull herself over. Mina and Ajiro arrived soon after and just began to jump from platform to platform with ease. Shoto arrived and used his ice to cross over as fast as he could. Hisashi pointed at the kids and yelled out, "What the hell? What kind of quirk does Izuku and the rest have? The number of things they can do is getting ridiculous. Shota shook his head and huffed. Do you think it would be a good idea to explain and tell how their quirks work when any villain could be watching this right now? How illogical. Hazushi actually had the decency to look abashed by Shota's words since it made sense what he had just said, so he silently went back to watching the race. In a shady bar in a well-hidden place, Tomura, who was watching the sports festival, growled and slammed his fist upon the bar. God damn it! I guess they aren't as stupid as I thought they would be. Kurogiri nodded while cleaning some crystal cups. It makes sense for them to not give out any information, especially since we just attacked them 2 weeks ago. They must know that we would be watching. Tomura just nodded and continued to glare at the television in rage while in a monitor close by All for One was also watching the sports festival. Those kids, they have multiple quirks, so I was right about this Harry Potter having a quirk similar to mine. His, however, seems more stable. Those kids seem to be capable of controlling those extra quirks with ease. There is also no sign of physical distortions or deformities. Izuku and friends reach the final obstacle of the obstacle course, a minefield, but this doesn't even slow them down. The moment they arrive at the minefield, they began to run around the mines as if they knew where they were planted. The public, now hyped and excited about the skill and ability shown by this group of very talented young people, loudly cheered at all of them as they raced forward. Izuku and his fellow trainees had big wide smiles on their faces as they raced against each other for first place. To them this was just another day, so they were having fun. Shoto finally reached the third obstacle and began to run as fast as he could to try to catch up to Izuku and the rest of his friends, but even he knew that would be impossible with the lead they had on him, and that just caused him to be upset. However, he didn't have any time to ponder when explosions began to sound off behind him. Shoto, curious as to what was going, turned his head to try and see. Only for his eyes to widen in shock when he saw his fellow classmates of Class 1A being so close to catching up to him, and then he remembered what Izuku said to him in the waiting room. Each and everyone in this class, Class 1B, and the other classes as well, will be giving their all, so don't think you've won yet. Shoto growled and began to pick up speed, trying to get more distance away from his fellow classmates. They all have been training with Harry during his lessons, so it made sense that all of them improved, but this much? Either way, he wasn't going to lose his spot to anyone else, and soon Shoto began to run as fast as his legs can carry him while also freezing the ground. Hisashi cheered along with the public. How intense! Who is going to get first place? Izuku and his friends are going full throttle out there. Shota nodded and then spoke. Yes, it seems that they're giving it their all, and it's not only them. The rest of Class 1A and 1B seem to be catching up to Shoto, who's doing everything he can to keep his lead. Hisashi turned towards where the rest of the students were running and attacking each other to try to claim a spot in the next stage of the sports festival. Hot dang! This is getting insane, everyone. Harry smiled and looked on in pride as his student raced forward as fast as they could. These 2 weeks had been hard on them, but they all did their best and more to improve, and it showed. Their strength, speed, quirk control, and even their reflexes had increased by a wide margin, and today they showed just how talented each and everyone is. Especially Izuku and Toru, those two had trained the hardest out of everyone. Izuku always felt like he was so far behind his fellow classmates, and in a way he was right. The few months he spent training before even joining UA weren't enough to shorten that gap. But then Izuku showed them how dedicated he is to the path he had chosen. Today he shined, and everyone in this stadium saw it. Toru too, being invisible for most of her life, left her with a big desire to be seen, to be recognized, and not just be ignored, so when Harry began to train her, she did her best to improve and become stronger. Today she showed the world that she was here, that you couldn't just ignore her, and that made Harry very proud of her. Eri cheered loudly at her friends along with Himiko, who was also cheering at the top of her lungs for her fellow trainees, while Susan, Luna, and Hermione smiled at Harry, watching him smile towards his students with a soft and proud smile on his face. The public cheered loudly as they continue to watch everyone racing towards the finish line of this obstacle course. Izuku and his friends finally saw the doorway leading towards the tunnel to the end of this race, and all of them began to go even faster than before. Eventually, they reached the entrance, and everyone in the stadium suddenly stayed silent, watching with anxious anticipation who would come out first and claim the first place for this race. On the other side of the long tunnel, Midnight watched with anticipation to declare who would be in the first place. This entire race had been very exciting and interesting to see, and everyone had done their best, so that made her very thrilled to see who would win. Suddenly she saw a blur skid to a stop just outside the doorway, followed soon after by a few more. Everyone cheered and celebrated the winner while Midnight rose her arm and then loudly said, "And the first place is..." Chapter 74. Everyone stared in silence for a second as they look upon the one who won the first place on the obstacle course. Midnight grinned and then loudly named the winner, which in turn made the public explode in celebration, and the first place of this race is Toru Hagakure. And indeed the visibly tired and out-of-breath girl looked around everywhere and silently watched with wide eyes as everyone in the stands loudly clapped and cheered for her. Toru, the girl no one ever saw, the girl that was always forgotten, and the invincible girl no one ever noticed was being cheered and clapped to by everyone in the stadium. Tears slowly began to drop from her eyes as she continued to watch the public celebrate her victory and chant her name. Suddenly she felt someone grab her shoulders, which made her turn her head to see who it was. Only to stare in shock as Harry had appeared behind her and was smiling proudly at her. She turned around to face him and then noticed her fellow trainees clapping and smiling at her as well. Toru looked up at Harry and earnestly began to sob and cry as she hugged her sensei tightly. Harry chuckled and hugged her back, and soon enough the rest of her friends hugged her all around. Midnight actually teared up watching the display of affection and camaraderie, and the public cheered louder than before. Back where Harry was sitting with the girls, Eri and Himiko, were loudly calling out to Toru, while Susan, Hermione, and Luna raised their hands into the air and began to send multicolored sparks of magic high into the sky. In the commentator box, both Hazushi and Shota were also cheering and smiling at the girls who won the obstacle course. Shota had known of Toru's concerns about not being a good hero because no one would see her or even know about her. Growing up invisible must have had quite a negative effect on her self-esteem. But Harry noticed it and immediately fixed it. Now that same girl who was full of doubts and low self-esteem was now glowing. Nana and All Might cheerfully clapped to the amazing race that they just had seen these students go through and the way they supported each other even if they were rivals in the sports festival. Nizu grinned and nodded. He can see the results of Harry's way of teaching. The way the kids challenged themselves and still supported each other despite this being a competition showed him how Harry's emphasis on teamwork works wonders for the kids' growth. Harry patted Toru's head, causing the crying girl to look up at him. Harry softly smiled and cleaned her tears away while he said, "Good job, Toru, you showed the world that you are here, that you exist and that you will become a great hero, so like Nana always says, give them a big and wide smile." Toru teared up again but nodded. She then turned around, walked away from Harry and her friends, and began to wave at everyone in the stadium with a big and wide smile, and the public went wild. Izuku smiled and walked up to Harry and stood by his side. "She got us good in the tunnel, she did a flash attack and blinded us all." Harry chuckled and shook his head while Okako walked up to them. He, I tripped and then everyone tripped on me, and that's when Toru-chan took off in a flash of light and won. Everyone groaned since all of that was embarrassing to them. The fact that they all tripped and couldn't get up quickly was not only shameful but painful as well. Sometime after, Shoto finally arrived, but he was quite angry and embarrassed by his loss. Not only he didn't get first place but he ended up getting 11th place instead. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Izuku and his friends, but Harry turned his face to the side and glared at him, causing Shoto to flinch and look down, knowing that it was best to not say anything while Harry was there. Soon after, the rest of the students began to arrive, but right now no one really paid any attention to them since the public was busy celebrating Toru's victory. After a while, everything calmed down and Midnight was able to finally list everyone's placings and who would be moving on to the second event. Okay. As everyone now knows, the first place is Toru Hagakure. Then followed by second place Izuku Midoriya and third place Tsuyu Azui. Everyone listened intently as the R-rated hero continued to list the placings. Fourth place is Momoye Iorizu, fifth place Mina Ashido, then we have sixth place Pony Tsunatri, seventh place Kainoko Komori and eighth place Ibara Shiozaki. The girls waved at the public who cheered and smiled at them while Midnight went on. Then we have ninth place Eijiro Kirishima and 10th place Okako Yurika. Eijiro fist pumps the air and Okako grinned and scratched the back of her head. She was the last one to get up since everyone had tripped with her body and landed on top of her in a dog pile, though she was very happy that Izuku was the one that landed face first on her chest. Thought that memory caused her to blush. Izuku noticed her blush and he himself also blushed, remembering the soft pillows he landed face first on. Harry noticed the two teens blushing and immediately understood that something had happened in the tunnel, which made him grin at the both of them, causing both Okako and Izuku to turn their heads to the side to ignore Harry, which only served to amuse him more. Midnight went on and 32 more students made it to the second event while the rest had failed to advance and were told to continue training for next year. The kids were then given some time to rest and recuperate from the obstacle race since some of them got injured or are just plain exhausted. These students went to go see Recovery Girl in order to be at their 100% for the second event. In the Midoriya household, Inko was crying for her son in pride and in relief since the event was too much excitement for the poor woman, but she was also happy for her son. It had been a while since Izuku had smiled like she just saw him do for his friend a few moments ago. He seemed so happy and strong now, and a part of her was a little sad. Her son was growing up and that left her feeling a little lonely. However, she did notice him staring at the cute brunette and blushing, which made her feel hopeful that her son would soon get a girlfriend. If that girl becomes his girlfriend, then that means she'll be getting grandkids. Hopefully soon. So Inko Midoriya began to plot to help give her son a push in the right direction. Perhaps she should ask his very scary sensei. She had heard that the young teacher has a harem, so perhaps he can give her son some advice. Well, she's just going to have to make some time to go visit her son's sensei and his girlfriend's gasp. If Izuku gets a harem, then that means more grandchildren for her to spoil. Yes, it's the perfect plan, but she needs to act quickly. She's not getting any younger, so she needs all of this to happen fast. And so Inko began to slowly and sweetly smile, a smile that hid the dark and evil intentions she had towards her poor son's love life. Fu. Back in the stadium, Izuku, who was in the resting room with his friends, suddenly felt a disturbing chill run down his spine. Besides him, Okako also felt the same chill run down her spine, and both of them began to shake and pale as if Harry himself was going after them. Harry was back in his seat eating a hot dog when he suddenly stopped mid-bite and looked around, seeming somewhat disturbed. Harry noticed her daddy was acting strange and turned towards him to ask him what was wrong. Daddy. Harry turned his head towards his daughter and looked down at her. Yet Harry looked up and then asked, "What's wrong?" Harry smiled at his daughter and patted her head. "It's nothing, Harry, I just felt like someone was plotting something fun, that's all." Harry tilted her head in confusion but nodded nonetheless and went back to eating the popcorn her daddy had gotten for her when he went to get his hot dog. Harry chuckled at his daughter and then went back to eating his hot dog. "I don't know why, but I feel like I will be having fun at someone's expense soon." Watching from the stands, well hidden away to not catch the attention of anyone, is Endeavor, the number 2 hero, but he was very unhappy right now. In fact, he was so aggravated that he was having a hard time not bursting into flames. The reason why he was in a bad mood was that everything in his life as of late was becoming very troublesome. First, his wife Rei had disappeared from the psychiatrist ward he had her locked up in, and no one knew how she had escaped nor where she was. He himself went to investigate her room, but there was no sign of forced entry or even a struggle. It was almost as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. But that was unimportant. A week and some days ago Shoto had been moved into the UA dorms and he wasn't even allowed into the campus to visit him for some reason. The big rat Nizu had just told him that he was not allowed to even approach his son while he was living inside of UA, but refused to tell him why. All of this made him very suspicious, so he began to investigate and found out the rat had been doing some very suspicious movements as of late. To start with, Nizu had single-handedly closed down an entire school and had the teachers and principals so blacklisted that no one will ever allow them to go near a child for the rest of their lives. He had destroyed them not only career-wise but publicly as well. All the teachers and the principal were arrested and sued for so many reports of child abuse and negligence that they won't ever finish paying up their fines in this lifetime, much less be able to find work. The only thing about all of this that bothered him the most was the fact that he couldn't find out why. Why would the principal of UA go out of his way to destroy a bunch of teachers from a local school? Why is he keeping his son away from him, and does he have something to do about Ari's disappearance? He didn't know why, but all of this was giving him a feeling of foreboding that was slowly eating at him. But all of that was just made worse by the fact that his son, the one who would one day surpass All Might, hadn't gotten first place in the first event. Not only that, he had gotten 11th place. 11. If only his son would stop being so stubborn and use his fire, he would have gotten at least 2nd or 3rd place. Though he had to admit that the brats who got the first 10 places were very impressive and very strong. If he heard right, the commentators had said that they were being trained by a teacher named Harry Potter. Perhaps if he throws enough money at him, he can convince him to exclusively train Shoto. Yes. I'll have to meet with this Harry Potter and convince him to train Shoto. He did wonders with those brats. Someone like Shoto would benefit the most out of whatever training method he was using on these brats of his. Enji Todoroki had decided to talk to Harry soon, especially since he has seen him when he appeared behind the girl who got first place, letting him know that Harry was present at the stadium today. Endeavor would regret ever speaking to Harry later on this day, and it would be the start of many other regrets that would soon befall him from the consequences of his cruel and heartless actions in his obsession with All Might. Like many others, he will know firsthand how much Harry hates child abuse. He will experience a dragon's god rage. All for One was laying down on his hospital bed as he thought back on what he just saw happen during the first event of this year's sports festival. Just how do those kids have multiple quirks and not get mutated like the Nomu? How can they function normally? Does this Harry Potter have an enhanced version of his quirk, Star? These were some very disturbing thoughts that All for One was having. It should be impossible, but everything leads to Harry Potter having an enhanced or even an improved version of his quirk. Their little spy had also told them how Potter had taken away a male student's quirk so fast and without harming or leaving the boy in a coma, which further proved his theory of the existence of a better version of his quirk existence. This makes things more complicated to his plans. If he's not careful he could lose many useful pawns to Potter, but that green-haired student intrigued all for one the most. He alone seemed to have more than 2 quirks, unlike the rest of his friends who had 2. He might be able to fool his fellow students and teachers, but he noticed the very familiar quirks belonging to his past nemesis All Might passed down the torch. Izuku Midoriya, enjoy my brother's quirk while you can, because I'm coming for you soon, ha 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 ha. Rei was watching the sports festival from the big TV in the living room of Harry's room. With her was Mr. Goop, who was also watching the events with her. The shiny metal slime with the manliest mustache she has ever seen had been a constant reminder of how crazy and wild her life had become since she began to live with Harry and his family. The things they had shown her were straight out of fairy tales: magic, devils, angels, yokai, dragons, and so many other things that Rei had never even dreamed of ever being able to see. All of it was amazing and she was loving every second of it. Harry had even given her his blessing as a dragon god and a bunch of other things. He even empowered her quirk, increasing its power and range of things she could do with snow and ice. She even joined little Ari in her magic lesson with Hermione, and she was very invested in learning everything she could about magic. It was something she was growing very passionate about. Thanks to Harry's blessing, the skills and perks he had also given her, she had de-aged. Now she was back to looking like she did when she was in her 20s, and the woman part of her loved it. Living here with Harry, the girls, and Ari had given her a feeling of peace and happiness that she thought she would never receive, and at some point the thought that she didn't deserve such things had plagued her mind. She still felt guilty at everything that had happened to her and her children. The fact that she couldn't protect them as a mother should have continued to haunt her even now. But thankfully Luna and Harry were helping her with her mental issues as well. She can now think clearly and sort out all the emotions she felt. Honestly, it was just one more thing to add to the pile of things. She is very thankful to this warm and caring family, who chose to help her for no other reason than it was the right thing to do. There were times that she wished she was a part of this family for real, having been bought by NG from her parents and being forced to marry him right after had left her without ever experiencing what it felt to be in love. But watching how Harry and the girls would act around each other and how much Harry loves them made her wish that NG would have tried to be like that with her. Perhaps life would have been more bearable then, but no, NG didn't know the meaning of the word love, and with his sick obsession with All Might he would never do so. Still, she was now happy and excited to someday soon see her sons and daughter again, but now watching how her son was acting during the sports festival made her frown. The fact that he was using his quirk without any care that he could severely hurt his classmates reminded her a lot of NG, and she didn't like that. And then she saw him glare at Izuku and his friends. The same glare she had seen on NG's face every time he would hear anything that had to do with All Might, and that worried her a lot. Her concern must have shown on her face since Mr. Goop slid himself up to her side, and to her surprise he spoke. Slurp. Leave everything to Izuku and his friends. Slurp. I'm sure they'll help your son soon. Slurp. Rei stared at Mr. Good, and even though she was thankful for his kind and supportive words she couldn't help to exclaim, you can speak. Mr. Goop just wobbled and then continued to smile at Rei with the same goofy smile that's always on his face, which caused Rei to sweat drop because it seems like Mr. Goop had no intention of answering her question. Back in the stadium, everyone was now ready to begin the second event, which Midnight was about to announce for everyone to hear now. The second event will be a cavalry battle. Everyone will team up in a group of 2 to 4 students. And the entire event will last 15 minutes, the objective is to steal the headbands of opposing teams. While Midnight continued to explain how everyone will have to accumulate points by stealing headbands from other groups, Izuku and his friends got together to plan what to do next. Suddenly Midnight announced something that surprised everyone, and the headband of the first place holder of the obstacle course will be worth 10 million points. Everyone turned to look at Tora, who jumped when she noticed she was the center of attention, but soon after she then grinned and cheekily waved at everyone, not seeming one bit worried about the giant target of her back. Her fellow trainees grinned at her and nodded, then they got together again and began to plan. Kainoko, Ibara, and Pony were going to team up with each other. Izuku, Okako, Tsuyu, and Momo teamed up, while Toru, Mina, Eijiro, and a girl named Mei Hatsum from the Department of Support teamed up. Apparently, she wanted to show off her inventions, and being with the first place holder will get her a lot of attention from support agencies. Toru was more than happy to let Mei use her to grab attention, plus some of her inventions seemed very neat and useful. Both teams decided to follow Harry's example on the importance of teamwork while working together and covering each other's back. That way everyone will be able to move on and face each other in the third event. In the commentator box both Hisashi and Shota watched everyone create a team and plan how to take down Toru. Shota noticed right away how some were especially aiming at Toru's or Izuku's team and shook his head. It seems like everyone wants to aim at the 10 million points, too bad they won't succeed. Hisashi turned towards Shota and then said, "Oh. What makes you so sure? This time it will be 4 against 38, how can you be so sure they won't be able to get those 10 million points? Shota once again shook his head. They're going to be facing Harry Potter's students and we all just watched them perform exceptionally well on the obstacle course. The fact that everyone not only seems to have forgotten that fact but also forgot that they're very powerful is too illogical." Hisashi and the public sweat dropped. Sure, what he said made sense, but the way he delivered those words just made him sound so sure. Still, he did raise some very important points. The students who were competing were now not too sure about going against Toru, Izuku, and their friends. The fact that Harry's students were all maliciously grinning at everyone made their doubts increase. Shoto was the only one who wasn't intimidated by them, but the same couldn't be said about his teammates who looked very nervous. However, Midnight told everyone to get ready because the event was about to start and all the students got in position. Both Izuku and Toru were on top while their friends were the horses. Ibara and Pony ended up as horses as for their team while Kainoko was on top. Soon after, Midnight cracked her whip and announced the start of the second event begin. The public exploded in excitement as chaos was brought to the stadium. Izuku's group immediately go to work. Okako used her gravity manipulation to lift every off the ground while Momo used her thruster boots and gauntlets to move. Meanwhile, Izuku would be blasting and getting headbands with Black Whip while Tsuyu will be using her water attacks to push anyone that got too close away from them while also using her tongue to grab headbands. Toru's group opted to stay on the ground and moved around with Mei's hover boots while Ajiro acted as a wall and Mina was attacking everyone with her acid. Toru would use her light manipulation to blast and shoot anyone who tried to get too close. Since she had the 10 million points headband, her team didn't need to get more headbands, all they needed to do is keep everyone away and they can accomplish that easily. Ibara, Kainoko, and Pony were also working together to not only keep other contestants away but also get more headbands. Kainoko blasted and kept everyone away by creating a big sphere of sharp wind around them. While Ibara used her vines to steal headbands and Pony just shot at everyone who seemed to try and do something to go through Kainoko's wind sphere. Shota grinned and nodded his head in approval as he watched his students safely keep everyone away from them while still being on the offensive. Hisashi gaped and then said, "Whoa! See that, listeners? Izuku's, Toru's, and Ibara's team have become mobile fortresses. Amazing creativity and use of their quirks." Shota nodded and then said, "Not only that but they're also covering each other's back, an amazing display of teamwork." Hisashi raised an eyebrow and looked closely. He then noticed how these three groups were blasting or pushing contestants away from each other in tandem. "You're right. But why? This is a competition, what's the point in cooperation against your rivals?" Shota shook his head. "You seem to forget that the sports festival was originally a way for young inspiring heroes to showcase their skills. Every hero agency out there will have them working with others, so showing not only their power but their ability to work together in a show of teamwork is a great way to get more offers. It is a very logical thing to do." Hisashi looked down for a second but then nodded. "Since that made sense, you make an excellent point, Eraserhead, though I do wonder where they picked up such amazing teamwork." Shota nodded. "They got it from Harry Potter. As a teacher, Harry's lessons focus on control, skill, and teamwork. This is why not many joined his after-class lessons. Either they foolishly believed they could improve on their own or believed that they don't need something like teamwork, but as you can see, it's a very good thing to learn." Hisashi nodded. He can imagine that many students were too prideful to even consider taking extra lessons from Harry. "I see. They must be regretting not accepting those extra lessons now, ha ha ha." It quickly became evident that no one was going to be able to take or even get close to these three groups, and so everyone stopped trying and began to instead get headbands from others. Of course, there was only one group that was still trying to get either Toru's or Izuku's headband. Shoto wasn't about to give up in trying to move on to the next round by taking down Izuku or getting Toru's 10 million points headband. His group consisted of his classmates Tokoyami, Ida, and Shiro. Together they tried to get close or crash against Izuku's and Toru's group, but Izuku's group just stay up in the air while Toru's was a mobile tank, making it difficult to get close, much less steal a headband from them. Eventually, Tokoyami tried to use his quirk Dark Shadow and sent it to try and get a headband from Izuku's team, but Toru's blasted it with light bullets, causing both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow to scream in pain. Shiro sent his tape to try and get Toru's headband since she was distracted, but Momo threw a flashbang grenade in the tape's path, and when Hanta pulled it back he was blasted by the flashbang grenade exploding on his face. Having no other choice and seeing as two of his teammates were down, Ida used his secret technique Recipro Burst to push his entire team close to Izuku, and Shoto took advantage of the close proximity. he jumped while using his eyes to push himself up to try and get Izuku's headband. But Izuku saw Shoto coming and got ready. He then gathered energy from his quirk and the green bioelectricity that's always around him when he has full cowling activated. Shoto saw Izuku preparing something and in a moment of desperation, he activated his flames. But Izuku flicked his finger towards Shoto while yelling lightning cannon. A big mass of wind and green bioelectricity shot out of Izuku's flick at high speed, not only colliding against Shoto's entire body but also exploding in a small lightning and wind storm. Shoto screamed in pain as Izuku's technique shocked and sliced him until it burst, sending a paralyzed Shoto through the air. Luckily Zero recovered enough to catch him and put him back on top. Shoto's team immediately backpedaled to get away from Izuku's team while Shoto glared at Izuku in anger for not only repelling him but also making him use his quirk's fire. Izuku, however, shook his head at him and cockily grinned. He was quite glad that he had made a few new techniques with Harry-sensei's help, though when he showed him what he was planning to name them, Harry slapped him in the back of the head. He didn't understand at first why Harry didn't want him to use Smash anymore, but then Harry explained that he has to let go of his obsession with everything All Might related. He has to make his own path and he can't do that if he's clinging to his quirk's past. One for All is his now and he has to make it his own. He can't do that if he's always copying All Might's moves. Harsh, but Harry did make a good point, so Izuku with Harry's help began to create his own set of special moves. This is one of them. Lightning Cannon is just a fully powered flick engulfed in his green bioelectricity and air pressure. Depending on how much power he uses on this special move, the bigger and more damage he can cause to his targets. He can even shoot bullet-sized lightning cannons thanks to his perfect control over One for All. The best thing about this technique is that it has a shocking effect that causes temporary paralysis, which is great for capturing villains. It is a great long-distance attack that quickly became one of his favorite moves to use, so he was quite proud that he was able to push Shoto away with it. Eri brightly smiled and clapped excitedly about how cool her big brother Izuku's special move is. That's awesome. Daddy, did you see that? Harry nodded and smiled at Eri. I sure did. Izuku practiced quite a lot to get that move just right, though it did surprise us when we saw the effect. Eri nodded and went back to watching the cool battle going on while cheering for her friends. Hermione, however, hummed, what effect? Harry smiled at his girlfriend, knowing that she was very curious about Izuku's new technique. It has a paralyzing effect. It seems like his bioelectricity targets the nervous system, causing it to go numb. Just look at Shoto. He can't move and he won't be able to for a while. The girls turned to look toward where Shoto's team was standing and saw him struggling to move while his teammates were trying to keep him up. Susan then said, I see, what a useful technique for law enforcement. How long does the paralysis last? Harry looked up and thought, I think around 2 or 3 minutes, though we did test it on Denki Kaminari and it only brought him down for less than a minute. Susan nodded while Luna then spoke up, oh? So it's affected by natural resistances to lightning or electric attacks. Can we learn it? Harry nodded. I already did it using magic. It is a simple attack, though we have to be careful when we use it. Overpowering would make the technique cause Bijouhidama levels of destruction. The girls nodded while Himiko just looked a little confused, but she got some of what they were talking about. She didn't have much talent with magic, so she was often lost in conversations like these. But she was a genius in the assassination and ninja arts. In fact, she was better than even Toru, and she can turn invisible. At first she was a bit sad that she wasn't that good with magic, but Harry told her that everyone had their own talents and hers were just different from the rest. So she felt a little bit better afterward. Though she still practices magic so she could be better. She might not be able to use most of the spells that Harry and Hermione were teaching her, but she was good at a good few, like buffs and debuff spells and even status effects spells. Even though they weren't as flashy as using fire or lightning, she is happy with what she can do with them. Time was running out and the contestants began to scramble to get any headbands they could. Shoto's team was forced to forego going after Izuku's or Toru's group and began to attack the rest. Meanwhile, Harry's students felt they had enough points and just continued to play defensively while covering each other's backs. Eventually, time ran out and Midnight loudly cracked her whip and loudly announced the end of the second event while the public loudly cheered and time's up. Well done everyone. You were all very passionate and I love it. Now give us a minute to get the results in. Okako put down her entire team and tiredly sighed. Izuku jumped down and patted her back. Great job, Okako. How are you feeling? Okako turned towards Izuku and gave him a smile. I'm fine, just a little tired. Harry-sensei's modifications to my quirk got rid of the nausea I used to get, so no more puking my guts out. Izuku's sweat dropped at the casual way Okako just mentioned the way she used to get when she overused her quirk. Momo and Tsuyu smiled at their friend. Toru, Mina, Eijiro, and Mei walked up to them. Toru excitedly began to speak. Guys. We did it. That was an awesome plan, Izuku. Izuku nervously smiled but nodded at his friend while Mei was bothering Momo about her thruster gauntlets and boots, but Momo dismissed them and refused to say anything. She had promised Tony Stark that she wouldn't reveal anything she learned from him, and Harry modified her quirk so she could destroy anything she created with just a thought. It wouldn't be good if anything she created somewhat landed on the wrong hands after all. Ibara, Kainoko, and Pony joined their friends and began to excitedly speak amongst each other while they waited for the results. It didn't take long for midnight to announce who had moved on to the next round. Okay. We have the winners. First is Toru Hagakure with 10 million points. And her team Mina Ashido, Eijiro Kirishima, and Mei Hatsum. Next is Izuku Midoriya and his team Okako Uraraka, Tsuyu Azui, Momo Yaeiorazu, and then Ibara Shiozaki, with her team Kainoko Komori and Pony Tsunatri. Everyone in the stadium cheered loudly for these young heroes in training while midnight continued. Next is Shoto Todoroki and his team Tokoyami Fumikage, Ida Tinya, and Siro Hanta. And in a weird twist of events, after his entire team refused to move on to the next round for some reason, the last one moving on is Shinso Hitachi. Now, this last announcement surprised Izuku and his friends, not understanding why anyone would choose not to go on, so everyone turned around and stared at Hitachi, who gave them all a creepy smile. Izuku then turned towards Shinso's teammates, who were Yuga, Mashirao, and Niranjiki, who looked confused and angry for some reason. Just what happened to them? I'm going to have to speak with one of them. There's something I don't like about all of this. The second event of the sports festival is over and the third is about to begin, but what's going on with Hitachi? And will happen next? Chapter 75. After announcing who will be moving on to the next event, Midnight then loudly let everyone know that there will be a 30-minute break before she announces the next event, to allow the competitors to rest and for the public should take advantage of this break to go buy something to eat, which a lot of people did so. Izuku and their friends were glad for the break. All of that action made them all super hungry, and so all of them decided to go and get something to eat together. However, Shoto stopped Izuku and told him that he wanted to talk to him about something. Izuku frowned but decided to hear him out. Okako and the rest told him to hurry up and catch up since they were going to order something for him, to which Izuku smiled and nodded at them. Shoto then took him to an empty hallway and stared at Izuku for a long minute. Izuku, not liking the fact that Shoto was wasting his time, decided to speak up. Hey. If you're not going to talk, then I'm leaving. Shoto frowned but nodded. You made me use his fire. You overpowered me so much that I broke my pledge not to use that side of my power. Izuku frowned because he knew of the fact that Shoto doesn't use his fire and the reason why he was present when Luna was giving Nizu her report on the Todoroki family. After all, he knew how much both Shoto and Miss Rei had suffered. Still, Izuku couldn't help to think that Shoto was being too naive for holding back when everyone in their class and in Class 1B was giving their all. Shoto went on, your quirk is very similar to All Might's and he himself seems to be very interested in everything you do. Are you his illegitimate child? If Izuku was the same guy he was before his 2 weeks of training, he might have panicked and probably made a fool of himself, but Harry's influence has changed him a lot and that's why he reacted very differently from how his past self would have. So Izuku raised an eyebrow and then started to loudly laugh. Ha ha ha. I wish. It's true that my quirk is similar to All Might's and that's the reason I approached him. As you know, I'm a late bloomer and I had a hard time controlling my quirk. You saw how badly I hurt myself when I used it, so he's been giving me tips and training methods, but that's it. Harry-sensei is the one who's been helping me the most. Shoto frowned and narrowed his eyes. What Izuku just told him made perfect sense, and right now he didn't even know what to say to Izuku next. His response sort of caught him off guard. Izuku then shrugged and shook his head. Don't compare me to All Might, we're completely different people. I know of your father Todoroki, and his rivalry with All Might, but that has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into things that I quite frankly don't care about. Shoto's eyes widened and just gaped at Izuku after being berated by him. Izuku turned around and began to walk away, but then stopped and turned his head towards Shoto. You should stop holding back, because when you face one of us who have been training with Harry-sensei, we're not going to show you any leniency, we're going to come at you with everything we have. With that said, Izuku walked away from Shoto and went back to his friends to eat something. Shoto, however, just stood there seething in both anger and disbelief at what Izuku just said to him. In one of the empty hallways, Endeavor was walking around trying to find Shoto to speak to him, but to his surprise he found All Might instead. However, something in the number one hero's eyes just made him feel nervous for some reason. All Might stared at Endeavor and then spoke up. It's been a while, 10 years I believe, how about we have some tea? Endeavor frowned and scoffed at him. Don't act like we're friends. I don't have time to waste on your nonsense. Endeavor moved to leave, but All Might spoke up. NG, we know what you did to your son Toya and your wife Rei. That made Endeavor stop in his tracks. He slowly turned around and stared at All Might with wide eyes full of shock and a bit of fear. All Might narrowed his eyes at Endeavor. I can't touch you because of your reputation, trust me, I tried to do something about this but you did a good job covering your tracks. Nizu was going to do something about it but someone else decided to deal with you instead. Endeavor glared at All Might but inwardly he was panicking. He was right to think that Nizu had something to do about Rei's disappearance and Shoto's move to the UA dorms, but to think that the reason for it was the things he tried to hide for so long. All Might just tiredly sighed and then calmly said, "Ng, give yourself up to the authorities and confess your crimes, otherwise something really terrible will befall you. The person who decided to deal with you can't be bought, can't be reasoned with. He will come for you and make sure you pay for everything you have done. Make things easier for yourself before he comes for you." The way and seriousness with which All Might just told him all that made Endeavor begin to nervously sweat. In the end, however, his arrogance won and he scoffed. He soon left in a hurry. All Might just stared at him leave and sadly shook his head in disappointment. He then spoke out, "I'm sorry Harry, I just had to try." Harry appeared out of nowhere showing that he was there the entire time under his invisibility cloak. "It's fine All Might, this shows just how much he really cares. Either way now I know how he looks, I'll be keeping an eye on him and then deal with him today." All Might nodded. He already tried to help Endeavor but now all he could do is let Harry deal with him. It was really too bad. Ng had always had a bad attitude and quite the disregard for public safety, but he was also a great hero. Izuku caught up to everyone. He ate and spoke with his friends and fellow trainees about everything they did in the sports festival so far. Sometime after, Himiko, who was carrying Eri on her shoulders, joined them. Everyone smiled at the bundle of cuteness, who immediately wanted to give everyone a hug for the great job they did during the two first events. Everyone was happy to get a hug from Eri and together they all ate and spoke with Eri about all the cool things they did. Inwardly Izuku was worried about Todoroki and what he might do with that weird and negative mentality he seems to have, plus he was also keeping an eye to see if he caught sight of any of Hitashi's teammates. He was still curious to know why they choose not to move forward in the competition. Inko Midoriya was very proud at this moment and happy for her son. He has reached the final event of the sports festival, one of the biggest televised events in Japan, and her son has made it to the third event. Throughout the entire thing she had been on the edge of her seat in worry for her son's safety. She knows she was being silly since she was aware of what Izuku was capable of now, but as a mother, she couldn't help but worry about him. Though in hindsight she was probably the only one besides Harry who knew what her son was capable of, her son would always show off to her everything he could do, so she was aware of his multiple quirks and techniques. She still doesn't know how and why her son has multiple quirks or why none of them had any resemblance to hers or his father's, but she was glad that it awakened, late but awakened. Perhaps the reason it took a while to awaken was that he had multiple ones. It certainly makes sense if she thinks about it like that. In any case, it didn't matter. Right now she was more focused on cheering on her son. All she had to do now was wait for the third event to begin so she could continue to watch Izuku fulfill his dream. Nizu was extremely happy with Harry's students and their improvement, not only with their quirks and tactics but because they seem so confident as well. It's too bad not many took the offer to take Harry's extra lessons. He can see that his students are not only going to be powerful but kind and caring heroes. He can already see how the public and some important heroes were already very interested in them. This was great because he now has the hope that these young heroes in training might just inspire the next generation to be the best they can be. After a while, Izuku and friends walked back to the stadium to hear the announcement after making sure that Himiko took Eri back to Harry and the girls. Along the way, however, they were stopped by Naoto Monoma along with a few members of Class 1B, who was complaining about how Class 1A were just a bunch of show-offs and the only reason they made it so far was because they got help from Harry. But Izuku and his friends just ignored him. To them, Monoma was just an idiot that hated them for no good reason and they really didn't want to deal with his nonsense. Even Ibara, Kainoko, and Pony didn't want to get involved with him and his hatred towards Class 1A, especially since they're good friends with some of the students of that class. Momo, however, got tired of Monoma always provoking them and just running his mouth off, so she did what she thinks Harry-sensei would have done in her place. She punched Monoma in the face so hard that he actually twirled in midair a couple of times and then dropped to the ground unconscious. Her fellow trainees gaped at her in shock while Momo just huffed and then spoke loudly to everyone else who was supporting Monoma. "Enough. I'm tired of hearing complaints and whining from all of you. Harry-sensei offered his extra lessons to everyone. So don't come crying to us now. You never even tried to ask him for some advice or even tips." Everyone looked down, not having a response to the scolding Momo was giving them, but Momo was on a roll and just went on, "And all of this aggression and hate towards my classmates and me make no sense. We didn't ask to be attacked by villains. Some of us almost died that day and it's only because Harry-sensei saved us that we got out of that horrible situation safely. But I don't understand why most of Class 1B hates us. It just doesn't make any sense why Monoma and some of you just continue to antagonize us. Momo just shook her head and glared at the ones who stood behind Monoma. Grow up. You're trying to become heroes and this is not how heroes act. With that said, Momo walked out and her fellow trainees followed her, leaving Monoma on the floor unconscious. The few students who actually supported him just stood there stunned and surprised by her outburst, but right now all they could think about was on Momo's words and how true they are. After a few more minutes, all the students who made it to the third event gathered to hear Midnight announce the third event and explain what was going to happen next. The next event has been decided and we're having a full-on tournament. The public cheered loudly while Izuku and his friends smiled maliciously, which made most of the students and even Midnight nervously sweat. Harry maliciously smiled as well, knowing that the third event was going to be super fun. Eri tilted her head, not knowing why her daddy seemed to be very happy, right? But she just shrugged and went back to eating some candy Izuku and his friends bought her. Luna, Susan, and Hermione smiled as they grew excited about their friends' upcoming fights. With Shota and Hisashi loudly said, and the third event is a tournament. An epic struggle between rivals, friends, and enemies. This promises to be very interesting. Shota just sighed and then sighed. Well, Cementos is sure going to earn his check during this event. Hisashi sweat dropped. Why would you think that? Shota shook his head and then said, Harry's students are bound to be very destructive. As a matter of fact, Harry, do something about the ring so we don't have to keep fixing it. Harry chuckled and nodded. He then flew up off his seat and floated down towards the ring. It didn't take him long to arrive on top of the ring where Midnight was standing. The R-rated hero grinned at Harry. Hello there, handsome, here to work your magic. Harry rolled his eyes, which caused Midnight to giggle. Hello Nemuri, you seem to be having fun, and yes, I might as well make sure my kids don't break the ring too easily. Midnight nodded and grinned. Harry then bent on one knee and placed a hand on top of the ring. Suddenly the ring glowed white for a few seconds and then stopped. Harry nodded to himself and then stood up. All right, now this ring is self-repairing and extra resistant, so there shouldn't be any problems. Midnight nodded and Harry then began to fly up. Cementos suddenly yelled, thanks Harry. Harry nodded at Cementos and then waved at Midnight, who winked at him, causing Harry to just shake his head in amusement. Midnight was definitely a fun woman and one that liked to flirt a lot. The funny thing is that she will flirt with anyone to who she took a liking to. When Harry and the girls met her, she flirted with Luna, who just smiled and let it happen. She then flirted with Susan, who just laughed and told her that she was hot but not that hot and that she wouldn't cheat on Harry. Midnight called Harry a lucky bastard for that one. Then she flirted with Hermione, who blushed and got all nervous, which made Midnight try even harder. She even flirted with Mr. Goop, who just smiled at her in amusement. But besides that, she was a good and caring woman, one that has become a good friend to them even if she was always flirting with them. After Harry went back to his seat, Nemuri then announced the pairings for the tournament. Alright everyone. Here's the pairings. First we have Izuku Midoriya vs Shinso Hitachi. Then Shoto Todoroki vs Zero Hanta. Ibara Shiozaka vs Toru Hagakure. Idatina vs Mei Hatsum. The public was very excited and kept loudly cheering every time Midnight announced a pairing. While Midnight went on, then we have Mina Ashido vs Kainoko Komori. Momo Yaio Rizua vs Tokoyami Fumikage. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tsuyu Ajui, and finally Okako Uraraka vs Pony Tsunatri. Izuku and his friends turned their heads to each other and grinned at the same time. They have never had the chance to face each other in battle, and this is the perfect chance to do so. Izuku nodded and then spoke, alright. Let's do our best. And give it our all. I want to see one of us win this whole thing. Every member of Harry's students fist pumped and roared in excitement. They all wanted to prove themselves, and what better way than to face each other in this tournament. Soon after, everyone was then taken to a bunch of stands on the side of the ring and were told to wait a few minutes to get everything ready. While they waited, the students who didn't make it past the first and second events were given a chance to participate in a bunch of game-like events in order to at least get some offers from hero agencies. Mashirao took advantage of this short break to approach Izuku to talk to him. Midoriya, be careful with Shinso, don't respond to any questions, as a matter of fact, don't talk to him. Izuku nodded, I see. I wanted to talk to you guys about what happened, but I didn't see you or anyone else in his team during the break. What happened, Ojiro? Mashirao frowned and looked down. We don't know, everything during the second event is just a big blank, that's why we decided to not go on forwards, it just didn't seem right. During the second event I bumped into someone and I sort of snapped out of it, but that's it. I don't remember anything after answering a question Hitachi had. Izuku nodded to Mashirao, understanding that his decision came from his sense of pride. Harry had taught all of them to be proud of themselves and everything they had accomplished, so he can understand where Mashirao was coming from. Okay, I'll be careful, thank you Ojiro. Mashirao nodded and went back to his seat, but then stopped and turned his head. Midoriya, please do your best for me too. Izuku smiled and nodded to Ojiro, who smiled and then began to walk back to his seat again, while Izuku began to think what could have happened to Mashirao and the rest of his team. This sounds like Hitachi has some sort of mind manipulation. Ojiro said not to talk to him, maybe his quirk activates upon the target speaking to the user. But Izuku didn't have any more time to ponder because Midnight called him and Shinso to come up to the ring to have their match. Soon everything was set up and ready for the tournament. Hisashi then began to cheerfully announce for the third event, ladies and gentlemen. The third event is about to begin with the first match. Shota nodded and then spoke, this match promises to be an interesting one, but I do feel bad for Shinso, he has zero chance of winning. Hisashi, the public, and Hitashi's sweat dropped at how bluntly Shota had said that. Hisashi recovered and then spoke up, in any case. The first match is between the mysterious and quite frankly freaky Hitachi Shinso against the green-haired tactician and monster Izuku Midoriya. Both Izuku and Hitachi walked up to the ring from opposite sides of the stadium. Izuku has an excited grin on his face while Hitachi had a frown on his. Midnight then spoke up as soon as both young teens reached the middle of the ring. Okay boys, I want to see a clean fight. Go all out and show the world what you can do. Me and Cementos will stop the match if it gets too out of hand. Cementos waved and then said, yes. Don't worry and give it your all, we'll be here to make sure nothing too bad happens. Both Izuku and Shinso nodded and then Midnight raised her whip and swung it down, causing it to loudly crack, indicating the start of the match then begin. Izuku stared at Shinso and was about to go on the offensive when suddenly Shinso spoke up, I can't believe your friend is such an idiot to waste this chance on something so foolish as pride. We have to be willing to do anything to fulfill our dreams, right? Izuku's eyes widened and then he scowled the moment Shinso spoke ill of Mashirao. The way Shinso just insulted Mashirao's pride like that, Izuku couldn't help but feel angry. What did you just say? Shinso glared and maliciously smiled. Mashirao groaned and then said, that idiot. I even went through all that trouble to warn him. However, something was wrong, very wrong, and Hitachi noticed right away when he saw that Izuku was still glaring at him. What? That's impossible. The public was confused, no one knew what was going on, and all they could see was that Izuku was very angry. Hisashi was confused and didn't know what to say, but then Shota sighed. This is why I keep saying that the entrance exam is illogical. Shinso's quirk is perfect for hero work, but because it isn't a battle quirk he wasn't able to make it to the hero course. It really is too bad. His first fight is against Midoriya. Hisashi didn't really understand but nodded at the fact that the entrance exam has to be updated or changed, since even he himself had seen how unfair it was to certain types of quirks. Thinking that it was a fluke or something, Hitachi decided to try to use his quirk one more time. You're lucky that you've been blessed, Izuku Midoriya. But Izuku just continued to glare at Hitachi, which began to make the purple hair student very nervous. Izuku then spoke, I see, your quirk activates when someone responds to you, right? Hitachi began to panic and lose his cool since Izuku figured out his quirk. You shouldn't be able to move. What did you do? Izuku frowned. I and the rest of Harry's students are immune to mental attacks. It's something Harry-sensei gave us in order to prevent something or someone from brainwashing us or taking control of us, especially with how powerful we have become. Everyone in the stadium gaped, and Hisashi loudly exclaimed, ah! Damn it, Harry! Just what are you expecting your students to be doing in the future? Shota chuckled. Well, it is a very logical thing to do. Harry is just making sure to both help his students and to make sure they're safe. He's doing his utmost best to prepare his students for anything. Nizu once again cackled in glee, liking the way in which Harry was preparing his students for the future. He can just imagine how nervous so many villains are getting about these future heroes. All Might and Nana grinned and sent a thumbs up to Harry in thanks for always helping Izuku and his friends be the best they can be. Harry of course just chuckled. He promised that his kids were going to be the best heroes they could be, and like always he always keeps his promises. Shinso gaped for a second and then glared at Izuku. You're truly lucky, Midoriya. You have a perfect quirk and a good teacher, while my quirk just makes everyone consider me a villain in the making. Life is just unfair to people like me. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he listened to Shinso rant. He knew how blessed he was to have the support of so many, but Harry-sensei had also made him understand that he deserves that support, that he can be proud of everything he had done and endured to this point. So Izuku didn't like what Shinso just said to him. Shut up. Don't speak to me like you understand everything about me. You don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. How hard I trained to get to this point. Shinso took a step back from the sheer intensity of Izuku's words while Izuku went on. Don't come crying to me about how unfair your life is. Do something about it instead, and don't ever insult one of my friends again. Izuku then activated his quirk and a shockwave of energy and green lightning burst out of his body, causing Shinso, Midnight and Cementos to cover their eyes. Izuku then crouched low and got in position to use a technique that Harry-sensei taught him. The green lightning engulfing his body then began to lash out as he then pushed himself forward. As his foot pushed him forward, the ring actually cracked from the force of his push and he actually disappeared in a blur. Shinso uncovered his eyes and wildly began to look around, only for his eyes to widen in astonishment when Izuku reappeared right in front of him crouching. Izuku then swiftly kicked Shinso on the chin so hard that he was actually sent flying upwards and unable to even move. The only thing he could do is grunt in pain. Izuku then jumped after Shinso and appeared in a blur right behind him. Suddenly Izuku activated Black Whip and wraps Shinso tightly with his quirk, and as soon as Shinso's trajectory slowed down and began to fall, Izuku then began to spin him at high speed. Black Omote Range. Black Front Lotus. Harry, watching his student use his version of the Omote Range, snapped his fingers and made the ring soft so Izuku wouldn't accidentally kill Shinso. Though he doesn't blame him for being angry, he himself was upset with Shinso's words. Still, he's going to have to talk with Izuku about using techniques like these out of anger. To everyone's surprise and shock, Izuku and Shinso had become a black drill of sorts and were heading headfirst into the ground at high speed. Just when everyone thought that they would crash, Izuku deactivated Black Whip and jumped away from Shinso, who ended up crashing against the ground. Izuku span on the air for a bit and then softly landed on the ring and turned around to see the aftermath of his technique while the public stayed silent. Shinso was on the floor, laying on his back, breathing hard and in so much pain, he was barely conscious. Suddenly he coughed some blood and groaned. Izuku walked up to Shinso and instantly recognized what had happened. He looked over the stands where Harry was sitting and nodded at him in thanks, knowing that Shinso was only alive because Harry had done something. Harry smiled at Izuku and nodded at him. Izuku sighed and then turned toward Midnight, who nodded at him and walked up to take a look at Shinso. The moment she saw how hurt he was, she made a decision right away. Participant Hitachi Shinso can no longer continue. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. The public then exploded and cheered. Izuku, however, just glared at Shinso, who was just looking up at the sky in silence and reminiscing about his past, and how everyone around him treated him like a villain in the making. Izuku walked up to Shinso and then said, "I hope you get a spot in the hero course. You might be an asshole with a massive chip on your shoulders, but your quirk is amazing." With that said, Izuku walked away from Shinso, leaving him to the assistant bots to pick him up and take him away to Recovery Girls Infirmary. Meanwhile, Hisashi was loudly commentating what an amazing technique used by Midoriya. "I've never seen such power, skill, and speed being put into use." Shoto nodded yes. To be able to pull off such an attack at that speed and to be able to maneuver in the air like that is not an easy feat. The amount of training Midoriya must have done to be able to time this technique to such a skill level is sure impressive. Hisashi nodded in agreement and then said, "It seems that Shinso's usual method of making use of his quirk backfired when Midoriya instead reacted in anger." Shoto sighed and then said, "Yes, I admit making an opponent angry is usually a good method to get inside an opponent's mind, but it can also make them unpredictable and occasionally react extremely aggressively. Shinso just got a bit too cocky and ended up angering the wrong opponent. It's never a good idea to underestimate your opponent, especially if you don't know if he's immune or resistant to your quirk." Many heroes watching the sports festival nodded in agreement, but some of them were very interested in Shinso's quirk and its practical uses in hero work. After Izuku went back to the lower stands and smiled at his friends, he then sat with them. Meanwhile, the ring immediately began to repair itself from the damage it got from Izuku's quirk and technique. Midnight and Cementos watched in awed interest how stone and cement healed in front of their very eyes. Shoto, who knew he was meant to go next, silently got up and began to head to the tunnel leading to the ring to come out as soon as he was called out. However, on the way there he was stopped by someone standing in his way. Endeavor, knowing that his son would fight next, decided to wait for him in the tunnel he was supposed to be coming out of to talk to him. Shoto narrowed his eyes at him and tried to just walk ahead of his father and ignore him. But Endeavor decided to speak up. "I'm disappointed in you, Shoto. Why are you holding back? Stop this rebellious attitude of yours and use your fire. Stop playing around, you have to surpass All Might." But Shoto just turned his head and stared at his dad. "I will never use my left side. I'll win this tournament using my mother's ice." Endeavor frowned. "That tactic will only work while you are still in high school, but out there in the real world you will be forced at some point to Usgok." However, to Shoto's shock, Endeavor didn't get to finish his sentence because Harry appeared behind him and held Endeavor up by the throat with telekinesis. Harry then moved his gaze towards Shoto and the young teen took a step back in fear from the glowing green eyes on Harry's face. "Shoto, go, leave your father to me." it's time for him to pay for his crimes. Shoto gulped but nodded. He was actually happy that Harry-sensei was going to do something about his father, so he turned around and began to walk, but Harry said one more thing that made him stop. Shoto, your mom is watching the sports festival. Make her proud. Shoto turned around and stared at Harry, who grinned and nodded at him. Shoto, for the first time in a long time, smiled and nodded to Harry. The young hero in training then walked away since it was almost time for him to be called for his match. Meanwhile, Harry slammed Endeavor on the ground, causing him to grunt in pain. Harry then stomped on his chest. I've been waiting to get my hands on you, Enji Todoroki. I hope all the suffering you put your family through was worth it, because after today I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. Endeavor looked up at Harry and glared at him. The number 2 hero then made his quirk Hellfire flare as hard as he could to try to turn Harry into ash, but to his astonishment, Harry was completely unaffected by his fire. Harry grinned at Endeavor. You call that flames? I'll show you real flames, but first, let's go somewhere else. I rather not have innocents get hurt by our battle. After having said that, Harry then teleported himself and Endeavor into his home's training room. Harry then stepped back. Endeavor got up and growled in anger, but Harry glared at him. Endeavor then decided to talk. Do you have any idea who I am? Harry chuckled, which caused Endeavor to get even angrier. I know who you are, Mr. Number 2 hero, I just don't care. Endeavor gritted his teeth and then flared his fire. You picked the wrong person to mess with. I'll make sure to destroy you. Harry shook his head. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Right now Nizu is releasing all the information and evidence we gathered of what happened to your son Toya Todoroki, your wife Rei Todoroki, and Shoto. Your so-called reputation won't matter. You won't be able to hide behind your title as Hero Endeavor. By the time I'm done with you, every news network and the authorities will know everything you've done. Endeavor took a step back and began to profusely sweat. He couldn't believe this was happening to him right now. Just who was this young man? Enji Todoroki had no way of knowing how much his actions had angered Harry. The number 2 hero just was not ready to deal with a pissed-off dragon god, and after today he will regret every bad choice he has ever made. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.